Well, that's a step in the right direction.
What's up, everybody? Today's a big day. I have the pleasure of being joined by Ty, the Particular Critic X. And he looks good. He got a new mic today. He's got a new camera. He's ready to go. Yeah. So thanks for being with me here today, buddy, because today's a monumental occasion for everybody. Ty and I have spent, last 2 months watching all at least 74 episodes of R.L. Stine's Goosebumps series. And I looked it up. That's 27 watch hours of Goosebumps. So that's a long time. And it went pretty fast, though. It was really a pleasure getting to catch up with a lot of these episodes. And I think you'll find as we go through all these different, all 74, that you probably missed quite a few yourself. And I hope that we're able to entertain, kind of remind you of the good old days, the mid to late 90s horror comedy, kind of Twilight Zone series in the style for children and young audiences. So yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Let's not waste any time. I'll tell you guys a little bit how we're judging this. So we are doing a tier ranking system. Let me see if I could pull it up here. Yeah, and I'm going to put this full screen. And we have several tiers here. Top of the line is Slappy's Finest. So that's pretty much, A plus, 90 to 100%. Right under that, we have Tragic Triumph. That's 80 to 90%. Freaky Good, 70, 80%. Solid Spectre, 60 to 70%. Mid Monster, so it's mid, it's like, but it's still good, 50 to 60%. Then you have Goose Flops, that's 40 to 50%. Then you have Boredom Beware, 30 to 40%. Ghoul Vomit, 20 to 30%. And then just straight up Dead for 0 to 20%. Because I hate to say it, not all of these are, spring chickens. There's a couple that fall in that Dead category. But, at the end of the day, all of these are really just fun. And we had a lot of fun watching a lot of them. And I think we have a lot of goodwill and good nature towards every single episode, even if they aren't the best, because I think it's, it's a passion project made out of love. And you just look at all of the episodes here. And I have these, as you can see, there are duplicates. It's because a lot of these episodes are like two-parters or three-parters. You can tell kind of most of them really are. So we're going to try not to get confused by that. But yeah, this is what we're going to be picking through right here. That's the rating. Let me get us back up on the screen. And let's see what else. So we have the tier list. There's going to be a few pre-recorded breaks. This is only because we're going to be going for around 8 hours today. That's the estimate. Might be longer, might be less. I'm not sure. And we have a few pre-recorded breaks where I just start ranking and discussing a few of these episodes. So don't be thrown off if it looks a little funny. But we have that. And then the way we're going to be going down the line is we're going to be talking about all of these episodes via slides, just like this. And we're going to summarize each episode, give our thoughts, discuss, and we're going to rank it at the end. So you ready to go, buddy?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'm just pulling up. Sorry, I was not prepared. I had to get my laptop ready, so I have all my notes.
No, you're cool. Well, here, I'll start talking about the first episode. It's funny that we're here talking about this today, because him and I, we've been preparing for this for quite some time, watching all these episodes. And there is like something that's oddly strange about Goosebumps is that it's hard to find like a straight answer as to when all of these episodes came out, because you have them listed under like 3 or 4 different streaming services across, on Roku or whatever else. You have some of the episodes on YouTube, Netflix, Tubi, and they all kind of like identify each episode differently. Like, this is season 1, episode 1. This is season 1, episode 1. But I finally found a master list, so this should be correct based on, order of appearance. And if this is true, then this first episode, this is a home run right off the bat.
Yeah,
I don't think they could have started off stronger, really. Season 1, episode 1 and 2, two-part episode of The Haunted Mask. This, of course, is one of the most iconic stories in Goosebumps itself. And just telling you a little bit about it, it follows Carly Beth Caldwell, who is a shy, timid girl who's constantly teased by her teammates, especially by Steve and Chuck. They love scaring her and making her cry pretty often. She's a bit of a crybaby, I hate to say, but nevertheless, she's a sweet girl, and she just wants to be left alone. As Halloween approaches, Carly Beth becomes determined to finally scare them back. She wants to get them back for all the teasing and bullying they've been doing to her. So, in order to do this, she visits a strange costume shop run by a creepy old man, and she finds a grotesque, lifelike mask that terrifies even her. Despite the shopkeeper's warnings, she steals it and wears it on Halloween night. Once she puts it on, Carly Beth feels a lot stronger, meaner, and discovers she can't take it off. Her voice changes, her personality shifts, and she starts doing cruel things she'd never normally do. The mask seems to have a life of its own. By the end of part 1, Carly Beth realizes that the mask is fusing to her face, and she's no longer sure where she is and where the monster begins in her own mind because it starts to consume her as a person. Now, when we move on to part 2, it starts to heat up even more. Carly Beth, she's panicking desperately to get this thing off. She doesn't know what to do. It's stuck tight. She returns to the costume shop for help, and the shopkeeper keeps explaining that the masks are made from human evil and that they were too hideous to wear and now live on their own. They're each like their own life force. They're only a symbol, or the only way you can remove these masks is through a symbol of true love. That's kind of an odd concept. And Carly Beth, she is reminded of a strange gift that her mother made her, which is a bust of herself, which is like, a shoulders up head sculpt made out of like paper mache. Her mom made one that looks just like her. That's what she thinks. So she goes over to her house, finds this odd artifact that was made out of love. She holds it up to the mask, and the mask finally releases its grip and falls away from her. After this, she returns home relieved, and she's back to normal, back to her normal self. She's relieved the horror is over. However, it's not. Another kid, another friend of hers, Steve, finds the same haunted mask in the dirt, hinting that the curse will continue. So yeah, these 2 episodes. Of course, these are a lot of fun. I really enjoyed both of these. Carly Beth, there's her with the odd head sculpt. That's kind of iconic too.
Freaky.
I know, it's so weird.
Only Goosebumps would like make it's just the plot is just, it's so bizarre and so just like, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think that's like, at some point in the stream, I want to take a break and just go over our general observations of Goosebumps, because I think overall R.L. Stine is such a brilliant mind, and I'm curious to know how much input he had into the series being made, like the episodes, because I mean, there's really nothing else like this, and he just goes all the way in some really weird ideas like this.
Yeah. Well, some of my favorite parts of Goosebumps in general are the like these. I don't remember what he calls them exactly, the 2-parters, like they're like, but he does these little like intros where he's just like sitting on the porch. I love those so much. Those are so iconic.
Those are awesome. Yeah, those make the episodes sometimes.
Yeah.
There's a few we're gonna get to, like Terror Tower, where it's really kind of a not the best 2-parter, but he his appearance, I feel like, just boosted up a few.
A lot,
yeah. And there's of course her with the haunted mask, and this is right when she's about to kind of break the curse, because her weird head bust is made out of love. So yeah, strange concept, but nevertheless, this is just Goosebumps 101. I think this episode, it sets such a great standard for the series going forward. It creates such an interesting tone and environment that we're going to see replicated many times over. It's silly, it's witty, it is childish at times, but at the same time, it knows when to take itself seriously. It never really mocks itself, even though it has really kind of really strange ideas and concepts that don't make any sense. It just embraces it. It embraces it. It doesn't try to explain itself too much. Like a lot of mysteries are kind of left as mysteries, which is part of the fun. And really, you can't trust the more predictable elements, because usually by the end of a lot of these episodes, it kind of flips on its head. And that's not exactly the case with this one, but you'll see that going forward through a lot of these episodes. And, at the end of the day, I think a big factor that plays into the way I rank a lot of these is how likable characters are. And Carly Beth is a very likable person, very likable, charming young lady. and she has relatable struggles in this, and I think she was a great first protagonist to follow. And yeah, I think the mask itself is also truly terrifying. It's really freaky. It's hideous. It's horrifying. The way they, I don't know, the way they use it in this, the way it kind of consumes this innocent little girl is kind of hard to watch at times. So yeah, this is immediately a big A+ for me. Where do you put this, Ty? I'll put the ranking on the screen.
Yeah, I think that I also really like this episode, of course. I remember this episode like scaring me like really badly when I was younger. This entire franchise, all of the Goosebumps stuff, like I was very, very scared of it when I was younger. And then as I got older, I learned to really like it. But yeah, I think that this is like definitely like A tier, S tier, like very, very high up there. A really good start. I think that they kind of robbed it of its dignity a little bit by not having this as season 1, episode 1 and episode 2, because it is such a strong start. And even though like chronologically, this is the first episode, it is not, like you said, on streaming services. It is
not it's weird
put that way. And I think that that's kind of tragic, but yeah, this is a great one. This is a really good one. I think that like when we start seeing her really change her personality and start doing these things that people have been doing to her that she hates, you really start to like feel for her and realize that this is really not a good situation. And it's honestly kind of like, it's a very heavy topic for like a children's show. I think it goes over people's heads, but like this consumption of evil is like very intense. But yeah.
Good. Nice, man.
Yeah.
Cool. So what do you think?
Finest.
I think it's Slappy's Finest. Yeah, I think it's up there. Both of these. Some of these, like, so I have like 2 of each or 3 of each because each episode, a lot of the time we are just going to kind of put them together. Yeah. But I've made note of specific examples of several of these titles where one episode is way worse than the other. And that's where we'll delineate.
Yeah. So, and that's usually the second one. It's usually part 2.
Let me see. I'll get us back up here. Cool. All right, nice. So that's the first one. Great. Now, oh yeah. So this is season 1, episode 3, because that was a 2-parter.
Right.
Now we're talking about the Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Before we do, I want to just say hi to Rebel Rose. Thanks for joining us, Rebel. Appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the stream. So yeah, Cuckoo Clock of Doom. This one wasn't. This was definitely a sleeper for me. It was funny. Yesterday I was at a Halloween festival. And I went to a store downtown and he was selling a bunch of the Goosebumps books. And I pulled this one out. And this was like one of the covers I remembered well. This, weird bird popping out of the cuckoo clock. And I was so tempted to buy it. It's so cool. I love all these covers. That was part of the fun making these slides, was just seeing all the cool art that these books warranted. But yeah, so this is an interesting story. Not the best implementation. I think like something that bothers me with there's probably a dozen Goosebumps episodes where there is a miserable, totally infuriating little sister, and every time I see one of these, they make my blood boil. And this one has a clear example of that. The main premise of what happens here is there is an evil little sister who is set on ruining her older brother's life, which he is the main character in the story. And, strange things start to happen around the house once this new cuckoo clock enters the space. I think the dad got it from some strange antique shop. And the main young man, he has an encounter with the clock. And for whatever reason, it transports him back in time, and he has to relive his birthday over and over and over again. And he drives himself nuts, and he makes a strange wish that his sister didn't live, that she was never born. And the new reality he lives with, she doesn't exist, and she was never born. And at first he's like kind of sad about it, but he grows to accept it. And I'm pretty sure by the end of the episode, he was like content with this. Like, okay, I got my wish. My sister's not in the picture anymore. And it's kind of fun, like a fun aspect of this episode was he was 12 and he goes back in time to 6, and then he just keeps getting like younger and younger. It's kind of fun, I guess, but at the same time, pretty boring, forgettable episode. I'd be surprised if anybody watching has, particularly fond memories of this one. I don't remember enjoying this growing up. It's not scary. It's not exciting. Some of these episodes, I kind of wonder why they even exist. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Goosebumps books that were not adapted into episodes. There's a few we're going to be talking about today where I didn't see. I was looking at the books themselves and I didn't see them in an episode format. So I don't know why he didn't just use some of these other ones. But yeah, really, it's just an infuriating interaction most of the time between the boy and his younger sister, who, like I said, is just trying to irritate him and ruin his life. And it's a decent, curious topic, right? Going back in time, having a magical clock. But at the end of the day, it didn't really excite me too much. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I always remember this one being like the one that I would just kind of skip over because it's just very forgettable. I remember, this little sister is just she's just she's just so cheeky and just honestly, this episode as a kid, I always remember really not liking it because of the parents. I felt
really?
The parents were really just so dumb that they weren't able to as a kid and having a sibling, I was experiencing these things as the older brother, all that kind of stuff. And I was just these parents are just blind. They don't care. They're not doing anything. I did think with the aspect of him, once he turned the bird's head, he turned the bird's head, tried to break it to try to get the sister in trouble, but that ended up triggering the time, going back in time.
Interesting.
And I thought that was a nice little touch. The fact that he had to as a baby flip it back in the antique shop in order to reverse everything. But yeah, overall, very forgettable. Also, this kid has the worst friends in the entire world. They're all so mean to him. They're laughing at him when he's embarrassed, at his own birthday party. And I'm just why? Why would you it's just,
oh, you're right. I remember that.
Yeah, they're all laughing at him when he falls with the cake, and it's just you are not my friends. But yeah, very.
Yeah, I guess that's the period of your life where it's your parents just invite random kids to your birthday party.
You're
anyway,
cake and presents. Okay.
I remember I had a birthday at Chuck E. Cheese when I was young, and looking back on the kids that showed up, I maybe knew 2 of them, and the rest were just random kids.
You met them once at a playground, and your mom got their mom's phone number, and that's how it happened.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Is there another slide? Okay, no. So just quickly, I don't know what happened on the left here. It looks like he's covered in blood, but it's not blood. There's no way Goosebumps would have that in here. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's oil or paint.
To remember what happened. Yeah.
I don't remember that at all. This was a more forgettable episode. I'm giving this, let me put the tier ranking. I'm going to give this a 40%. So that's Goose Flops. Do you have your own thoughts?
I think that's good.
Goose Flops. All right.
Yeah, it's not a very good episode.
No.
Not bottom of the barrel, but nothing to write home to mom about.
No. So you didn't write home to mom about it? No. All right.
Some of the other good.
Yeah, good. Same here. I've been excited about a few of these. I like what Rebel Rose says here. Just like the books, not every episode was gold, but that's because he wrote them so fast and didn't hold back, even if the book wasn't great. I respect all the stories. I mean, there's a lot of potential here. It's there's so many great concepts in this mix. I would love a movie treatment of all of these in an R-rated setting. I think not this next one, possibly. This is a fun one. Let me pull up the next slide. This is one I really enjoyed. The Girl Who Cried Monster. This is, let's see, do I have a picture? Okay, good. I'm going to leave it on this image because this, I believe on Tubi, this was the first one that was listed as the first episode of this season. This is a lot of fun. Girl Who Cried Monster, season 1, episode 4. Stories about a young girl who visits the library late at night after noticing strange habits from her teacher earlier in the day during tutoring. After sneaking in uninvited, like late at night, she goes off on her own, leaves her parents, and sneaks into the library alone. And she sees this strange man who, she knows as, somewhat of a role model, a fatherly figure. And she catches him evolved into this horrifying bug alien person. And she watches him in disgust after it's revealed that he is eating live crickets. And he's really munching on these things. He was smacking those lips, eating these crickets. And of course, this freaked her out. She was terrified. She rushes home. And worse yet, the monster-faced man follows her and tries to get inside. And, he's literally, he doesn't break in or anything. But from what I remember, he's standing outside like the glass door. And it's like, it's so infuriating because the parents, they are not alarmed about this at all. She tells her and pleads with her parents that a strange man, her tutor, has followed her home and he's stalking her. And they seem oddly calm about it. And later on, they even invite the man over for dinner. I couldn't believe it. And the real shock comes when later on, when he does show up to dinner, because, he doesn't want his identity revealed. We don't exactly know what his character is planning on doing here. But the parents reveal that they're actually monsters too, and that they're going to eat him for dinner. And they knew he was an alien, so they eat him alive. They devour him right in the dining room in front of their daughter. That's the ending of the episode. You don't watch it happen, but it's alluded to that. And I think I love that ending. I think it's perfect. This is one of the more memorable episodes that definitely stuck with me when I was young. Really freaked me out. This guy is horrifying. I think the terrible circumstance of just, a strange man, an adult, following a child home, stalking a child, trying to get in a child's house is so awful and evil that it's like, it makes your blood boil just thinking that the parents at first, I think maybe they knew what was happening ahead of time, but they didn't care. They were totally indifferent about the whole situation. That's what makes the episode like that much more tragic to watch, which I think adds to its entertainment value. But at the same time, I just kind of wonder if this is just a different time, like the 90s, were parents really that trusting of each other, even when it comes to an adult with a child, or is this just like a Goosebumps element? I'm not sure. This did screw me up as a kid, but I could not recommend this one greater. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really like this one. I always remember this, there's few of these that I always remember just the monster in general. And the monster in general, if that's the thing that really stays in my mind, those are the episodes that I really kind of solidify as my favorites. And this is one of them for sure. I think I love the aspect of this, be careful what you wish for type of thing, which we see over and over and over again in Goosebumps episodes, so oftenly repeated with these kids who want something and then it ends up backfiring. And this girl, she was unscarable, super into horror, super into monsters, all these things. And it's so when this finally happened to her, she's kind of now she's freaked out, but this is what she's been super interested in. I think the librarian guy, he, even now, as watching it as an adult, he gives me almost predatory vibes as he's trying to get in the house, and she's standing at the screen door with her bag that she left, or her camera or something, and it's just he's just so creepy, and that alone is freaky, let alone the monster thing. And then, of course, the finale, the end of this, where everything kind of flips and it turns out that they're monsters, is really interesting, because I agree with you. Up until the end, it's these parents are really not being protective of their daughter. But then you kind of realize that it's they are much higher. They know that they're much higher on the food chain than this guy. And it's kind of actually interesting to think about. It's this guy is higher off the food chain than these crickets and the bugs he's eating, and then the people are higher on the food chain than he is. I just I love that aspect. So
let me see. Do I have another picture? Okay, no, I don't. Yeah, I was hoping I had a picture of the parents like getting ready to eat him, but no.
Also, this little kid, the little like her friend who is just like so like not believable, like not believing her is like always like bothered me. Like you don't trust your friend that's genuinely like frightened and like this isn't a joke anymore. She's not acting like, she's genuinely afraid. She thinks this man is trying to eat her.
That's so frustrating. I can't stand that. The indifferent friend, the indifferent parent. Yeah. Let's rank this one. This is so good. I like Rebel Rose. She's right. They used her as bait. That's pretty messed up. Nice. You know what, parents? You could have been wrong. This could have been the way worse thing, really.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we'll put. I have this one. I rank this one. I know everybody, we're ranking these high. These are great episodes right off the bat. I'm going to rank them high. If it's great and I love it and it hits, I'm going to rank it high.
There's going to be a lot of episodes going forward that are just going to be like low. So like these...
I'm giving this. So I have it at 90%. I don't know. I wouldn't say Slappy's finest. I think it's 90% flat, tragic triumph. What do you think?
Yeah, I could go tragic. I think that it's probably...
I don't know. It could be Slappy's finest. I mean, it's
I
really...
don't think so. I think it's trade. Yeah, I think it's trade triumph. Or
okay,
is that what that says?
Tragic.
Tragic. Oh, it's so small on my screen. I can't see it.
You're cool. You're cool. I'll try to make it bigger next time.
Yeah, 80 to 90 is good.
Okay, cool. Nice. All right, on to the next one. All right. This is a fun two-parter. Welcome to Camp Nightmare. I remembered elements of this one from when I was younger too, but this wasn't, I don't remember this being like, this is not a favorite at all. It's decent though. Yeah, Welcome to Camp Nightmare, part 1 and part 2, season 1, episode 5 and 6. The main premise is there's a big group of kids that get dropped off in the middle of nowhere and are greeted by a very strange man known as Uncle Al. It's never good if a strange man has to give himself the uncle status like this. So he does right off the bat. He's Uncle Al, and he runs the show here at this camp. It's like a summer camp where they like stay away. And the kids, you know, he wants everybody to have a fun time, but they all have to follow some very strange rules. And one of those strangest ones is do not go to the forbidden bunk. And during the camp, of course, all these kids, all these young boys are bored out of their minds, and they end up, you know, checking out the forbidden bunk. It's a strange space. I actually don't really remember that much about the bunk itself. I remember more so the tragic events that happen around the bunk. But during the camp, some really strange things happen. Kids start disappearing out of nowhere, especially after weird little events take place where it shouldn't warrant a child's disappearance at all. Like one of the kids gets bit by a snake, then all of a sudden he's not anywhere to be seen. And the pattern continues as more kids disappear. What makes it, particularly frustrating is that there are several camp counselors that are totally oblivious. They're like, who are you talking about? Jimmy? We don't have any Jimmies here, pal. Come on. You're not getting enough sleep, buddy. And that just creates a really frustrating environment for the main character. He's going nuts. Nobody believes him except like 2 of his other friends who eventually disappear after I think it's like him. It's the main kid and he has 2 friends and they're on like a rowboat in a pond. I think they were trying to escape somebody coming to grab them. But before the main kid gets to go on the boat, he looks over and the kids, they tip over and then they disappear, and they don't drown or anything. They just completely disappear. It's a frustrating environment here. I think it's Billy. Billy's the main kid, and he's losing it. And eventually all the kids go missing to the point where he's the only one left. And there's a funny twist to all of this. So Billy, he's put into a sticky situation where he has to make a pretty, let's see, what's a word I can use for this? He's put in a moral conundrum here where he confronts Uncle Al. He's furious. And I think I have a picture here. He has a crossbow, but I think it's not like a it's not a lethal weapon. I think it has like some injection. Maybe it'll make
tranquilizer darts.
Yeah, tranquilizer dart. That's what it is. And he is threatening to put Uncle Al under if he doesn't explain what's happening here. And he decides to actually shoot Uncle Al. And right after he does this, Uncle Al, he freaks out and he acts like he's hurt, but it was all an act. And Uncle Al reveals that everything that has transpired this whole time has all been a performance. No one is dead. Everyone's fine. All of the other kids come out from behind the bushes. And I guess there was a monster. I think the monster was the one that was like, responsible for the children's disappearances, but it kind of looked like it was more so Uncle Al or the camp counselors that were involved. And at the end of the day, it was all performance. And Billy's wondering, what is happening here? Why on earth is this? Why was I put through this strange simulation? And it's revealed that this was a government simulation created to test Billy to see if he can join his parents on an expedition to Earth. Now you're thinking, what? Aren't they on Earth? Well, it's revealed in the final moments when he's reunited. I think he's reunited with his parents here, or maybe not. Maybe he's just talking to a counselor, and they all look up at the sky, and they're actually on a different planet because Earth is in the distance, like us looking at the moon. So they're not even on Earth, and that's the ending. I thought, you know what? I think part one was totally boring. This is where both of the episodes really weren't that great here. It's a really interesting idea. I thought this wolf was, or whatever this mechanical animal is, it was kind of interestingly played out. I don't remember it being very prominent. I really forgot about it altogether. So I don't think it was really that prominent in the episode. I think it was mostly centered around the people being the villains. But overall, it was more boring, even though it was an intriguing concept. A lot of the dialogue was pretty flat. Didn't really care about any of these characters, even though it was tragic seeing these poor kids disappear. But at the end of the day, my points are being awarded mostly towards like the shocking finale, because I think this is such a great twist in the end, and it's really creative. I loved how this all panned out. It was a government simulation. Never would have saw that coming. And like a lot of these episodes that maybe weren't the best, a lot of sleepers, they make up for it by a pretty exciting, entertaining like final 20 minutes. So those are my thoughts. What do you think, Ty?
Yeah, I think this one is kind of like, it's a forgettable one for me, in my opinion. I think that, yeah, the first half is like, it's really slow, which is not common for these. They're only 25 minute episodes. Yeah. So there's not really much time to just like start it out slow. You kind of just have to jump in. Just got to jump into it. I thought that the protagonist, this kid, I really liked him. I think that was about the only thing that I really liked about this episode. I think that they totally missed the bar on, exactly like you said, using this monster thing as the actual antagonist, because, yeah, it really felt like it was just Uncle Al and the other counselor guy in the background that were just like gaslighting this kid the entire time. And then like, I actually really did not like the ending of this one. Oh, wow. I thought it was just really I thought it was just like a lame way to end it. I mean, I think that it was shocking. It was shocking, and there was shock value and all that kind of stuff. But it was just such a weird flip. Like, we're in this camp. Like, I'm kind of set in this camp. Like, everything's going on in this camp. And then it turns out that it's all like not real. And like, it just felt like it was kind of like a weird turnaround at the very end. It kind of just flipped the script and changed a little bit. But yeah, I think overall it's an okay episode. I'm not
big about it. Looks like you and Rebel Rose agree. The ending of this one really disappointed me. That's surprising. I think you're right. It is totally out of place. Like, there's nothing to suggest that there's some like government experiment going on here. It doesn't make sense. But I think that was part of the fun for me, that it was just so wacky. But at the same time, there's no anticipation to build that concept up. So I get that. Let's go to the tier list. See where we put this. I think I had this at let's see. Oh yeah, I had this at a 5 out of 10. Mid monster.
That's
What do you
probably
think?
fine. I think that, I mean, I would even be willing to say like the first half could be in Boredom Beware. And the second half in
Yeah.
Goosebumps.
Yeah,
It
okay.
feels like the first was just the first
Okay, we'll
half was
split them.
so boring.
Yeah, so we'll do I agree. The first half is terrible. Yeah, that's Boredom Beware. I hate to say it, there's quite a few of these episodes that are just strictly boring. I wish that wasn't the case. All right, great. Next one is an interesting title. Let's get this back on up here. Season 1. Put us back on the map. Oh, whoops, my bad. There we go.
There you go.
All right, season 1, episode 7, Phantom of the Auditorium. I also saw this at the Halloween festival, this cover. I like this cover. I love all these covers. They're so cool. I was at a convention. Where was it? It was gosh, where was I? I was far away. I think I was in Philly. I don't know why I ended up there, but there was a big convention there, and there was the artist that made all these covers, and I wish I would have gotten an autograph in one of his prints, but back then I've never read any of these books. I think if I was going to read anything, I would definitely be interested in these because they just look like so much fun. But at the same time, they made the show for a reason, and I much rather prefer watching the show. But yeah, here we are, season 1, episode 7, Phantom of the Auditorium. This story follows two students, Brooke and Zeke, and they are thrilled to be cast as the leads in their school's production of The Phantom, which has been playing for 72 years straight. The play, however, comes with a creepy legend that years ago, the original student who was supposed to play the Phantom mysteriously disappeared right before opening night. At the end of the day, what's determined is the play is cursed, and Brooke starts to see the Phantom everywhere she goes, and she's kind of tripping because this Phantom just keeps showing up everywhere, inside and outside of the play. It's freaking her out. She's freaking out here. And worse yet, her friend is framed for this appearance and for antagonizing her and other students. It wasn't Zeke's fault. This wasn't him. It was somebody else. And the kids are starting to realize that it's probably the janitor that's involved. There's a few different leads that suggest this. And they eventually fall into like this trap door on the stage. It's sort of like a rising platform for like theatrical effects. And they see the janitor down there, and he was disguised as the Phantom. So it's like, okay, it was just the silly old janitor. Turns out he was homeless. He was a homeless man dressed as the Phantom to keep kids away from his encampment. And, everybody was satisfied by this answer. It wasn't really considered that serious of a threat that he was there, which, nowadays would be like really serious. And everybody just kind of goes on hunky dory, problem solved, right? Well, he wasn't the Phantom still. That was still just a little stunt. The Phantom reveals himself again during the production when the child here is playing the Phantom, of course, and he's possessed as he's risen on the platform. And he has like one final goodbye. He does I think he does something kind of spooky, and he starts doing like a strange, like adult voice. And a lot of people just kind of cough it off as like a great performance from the kid. And the spirit disappears after this moment. He kind of, the child from 72 years ago, I guess he died, and his spirit was like attached to the school and to this performance. And he finally got to play as the Phantom, and he disappears after 72 years has passed. That's pretty much the end of the episode here. I think, like, funny enough, I'm wondering if they were leaning into this on purpose, that they wanted this episode to be kind of like a production itself. Like, I don't, it's hard to like put into words why it felt this way, but out of all the episodes of Goosebumps, this episode literally felt like a school play the whole time. Just the way the kids were acting. It could literally just come down to maybe poor child performances. And also, I think the way the whole thing was staged, it just seemed like a amateur production, which was part of the fun. So I guess you could excuse maybe the indecent quality to that. But if they were going for that, that worked pretty well. At the end of the day, a lot of the kids' deliveries were pretty flat. I do like, I appreciate in Goosebumps that we literally just follow kids. I mean, these are like just kids. These aren't like great actors. There's like several that stick out for better performances, but it's kind of like R.L. Stine just grabbed a kid off the street and threw him into some of these roles. And this is like a clear example of that. I did like the interesting switcheroo. I thought it was fun, but overall, it wasn't a very exciting episode. What are your thoughts, Ty?
Yeah, this episode is mid in my opinion. I think that there are some really interesting elements. I thought that it was really funny that there's this like homeless man under the state, like in the little like wherever he was that was dressed up. It was just that was always really funny to me.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like another one of those like kind of heavy issues that like kids probably don't really comprehend. Like it kind of goes over a kid's head. Like just the idea that like someone does not have a place to live and so they're like camping out and like hiding and disguising themselves. It's just that's kind of like
it's creepy, it's bad, it's concerning.
Yeah. Right, exactly. I think the finale was very interesting and I thought that it was kind of like a nice way to like end it, like letting the spirit kind of finally rest. And like I wish we would have gotten a little bit more backstory of what exactly happened to the kid, because it's like they said he's missing and at the end it's like he died, but we don't know how he died. And it's like I would like to know. That would be a little interesting. I think overall it's a pretty I really remember this one as one of those that I would just pretty much skip all the way through.
Yeah, this is more of a pass, but it's not bad. It's just a pass. Yeah, I remember the fiery eyes scene. I think that's where it's like the reveal that he's definitely the Phantom when he shows himself, and it was freaky. Like I thought this is kind of a scary image. Yeah, none of these. It's funny. Like by the end of the stream, Ty, I want you to tell everybody if any of these episodes actually scared you watching them as an adult, because I think one of them did for me, but not really.
I don't know.
Let's
think
well, you got plenty of time.
Yeah.
So let's give it a ranking on the tier ranking here. So I had it as 5 out of 10 mid monster. Somehow we haven't put anything there. So that's what I'm thinking. What do you think?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's cool. Or maybe Goose Flops. I think it's mid. I think it's decent though. Oh, this next one. I'm very excited about this one. I love this piano lessons one. Let's see. I get it ready again. Piano lessons can be murder. Season 1, episode 8. I also saw this cover at the shop I was at. Very tempted to get all of these. I had a feeling they were going to be expensive, so I didn't bother, but this is one of my favorite episodes, and I'm going to show everybody a picture, and you will remember peeing your pants watching this. I think it's the next slide. Him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is one of my favorite characters in all of Goosebumps. Oh, let me tell you a little bit about the story. Oh my gosh. This is so fun. I love this. So what happens here is, it's a classic tale of a child moving into a new house in a new neighborhood. He doesn't know anything, doesn't have any friends. And when he moves in here, of course, he's reluctant. He doesn't want to move into a new neighborhood. He finds this piano. I believe it's in the attic, and it's playing on its own. He's kind of freaked out. Of course, his parents don't believe him. I don't get it. Like, I don't remember making up a lot of stuff when I was a kid about weird haunted stuff like this, but yeah, no parents in these episodes ever believe their children unless they're part of the problem, and this is another case of that. And for whatever reason, watching this kind of spikes his interest in piano playing, and he goes to learn lessons from this really weird old guy here. And at first, he's not like a concerning character. But right off the bat, I just remembered how freaky this guy is. I think he might be the freakiest character. Maybe not scariest, but he is freaky in this. And I'll tell you why in a minute. I don't want to give it up yet, but he has a very odd fixation on the child. And at first, it's kind of normal. His name's Mr. Shriek. And he has, he's an insightful teacher that's passionate about piano playing, but something's off about him. He's not a normal dude at all. There's something weird. There's a screw loose. And this is also a really weird building. It almost looks abandoned. It's a giant warehouse building. And I think there's quite a few floors to it. And the kid, for whatever reason, decides to just kind of venture off and look around. And he enters a do not enter space later on. And that's where he runs into a mad genius who is he's very tech savvy, and we're kind of led to believe he's a genius for some reason. I think maybe he probably says it himself. I'm not sure, but he's very tech savvy. He builds robots. That's what it is. He has like a fancy robot in the basement, and it's like cleaning the floors or something. It's very advanced. And he accidentally slips that he made Mr. Shriek. And like at first we're like not exactly sure what that means, but he kind of like shrugs it off. Something that is noted earlier in this interaction that the kid has with Mr. Shriek is that Mr. Shriek likes his hands a lot, and he holds his hands, and he believes the child is so talented with his hands, and like a seed of like distrust is starting to grow here. And we're starting to realize that this guy is definitely a little creepy, but for whatever reason, the kid shrugs it off. It's not a big deal. And later that night, he goes back home, of course, and he finds the piano playing again, and he encounters a ghost woman. And the ghost woman pleads with him, do not go back to Mr. Shriek. He is evil. Do not visit him again. And I think from what I remember, he is kind of reluctant at this point to go to Mr. Shriek, but I think his mom tells him he has to go do his piano lessons. So he does. He goes back the next day and he's doing his lessons. And now Mr. Shriek, or Dr. Shriek, whatever you want to call him, he's totally lost it. And now he's consumed, and he grabs the kid's hands and he's holding on to them and he's crushing them, and he loves them, and the kid's agonizing in pain. Oh, he's shrieking himself. And the kid barely escapes, and he's running off, and he's being chased by Dr. Shriek into the basement again. And as he rushes, he runs into the mad genius, and he's like, oh, thank goodness, help me, sir, I need help. This strange, freaky dude is chasing after me. And Dr. Shriek, he follows him into that room, and then he shuts down. And I don't remember if it's the mad genius that turns him off, or maybe he has, like I said, a screw loose or something, but he shuts down, and it is definitely clear that the mad genius was behind this, and that he made Dr. Shriek, and that he himself is also super weird, and he also likes the kid's hands. And in this room, I'm not exactly sure what his intentions are with this protagonist at this point, but it's not good. From what I believe, I think it's revealed that he cut off hands of all his students before, and this is sort of revealed in this odd arrangement where all of these pianos, I think it's in this first image here, all of the pianos are playing themselves with these ghost hands. And I don't know exactly why his fixation is so strong with this, but he is definitely obsessed. He has this very obscure room where all this is happening. And as the kid, he's kind of left without any hope. He's stuck alone with this weirdo in this basement with all these hands. I think he's planning to cut this kid's hands off. The ghost appears and saves the kid. And funny enough, the ghost, although it appears like she's kind of evil at first, I guess you could still maybe make the argument that she is evil, but she forces him to play piano for all eternity. And he's stuck down there crying himself, agonizing in pain as the ghost lady is luring over him, as she will not let him go because he has to play the piano forevermore until he's dead. This has a great main protagonist. This main kid did an awesome job. Great child actor. One of the better performances from a kid. Really impressive expressions. Very convincing. And I thought it was such an exciting concept, start to finish. The disturbing obsession with the hands made it that much more creepy and horrifying to watch. And overall, it's just disturbing. I love a good disturbing story, and this is definitely at the top of the tiers when it comes to disturbing episodes, without a doubt. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really, really like this one. I think that, Dr. Shriek and the mad scientist and Dr. Shriek, both of them are both like so creepy. And like the whole idea of this like basement with it's just so off-putting when I rewatched it. Like I just really like I didn't remember how weird it is. And then the stuff with the hands, like the obsession and the obsessive nature of these people with the like hands and stuff is just like, just makes me sick. And that's a good thing. I mean, it's like, it's just like so gross. And like, also like the idea that like these parents are just not concerned whatsoever about any of these things that their kid is saying, and their kid is getting like borderline assaulted at their piano lessons every day, and you're like, no, go back.
Yeah,
we're paying for these, so go back. Like, that's so frustrating. And then of course, like the ending is kind of, it feels satisfying because it's like, cool, dude, you like hands so much, like you can play piano for forever and like never be able to do anything else. And like that honestly was probably like the best thing that could have happened at the end of this episode, because like, I know it's, if it wasn't R.L. Stine, I'd say like, just like kill him, but can't do that. Can't do that.
Man,
so.
I don't know. I think this is worse than death. I'm glad I have the picture here. Yeah, that's the mad genius holding his hands down. It's like, gosh, stop, leave him alone. And then there he is on the right, just totally, he's miserable now. He's screwed. Yeah. I think what happened was he cut the teacher's hand, or that might have been his teacher before, from what I remember, maybe the old lady. I think that's the case. And her, I don't think she has hands. And now he's off. Now she's making him do it.
I think aren't her hands the ones that are always playing the piano in the house or something?
Is that what it is? Maybe so.
So I think that's, I might be wrong, but I think it's her hands that are stuck on that piano. So yeah, because she has no hands in this scene.
Oh gosh, anyway. Great episode. Let's rank it. I love this one. So let's see. Put it here. What do you think, Ty? Where do you want to put it?
I think that this is definitely a tragic triumph for me.
Oh really? Oh, tragic triumph.
I mean, what do you think?
I think I have it as Slappy's finest. I think it's mid. I think it's 95 for me. But, with ours together, I can put it to tragic triumph because yours is lower.
That works, but that's still up to 90. So, I mean, it's a good episode.
Yes, I love that one so much. We have quite a few more to get through here. I feel good so far. This is a good hour.
I'm feeling fine. We're doing good, making good pace. We're on episode 9 now.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to the next one. Let's say hi to the chat real quick. Thanks, guys, for joining us. Whoops. We want to see us, of course. There's so many tabs here. I'm having a hard time. Let's see. Blue Collar Loser. What's up, buddy? Hey, Jackson. I'll catch the replay. I think that means he's a member. So thanks for being a member, Blue. Hey, Jackson. I'll catch the replay. Just woke up in a KFC parking lot. Gonna stream Gears of War when I get home. I used to read Goosebumps in school. Wow. I'm glad you made it out all right, bro.
Someone had a good Saturday.
Yeah, he was reading too much Goosebumps last night. That's all. Yeah. To prep for the stream. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. And if anybody's interested in supporting the channel, check out my memberships. I have my Band of Brawlers and my Brawlers Brawn. Really appreciate the support. If you just go to my page and become a member, I'd greatly appreciate it. If not, no big deal at all. Comes with some great perks, though. Proct Fog, good to see you, buddy. The only mod I have. Sounds like R.L. Stine had some really traumatic piano lessons. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how much of this harkens back to his own experience. Oh, wait. Oops. Wrong season. That was close. I spoiled it. Okay. This is like a story that has a lot of potential, but fell flat for me. Mm-hmm. This is, season 1, episode 9, Return of the Mummy. And, I think the Mummy here, it's such an iconic, I like in the intro with Goosebumps, he'd always pop out and it was always freaky. Something I really enjoyed about watching Goosebumps again was seeing all of the intro elements, where they came from. And this, of course, came from this episode here, Return of the Mummy. Didn't have the best experience with this one. For whatever reason, this family, I think it's a family of 4, they are able to enter this beautiful, untouched pyramid, fully intact and unguarded. I don't know what jurisdiction they have, but they were able to get right on in there like it was nothing. I guess the
jurisdiction.
Yeah, right. Goosebumps jurisdiction. I think the dad and the mom were they had some sort of agency, like they were archaeologists or something, but really nothing was blocked off at all, and everything looked totally unscathed. They were in this pyramid. They were looking for the prince's tomb, and one of the main kids, he had this summoner toy. Let me see if I have a picture of that here. I don't think I do. Nope. Yeah, don't have a picture of the summoner toy. It's pretty much like a mummy hand, and I don't know why anybody would want this. It's supposed to be like a novelty gift, I guess, but it actually comes to life and it becomes like an important tool that's going to be used throughout this experience, traversing through the tomb. And while they're kind of just haphazardly wandering through the pyramid, the family stumbles into a curious reporter that's interested in being the first to uncover the story. And yeah, the reporter was able to just come right on here like it's nothing. Anybody could steal anything from this pyramid. People could destroy it. They could deface it. There's no reason to believe that this wouldn't have happened before. But yeah, the reporter comes in like it's nothing, and she ends up traversing the tomb with the kids and the father. And eventually, the kids they fall into a trap door where they find the mummy inside. And the mummy, of course, comes to life. Weirder yet, the reporter, the lady that comes in, she is not just some reporter. The veil is torn now, and it's turned out that the reporter is actually the sister of the mummy, and she is this weird, like, fantastical lady here. And she takes control of the mummy and sends him after the kids. Not exactly sure what she wants. I think maybe she wants their life essence or something like that. But I think in their like story past, she's always been kind of a ruler over her brother. And this doesn't end up working. The mummy, we don't get like any mummy action here. You see him for like a minute, maybe 2 minutes tops, and he's just kind of stumbling around. Doesn't look like he can actually do anything exciting. And this doesn't end up working. She has an amber amulet, and I guess it's like tied to her life force. For whatever reason, it turns into a roach and it gets destroyed. I can't exactly remember how that happened, but that causes her death. Or the amulet doesn't turn into a roach. She turns into a roach. And that's the end of her story. And that's pretty much it. The kids eventually escape, and that's the end. There's not really any crazy twists or turns. It's not a very exciting episode. Like I said, you barely get to see the mummy, which is the whole point why we're here. And all the actors are terrible. The adults were awful. The children were awful. Nobody was likable. It was sterile. Not a single strong moment that I can take home to call mom about, as you say, Ty. So yeah, I rank this pretty low. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is not a good one. I think that in general, I don't like the mummy thing, like in general.
The concept,
yeah, I just don't like the concept. And I think that in order to really make it look good, you have to really do it right. And like you said, this one had potential. Like if they had completely changed the story but kept the mummy and made him more of the monster that's like the antagonist and everything, like it might be a little different. But it's like so like confusing. Nothing makes any rational sense whatsoever, which is obviously it really takes you out of it when everything you're seeing on the screen does not make any sense. And all the people are just like able to do stuff that they should not be able to do. Like it's pretty simple. Like if you're gonna have them come in the tomb, just write a little bit of background about how they're able to be in there, or say they snuck in, or like something. It's just like, this one's super boring. I think the mummy looks pretty good, but that's literally the only redeeming quality. That's not even that good. It's not even that redeeming. So yeah.
All of the maybe not all the effects, but all the costumes, they always look pretty good. I think he always hits home with that. And you're right. That's
like,
yeah, he looks great. Why we didn't get more mummy like scaring them around the pyramid? I don't know why. I mean, that great potential. Let's go to the ranking here. And we're starting to get pretty busy here, so that's cool. I had Oh, whoops. Looks like you just maybe missed one. Return of the Living Mummy. Here we go. I had that one as ghoul vomit. I think that's totally fair. What do you think? It could be dead. It could be dead. I might put it as dead.
I'm calling that dead.
Let's do dead. I think it's dead. There's really nothing redeemable. Like you said, the only entertaining aspect is the mummy, and he's barely there. So yeah, I had it at 20%. So you're right. That's fair. Sad.
That's our first F tier.
Yep. First F tier. No redemption in dead. All right, great. So let's go. Let's say hi to the chat real quick. I saw, look at this. Galley-Ardo became a YouTube member. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah. We love Luke here, and he always a welcome voice. So thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Proctfile. I remember a lot of mummy media when I was a kid, under wraps. Mummies Alive, the Brendan Fraser movies, good times. I haven't really seen any mummy titles. I haven't seen the mummy movies either, which I would try with Brendan Fraser.
There's that one that just came out. All right, not just came out, but with like Tom Hanks, I think. Was it Tom Hanks?
Oh, Cruise. Tom Cruise.
Oh, Tom Cruise. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
No. Yeah. Well, I think that was probably 10 years ago, but it was I don't know, unless you're thinking of a newer one than that, but I'm pretty sure it was Mummy. If you want to look it up, I'm curious. But yeah, let's move on to the next one. So, season 1, episode 10, of course. This is iconic.
2017.
Okay, so nearly 10 years ago. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a sleeper. I don't think anybody has anything good to say about that. Of course, the introduction of Slappy. This is, I love all of these, of course, with Slappy. He's iconic for a reason. I've been looking, I'm trying to find a really nice doll of this. I would love one of these sitting on a cupboard or something like that. I did see one at the toy show I was at, but it just didn't look that good. I'm looking for a really nice one. And I like, you see the difference. I don't know where they came up with this design because, the iconic Goosebumps books image is the one on the right. All of them are illustrated like that. So I don't know how they created the head sculpt as seen on the left, which is my favorite version. But I don't care at the end of the day because it's great. Talking about his first appearance though, which confuses me because it's titled as Night of the Living Dummy 2. Maybe that's not what this book says here, but that's what it says. That's what the title is of the episode. So I don't get it. I don't think there is a Night of the Living Dummy 1. I tried finding it. But the premise of the story is we follow a family that in the very beginning is enjoying a very nice moment together. The kids are putting together a fun talent roundup, and they're all sharing their gifts with each other. It was a cute family moment. And a little girl proudly shows off her new puppetry skills with Slappy, not knowing that he's, an evil puppet. And things quickly take a dark turn, when Slappy takes control as he starts mocking her dad's singing, because he recently started singing a song on a guitar or something like that. It didn't sound so good. So he's making fun of him and grilling him. He also starts making fun of her mother's weight. And Slappy starts belittling the boy while criticizing the sister's painting as well. And her older sister, showing off this painting she spent so much time on, and he's grilling her for that. And also grilling the little brother. He's really he's torching this family. And
he's
going in, man. And he's really, the dad's pretty upset. And later on, Slappy, he is the no good friend, of course. He paints all over the older sister's painting, and he frames her for it too. And nothing just seems to be going in this poor little girl's favor. All these terrible things happen around the house. It's all his fault. He's making it look like it's her. I don't know why he's so evil. She has good intentions with you, Slappy. Come on, cut her some slack. He is a deviant in this episode. He later harasses another child as he pinches her hand. It's like a little girl. And again, the little girl is framed for doing this, making the doll do it for whatever reason. And it further escalates later that night when Slappy grabs the father's guitar and nearly smashes it on his head while he's asleep. And of course, the guitar does get smashed, but it doesn't hit him. And she's blamed for it yet again. And Amy's the main girl's name. She is sick of this. She throws Slappy into the sewer, and she thinks that's the end of the story, but of course it's not. Somehow he survives, and he returns to torment the family yet again. And after a tense tussle, the older sister manages to break him, and his spirit escapes his body, entering another one of her dolls. This is, of course, a classic. I think, Slappy is the token child, the token scare of Goosebumps, right? And I think all of these are, so iconic. I love talking about the iconic episodes because there's so many that just stick out more than the others. There are better Slappy episodes we're going to be getting. This is not the best. This isn't the worst, but it's definitely a fun entrance into the character. I don't know why they didn't just smash the doll earlier. That's what's funny about Goosebumps is there's so many times where there is a solution that can be made very early on. This is a porcelain doll. I don't know why they didn't just destroy it earlier. Destroy it, not throw it away. Destroy it, and that did not happen. But I guess that's part of the fun. I have pretty high ranking for this though. What are your thoughts, Ty?
Yeah, this one, like you said, is just like, it's a staple. I mean, if you ask anybody that knows anything, even if they've never seen the show or anything, like if you ask someone about Goosebumps, they're most likely going to say, oh yeah, the dummy guy, Slappy, like, because he's just so prevalent. And then they made that movie, the Goosebumps movie with Jack Black and all that stuff, where he's also in that. So then that was a newer iteration of him that kind of gave people more of a idea of who he was. There was a lot of kids who watched that movie but didn't watch the show.
Yeah.
Anyways, I remember this episode as a child was like the one that I watched like with everybody. Like if we were gonna watch an episode of Goosebumps, it was this one.
Nice.
Just because like something about his like lifeless body, just like in this picture right here, he's like so like he's obviously like not moving, but he looks like he could just like jump at any second.
Yeah.
Also the fact that he's like almost the same height as her is like
he's big,
bizarre. Like he's a very big puppet.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, this one's like, as a kid I remember hating it because it was like, this girl is getting like her whole family like is so angry at her. They're so mad at her. She's like screwing everybody over and everybody's so upset. And I just remember watching that and being like, she didn't even do anything. Like this stupid puppet is just like manipulating her entire family and they're all blaming it on her. Just another one of those like Goosebumps things. Like the family never believes anybody.
Yeah. Okay, good. I love these pictures. These are two great pictures. I'm glad you mentioned. You're right. It's enormous. It's a huge doll. I love Slappy. Rachel says she hates Slappy. I love Slappy. But yeah, hates him in a good way, I guess. Let's give this a ranking. This is a fun one. So iconic, of course. I'll put this as the main screen. I had this as an 8 out of 10, so I think it should be under Tragic Triumph, not Freaky Good. You think the same?
Yeah, I agree. This is a really good one. I think that,
yeah.
I wouldn't say it's Slappy's finest.
No,
because there's going to be ones later that I think are related with Slappy. So I mean, it's called Slappy's finest for a reason. We got to have at least one or two of them in there.
Yes. There's one I definitely have up there. This next two, I'm really excited for this next two. This is a sleeper. I don't think many people, I haven't really heard people talk about this next one. Before I get into that, let's say hi to the chat. And also, everybody here, if you could just leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you're new, that would be awesome. And check out Particular Critics channel as well. That'd be great. He's just getting started and he's interested. He's invested in a nice system. I can tell the difference already. It's great. Yeah. Let's see. Proctophile's upset. How dare you sleep on Brandon Fraser movies? I know. I knew Furry Vengeance is the only Brendan Fraser movie I've seen. You remember that one? Yeah. Rebel Rose is saying, do not watch the Tom Cruise one without seeing the Frasier ones. I need to see those. And she says it's time to bully me again. Thanks. Yeah, it'll probably work too. Oh, let's see here. Product File says Slappy, Chucky, Small Soldiers. We couldn't even play in Beast back in the day. Yeah, everything's haunted. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Slappy does burn. He's a one dummy, but more episodes. Yeah, that's also something weird about this is I rearranged all these in chronological order, like as of like release. And it doesn't really make much sense because he's destroyed here, he's burned here, he possesses a random doll here. It's like, okay, it's a little all over the place. So this isn't exactly in order of like timeline. This is order of release, the way we're doing this. But let's get on over to the next rating. Oh wait, this isn't the one I was thinking. Okay, this isn't my favorite. I think soon we're approaching another really good one. But yeah, My Hairiest Adventure, that's season 1, episode 11. The next two-parter is the one I'm really excited about. So this is this has one of the more iconic scenes in the Goosebumps intro of the dog with the green eyes. And this story follows Larry and his friends as they try a strange tanning lotion. And they soon discover really weird after effects after putting this lotion on, which I'm not exactly sure why they even bothered putting it on themselves. Sounds concerning, but it's not. But they soon realize that this tanning lotion, it has some weird qualities that turn their skin into hair infested pits. Just tons of hair just grows all over the place and they can't control it. And the poor Larry, he's really freaking out by it, and he's starting to look freaky like he does in this image here, and he's frustrated. Nobody really has a solution to this problem. Though Larry, he does kind of return to normal, just kind of out of the clear blue sky. His parents start acting like these missing kids never existed. So what happened from this tanning lotion that also made things concerning was that all his friends that applied it, we don't see them turn into hairy beasts or just hairy people, but they just disappear altogether and we don't know where they are. And each one of them slowly goes one by one. And what makes it frustrating is the parents are like, who are you talking about? What? I've never heard of him. I don't have a son. And Larry and his best friend, they're trying to find the kids, and they go to one of the houses and nobody's there anymore. The family doesn't live there. The kid was never a real person. So there's a lot of intrigue wondering like what exactly is happening here. And unfortunately, even his best friend falls to this issue when he discovers she's gone missing. And this random dog appears out of nowhere, and he determines that Lily, his best friend, is the dog. And later on, Larry himself transforms into a dog, and he can talk, but I think it's like we're listening to his thoughts. And this was actually to his parents' delight. They were happy he turned into a dog. So what on earth is wrong with these parents? They're totally fine with their children disappearing, turning into animals. Well, it's revealed that all the children were actually dogs from the start. And what happened was a doctor had conducted an experiment to temporarily turn all of them into humans. And over time, the effect wore off and they naturally reverted back to their canine forms. I think that's such a great twist. I love that twist. Really, really fun way to wrap the story. The kids weren't even kids the whole time. At the end of the day, great concept, really intriguing story. I think very creative. I loved where it went with that reveal. But overall, I hate to say it, most of the episode was boring. I wrote down 80% of the way it was boring. It picked up the last 20%, which, like you said, Ty, these are only 20-minute episodes. So, I mean, you're not losing much by getting through the boring. But at the same time, they could really pack this with some entertaining content. But at the end of the day, it was mostly a bit of a drag. I also had some weird lip syncing problems. I don't know if you noticed that or not. Might have just been my side of the system. But, overall, it was an enjoyable episode. Still worth checking out. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this one's just like it's okay. It's nothing crazy. I think that the aspect of them like growing the hair and stuff. It started off like kind of intriguing, like, oh, like can't help it. Like I think there's a scene where he's trying to like shave it off and it keeps growing back, or like try to cut it down and it just will not stop. But then it just starts getting so convoluted with all of the like random stuff that starts happening later on. Um, with all the people going missing and like all that kind of stuff. It's just like, okay, so what's really going on here? I do think that the ending was like, it was interesting. I mean, it was a nice change. It was like bizarre, but interesting. So yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. Do I have another picture here? Yeah, okay, there you go. Of course. Yeah, that's the iconic dog image. I liked seeing that. And then there's the parrots. They were totally cool with well, this is a baby they're holding. I think this baby has like weird animal eyes or something. And I wonder, I know it sounds they had all these at times, some of them kind of blend together a little bit, but I think like I don't know what that's suggesting exactly, if I am correct. Do I have a picture of that? No, I don't. Okay, so I think it does have animal eyes, which maybe hints at like an animal person hybrid. I can't exactly remember, but oh wait, it might have been the cat turned into a baby. That might have been what happened. I think that's what it is. Yeah, let's just get right to ranking this one. He's so stupid. Okay, here we go. So let's see, where are we gonna put this? I have this as a 6 out of 10. I think Oh, do I have this one here? Let's see, where is it? There we go. That got in the mix odd. What do you think, Ty?
Yeah, I think
solid Spectre?
Nah, I would go mid monster.
You're doing mid monster. All right. Well, we'll do that. 6 out of 10. Yeah, or a low 6. Okay, nice. Great. Cool. All right. Let's move on over to the next one. Gotta find a better way to put us in here.
No, I think we're fine. I don't know if there is a better way.
Yeah, here we go. Season 1, episode 12 and 13. Stay out of the basement. I don't think I remember watching this one at all as a child, but this is some of my favorite episodes. This is like, there's a moment in here where I think of all the episodes, I think this 2-parter required police intervention. And I think I really wish they would have been involved, because there's like some serious concerning moments here where I worry for the children, genuinely. So the way this is, season 1, episode 12 and 13. We follow at first, presumably normal family in the house. Dad got fired from his work. Now he's wrapped up in some botanist experiments in the basement. And he does not want his children down there. Do not go in the basement, he says. Do not. My life's work's down there. It's dangerous. And of course, the kids don't listen to him as he's out of the house. They go and they see that he's got a lot of weird killer plants down there. And it's totally infested with vegetation. And right after they discover this, they play it off like they hadn't been down there. Dad is suspecting. And Dad starts acting really weird now. Really weird. And he's later seen eating plant food, and he's acting super freaky. And he tries to make his kids eat this strange plant food. Like, he's forcing them to eat it, and he's watching them as I think they're eating it like it's cereal. And he's very intent, or he has a very strong intent on them eating it. And I think it's like, I wonder if it'll like turn them into vegetable people or like plant human hybrids. We're not exactly sure what it will do, but it's not good. And they were able to like play it off like they did eat it, but they didn't. And he has goo coming out of his arms and hair. Let's see. Do I have a picture of this? There's a disgusting image. There you go. On the right of him looking at the mirror he's losing his hair, and he's got plant garbage poking out of his scalp. And he really is a very concerning villain of all the episodes. He's clearly dangerous. He just seems like he's a ticking time bomb that's about to erupt and do something violent, truly violent against his family. And there's I think throughout the whole experience, I was really stressed out watching this, because I think the actor did just a great job showing how on edge this character is. And that, like, if this is the real father and he's actually that consumed with his project, that, man, what is it? The Child Protective Services need to be involved, because he is definitely a threat to their safety. And I would not say that unless it was definitely clear that that was the case. And just the way he was acting was really bad. He's very aggressive a lot of the time and doesn't take, it really has no humanity left in him. It's very strange. And something strange happens. A doctor from the school he was working at comes to give him a visit. And after he visits him, that's it. You don't see him leave. He's gone, and he's never seen from again. And I think what gives this disappearance a little more weight is that the disappeared professor or teacher, his worried wife calls the house asking for him, and she's really concerned that he's not home by now. And of course, they think that maybe he like consumed him or something, or he trapped him down there. He's dead. We don't really know. But the kids, they venture down into the basement yet again. And it's revealed that that wasn't their dad after all. That was a clone of their dad. The plant man wasn't him at all. And somehow the dad was like, he was splicing like different like plant and animal genes. And somehow I think his blood got into the mix, and the plant made him. And that wasn't him after all. And the kids, they were pretty smart. They got some pesticides and they start torching the place. And the plant dad's down there, and he's threatening the children one final time before they spray him with the pesticides. And it's also revealed that the doctor, the teacher from the university, the school, he's not dead. He was also captured in the basement. And that's the end of the story. That's where it ends off. I didn't think I'd get so into this, but I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the dad as this like really evil, intimidating character, because he really was intimidating, more intimidating than a lot of the monsters themselves. And I thought really the whole episode came down to his character. He was the main character. He really delivered an exceptional performance that kind of still scares me a little bit. What are your thoughts, Ty?
Yeah, this was one that I like on a rewatch. I was like, this maybe shouldn't be. There's a few of these that I genuinely think that some of the material was way too like aggressive, especially for a kid's show. Like if this was made for a different audience, maybe that's a little different. But like everything from the dad like losing his job and kind of starting to spiral down in the basement and telling his kids not to go down there. And then like when you get down there, he's like experimenting with like what we have no idea what it is. It could be like biochemical, like whatever. It's like all green and like all that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, like it's that like body horror of him, like of this thing, like slowly transforming into a plant with the stuff coming out of his head and his like mind being altered. And like, and then it turns out that it's not him. Like there's so many different twists and turns here. And like the cover for this book is, I think, one of my favorites, if not my favorite. It's just so like gross to look at, like all the spores and just like, it's so like, it's just such good artwork. And it's just, yeah, this is a really good one in my opinion.
Yeah, I love this one. I'm glad we're on the same page, because I want us to give this a high ranking. Let's see, what do I have it as? I have it labeled. I have it as an 8. I think it's an 8. Tragic Triumph. Yeah, I would put it there.
I'll agree.
I think it's a big one for me.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, and it's both parts, and both are great. So I'm putting both of them under that.
Right there.
Yeah, not one was worse or better than the other. So great, cool. All right, there's that. Let's get this down and get us back in here. Cool. Let's get to the chat real quick, and then we're going to have a short break where we're going to move on to the recorded segment, where we're going to keep talking about it, though. We're still going. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I like this. I think Rebel Rose is talking about this. Yeah, he's one of the best villains in the books, but kill it with fire. Yeah, right? I mean, you could just torch that plant, man, and all those plants. But, I mean, the pesticides. Oh, wait, no. No, you're talking about the dummy.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Well, you could also kill the plant man with fire, I bet. Pesticides was a good choice, though. We need a ranking of movies. We need to bully him for. Thanks, appreciate it. And you know what? I mean, that's a lot, and it's working because I'm watching them. Cool, great, awesome. Well, here we're gonna move on over here to this, and we're going to talk about the next one. It came from beneath the sink, season 1, episode 14. I hate to break it to everybody. This is a real sleeper. I didn't remember this at all back when I was a child. May have seen it, might have popped up. It's really dull. I hate to say it. This is one of those sleeper episodes. You probably don't remember it yourself. If you do, I'd be surprised if you have a particularly high opinion of it. But just telling you a little bit about this episode, it's fairly simple. A new family moves into a house, strange new house in a new neighborhood. They don't know where they are. And of course, the kids, they don't have any friends. It's kind of an awkward time for them. It's a transition, right? And while they move in, one of the kids goes in to the kitchen area, finds an evil sponge under the sink. And of course, just like a lot of Goosebumps episodes where, of course, there's some sort of admiralty that is kind of tearing their life apart in a new neighborhood or in a new house that they move into. Similar story here. I feel like we've seen this time and time again. And just like every single instance where this happens, the parents are completely unbelieving that there is an evil sponge that is ruining these kids' lives and making their life hell, which is the case here. And the sponge just kind of terrorizes the little girl. And it's kind of almost in a way, just like all the other occurrences, framing the children for doing bad things, right? So somehow the kids kind of find out it's really difficult to get rid of this thing. You can't just, off it. You can't. It's not particularly a character that could be ended. It's sort of an eternal beast, right? This evil sponge. They try a couple different things. They later bury it, and by the end of the episode, a teacher ends up having it in their grasp. So really, not much going on here. It's a really boring episode. Terrible acting. These poor kids. I think it's something I admire about Goosebumps is that we get to see, just children acting like children. I feel like although a lot of it feels kind of fake at times, it does seem genuine most of the time, though, because this is just how kids are. They're silly. A lot of the time, they're absent-minded. And it kind of, these kids in particular, give a absent-minded performance, which is not a good thing in this case. And really, there's just nothing to latch onto here. It's not scary. It's just poor quality, and it's uninteresting. It's not an intriguing story. The villain, the sponge, is not compelling at all. And I hate to say this is just, one of R.L. Stine's least bright episodes. I had to give it a 3 out of 10. So it's going to go in the, that's 30%. It's going to go in the ghoul vomit tier. Pretty low. I wish I could give it a better ranking than that. But unfortunately, that's just the way it is with this one. I think there's room for improvement. I don't know what else they could have exactly done. The potato, there's also a potato scene, and it's kind of an odd item that becomes a nuisance as well. But yeah, hate to say it, these actors just did a really rough job in this episode. I think the next one you guys are going to like, though, because this is a big one. This is one of those actor appearances that I never knew about going into this. I think everyone's really familiar with Hayden Christensen, showing up in Goosebumps. I think that's the most famous cameo appearance of a kind of a major actor as a child in Goosebumps. This is another weird one that completely flew under my radar, and I was pleasantly surprised to see him, and that is Ryan Gosling. Really young Ryan Gosling. Just right off the bat, I got to tell you, for it being Ryan Gosling, he's not any better than anyone else. I mean, he's a kid, and all credit to him for getting this role. He's got the main role in this episode here, and I would say it is one of the somewhat more iconic episodes. It doesn't stand out that much, but it's season 1, episode 15, Say Cheese and Die. That's kind of an iconic image, of course, of the skeleton family, and it's sort of like the picture is sort of foreshadowing what this camera does. It's an evil camera, and when you take a picture with it, it alters the future. It either alters the future or it dictates the future of the subject that the photo is taken of. And we see a little bit about that throughout the story in this episode, which is one of the better episodes in season 1 towards the later end when it starts to go off the rails a little bit. In the very beginning, funny enough, the kids, including Ryan Gosling, they're making fun of a poor homeless guy named Spidey. And they're making fun of him. It's the neighborhood homeless guy. They think it's funny trashing him because he lives in an abandoned building. And of course, being the muskrats that they are, they have to break in and have some fun, right? So they break into this abandoned building. They kind of rustle around and they find this crazy, weird camera. And while this is happening, they escape. Before he does so, he takes a picture of his friend and he notices that the picture looks a little altered. Looks like, this isn't exactly what he took a picture of. And it was sort of an accident that he stole the camera. He didn't mean to, but on the way out, he regretted it. It was too late. He's not going back there. It's freaky as hell in there. And the weird homeless guy, he's returning. His name's Spidey. And he's really strange. He's not like a typical homeless man on the street. This guy's got a really interesting story here. He almost looks kind of futuristic in a way. But once he has the camera, of course, he wants to use it. He doesn't think much about it. It's pretty cool. I mean, think about finding this camera during the 90s. How interesting that would be. I mean, this is still a piece of technology I've never seen the likes of today. It looks freaky. It's weird. And once he takes the picture or once he steals the camera, he's trying to hide it. He doesn't want to show anybody, but he wants to have some fun. So he decides to take a picture of his brother with his new car. And of course, when he takes the picture of his brother in the new car, the photo isn't exactly what he was hoping. The photo shows the car wrecked and the brother standing so happily in front of it. Now he's like, this would be super strange to see something like this in the 90s, right? I mean, technology's at a bare minimum at this point, and he's freaked out. He doesn't really want to use the camera anymore. And later on, the car gets into a terrible accident and it's wrecked. And of course, once it's wrecked, it looks just like the camera. And at this point in the episode, you beg to ask the question, does the camera dictate the future or is it just telling the future in advance, right? Like, was this going to happen before, or did somehow the camera, was it responsible for doing this? What did it make this action happen? So that's an answer we don't exactly get solved through this episode. Oddly enough, there is a part 2 that we're going to get, I believe, in the next season. But yeah, it was the dad that later on ended up wrecking the car, wasn't too happy about it. And for whatever reason, after this happens, he doesn't want to destroy the camera. I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, clearly there's something wrong with this camera because, he takes some more pictures further. He decides to take a picture of his friend. It's his lady friend, Sherry. And soon afterwards, well, what's revealed in the picture, he takes the picture of Sherry by a tree. And when she wants to see the picture, she looks at it and she sees that she's invisible. She's not there. And so he takes another one of her. She's still not there. Later on, the cops are knocking at his door. And it turns out Sherry went missing. And they want to know where she is. And he tried showing them a picture. They didn't believe him. It's like, she's not even in this picture, bro. So he's kind of freaking out. He doesn't know what to do. Later on, he ends up going back to the abandoned building with the camera. He just wants to leave it there. And my bad. Before that happens, when the cops are pressing him about his friend's disappearance, he takes the picture and he tears it up. And for whatever reason, we see that this was a really big deal, tearing up this picture, because when he does go back to the abandoned building to return the camera to try to find Spidey and figure out what's going on here, she appears. And she literally appears out of nowhere. She doesn't know how she got there, but she was right outside the abandoned building. And she, I hate to say it, this poor little girl was a terrible actress. For a minute, I thought she was Sofia Coppola, from Godfather 3. She looked like a young Sofia Coppola. She acted like one. No, she was just a bad young actress, so God bless her. But it turned out, for whatever reason, when Ryan Gosling tore up the picture, it released her from this weird photo prison she was in. And I think it affects people differently throughout the episode, but this was the occasion here. And yeah, so they decide that they still want to return the camera. They go inside, try to find a good place to put it. And then Spidey appears and he freaks these kids out and he tells them how this works. He's had problems with it for a long time. And it is true that it predicts the future and it creates the future, and the item cannot be destroyed. I'd like to see them try. It looks like it could be destroyed, but no, Spider has not had a great time trying to destroy it himself. So the kids, they want to escape. They think this guy's freaky, and he says, no, you cannot escape. You can never escape. They're trapped in this abandoned building with this really weird guy forever. I love how Goosebumps, they give you such terrifying ideas like this, where, you know, poor kids are stuck with a stranger in a building. It's like, my gosh, I love that Goosebumps tries to teach kids these lessons, to stay away from strangers. I think it does such a great job at that by posing these really freaky situations, which unfortunately are highly plausible. And I hope it doesn't happen, but it's highly plausible. And of course, the kids, Ryan struggles to leave, and Sherry, she has the camera. As he struggles, she takes a picture of Spider, and he is forever locked in the camera. That's sort of the end of this episode. You know, as somewhat interesting as it sounds, it's really not very good. Kind of a sleeper. Ryan, like I said, wasn't very exciting or interesting. Nothing was scary at all. Spider wasn't really that compelling of a villain, I guess, or that much of a mystery. The camera seemed like it made sense right off the bat. And you know, none of these characters, good or bad, were so exciting that you cared about them, because I really didn't, except for the fact that they were, you know, harmless children that were falling into peril. It was mid. It was okay. I think if I had to give this a rating, I'd give it a like a 45%. So that's goose flops. Not the best. Sorry, Ryan. That's what I got to say. I think I have a few more pictures just to, yep, see, there you go. You got Ryan Gosling there, young Ryan Gosling. And there's the picture of the brother with the car wrecked. Yeah, he was, it looks just like him though. I mean, look at that. That's literally young Ryan Gosling. It's crazy. And yep, there's Spider. I think that's based on his appearance at the very end. So he's pretty freaky. I don't think, yeah. So that's, yep, that's those. All right, so let's see. What are we going to rank those two, Ty? So we had, let's see, we had the one underneath the kitchen sink.
It came from beneath the sink, and then say choose and die.
Let's see, where do I have that picture here? Oh, here we go. Let's start with beneath the sink. That episode sucked. It was terrible.
Yeah, the only thing that I like remember about that episode is being so underwhelmed by the actual, like, the monster. Because on the cover of the book, like the book cover, it actually looks like kind of creepy, intimidating. It's just those black eyes under the sink. And then in the show, it's like just this like sponge thing with teeth.
Yeah, literally evil sponge.
It looks bad. And like it was not what I was, it disappointed me. So yeah, I mean, I would put that in like ghoul vomit, or I would even put
it dead. Let's do dead. I think it's dead. There's nothing redeemable about it.
So boring.
I was a little nicer before, but I like dead. I think it deserves it.
Yeah.
So I had it right here. That's what this is, surprisingly. So okay, and then the next one is say cheese and die. What do you think?
I like this one a lot. I think that it's okay. I think it's solid. I don't think that it's anything crazy. I think that Ryan Gosling appearance is like really interesting. I don't like this Spidey character. I think it's really creepy. He's just like running around this town, chasing these kids all around. He's this like old dude. And it kind of looks like he kind of looks like they just pulled a dude off the street and put on a gray wig and welding goggles and be creepy.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. So like he like did the assignment, but like nothing crazy. I mean, I think that would go in like, it's probably, I think I call it mid monster. I think
I have it. Yeah, I have it as 45. Let's do mid. That's cool. Will be nice. Well, do you think it's mid or do you think it's goose flops? I mean, you liked it, so I mean mid.
Yeah. It's up to you. You can make the call.
I think. I mean, it's on par with those other two. We'll do mid monster.
Although I do like wish that the cover had something to do with the episode, because I do like that cover with the skeleton guys. There isn't anything like
I think
that.
he does take a picture and he sees them all as skeletons. If it's not this one, then it might be the sequel episode. Yeah, I'm not sure. No. He takes a picture of his family. I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, but we watched these a while ago.
Right.
Let's see. Let's get to the chat real quick. Thanks everybody for talking. Proctfile. We used to have some really mature themes and content to deal with in kids media. The Rescuer, All Dogs Go to Heaven, The Lion King, etc. Not just cartoons. Yeah, that'd be nice. I liked learned lessons. It's great. That's why, my lady and I, we saw the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies in theaters, all three of them. She hasn't seen them since she was like a child. And, she was just reminded of just how much value is in those. You learn there's so many great lessons to be learned that really the MCU hasn't answered at all. It's just popcorn, just straight popcorn. Real sad. But yeah, back then, just those were the good old days. Freaking Thumbelina, where she gets convinced to become a streetwalker for animals her size. Pretty weird when you understand what you're watching. That thing looks like a spacecraft, but it's not too far off from any other Polaroid camera from back in the day. Yeah, it's cool. I'd like a replica. I'd like like one of those, like a replicant of it. Yeah, that'd be cool. Collector's edition
item or something.
Man, they need to make some cool Goosebumps merch, man. I want the haunted mask. I want Slappy. I want the camera.
Yeah, I mean the
so
mask
much.
Just on a little, like exactly like the alien.
Yes,
behind you, just something like that. Something simple.
That's right, exactly. All right, let's move on to the next one. So we went through those. That stupid sponge. All right. It's so lame. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea at all. It's evil sponge. Yeah, we're going to get to an episode later on, everybody, about an evil baby. a evil baby. Yes. And it's as bad as it sounds. All right. So season 1, episodes 16 and 17. This is A Night in Terror Tower. Ooh. So this is, definitely not my favorite. I wasn't a big fan of this two-parter. I think part 1, let's see here. So the story follows these two kids, siblings, Sue and Eddie, as they tour the infamous Terror Tower during their visit to London. And the tower was once used for imprisoning traitors. So yeah, a lot of wicked figures have been living here. And during their tour, a strange man in black begins chasing them around, and soon they find themselves lost in the city without any money or identification. And for whatever reason, their memories of their lives and all of the memories they've ever had of being who they are slowly fading away. They don't know who they are. It's just kind of passing. And there's really no reason, like, why is this happening to these poor kids? Were they drugged? I mean, what happened? And eventually they discover that they aren't ordinary kids from present day. They were actually born and were somewhat royalty centuries ago. They were Prince Edward and Prince Susanna, heirs to the throne. The man in black is actually a wizard who was sent to ensure their execution. He wants them dead and he's chasing them around. And I guess he chases them all the way into reality, present day. And just as all seems lost, the kids find themselves back in medieval times. A kind sorcerer helps them escape to a much safer time, freeing them from their cursed fate. That's pretty much it. Even though it's 2 parts, like there's a lot of just boring, blah, just drug out filler time. This is one of those stories I don't understand why they had to make 2 parts for it. I think, the moments that are alluring is this medieval world is pretty exciting. It looked great. It felt real. I liked seeing these kids kind of like take on the mantle of royalty in this segment. But at the end of the day, the kids, they weren't that exciting. The leading young man, he did a pretty great job. He did a great job as a lead, and he stood out as a great child actor compared to a lot of the ones we're watching. It really wasn't not much was special about it. This is one of those instances where the cheesy skit with R.L. Stine makes the episode better that really helped. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't intriguing. It wasn't, I wasn't concerned for these kids very much. I don't think that this was a thrilling adventure. I guess it's a bit of a period piece. It wasn't scary. It's kind of hard to understand exactly what it was trying to be. And at the end of the day, it was pretty flat for me. It's not a recommend, not one of my favorite episodes easily. What about you?
Yeah, this one is always like, I've always thought of it as just like, I don't know. I'm going to say this a lot.
Wait, real quick, Ty. We have a strange guest appearance from
wow.
Slappy the Dummy. Ah, yes, Goosebumps. Slappy, you just missed it. We were just talking about you, Slappy.
We'll be talking about you again.
We're going to talk about you like 4 more episodes, Slappy, so stick around. That's great. All right, go continue.
But yeah, like I just don't like the I'm not a huge fan of the like medieval stuff. It's just not, it doesn't really, I don't know how to say it. It just doesn't really, like, I don't really hold on to it. It's just not interesting to me. Like, it's just,
you just don't like that period. It's not,
that's all I can say. Yeah. It's just really not like, it's just not a intriguing thing for me. So that's pretty much
I wish the executioner was as cool as this picture. I mean, I look at that picture and
sweet.
That's horrifying. We don't get that at all. Do I have another picture?
These books always scared me so much when I was younger. It's because I'd see them in the library and they'd have covers like that. It's like, what is this?
Yeah.
Grade scared.
Yeah, the covers, they definitely inspired wonder, right? Mm-hmm. Well, let's just go ahead and rank this one.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got. So this is Night in Terror Tower. I had these pretty mid. I have it at 4 out of 10 actually. So Goose Flops easy. I think it's 40%. I don't think it gets anything else.
Yeah, I'll put it in Goose Flops. I think that's fine. I wouldn't call it Boredom Beware.
Nah, yeah, it's a Goose Flops. It's borderline Border Beware.
Yeah, it is.
Border Beware. Boredom Beware.
Right.
Wrong stream.
Mm.
All right. Let's take a look at the next one now. So season 1, now we're moving on to season 1, episode 18 and 19, The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Ooh, spooky. I think this old guy is also in the intro crawl. So yeah, you get to see him and figure out what his story is. But yeah, this is also another 2-parter. We follow Grady and his family as they move to Florida, where his father is studying swamp deer. Which, like, why? What is happening here? Why? What's
Also,
up with swamp deer? Yeah, swamp
also,
deer, like literal
swamp deer.
Well, it is a deer,
right? But like, that's not a classification of deer. That's just deer that live in a swamp.
I know they have I guess it's some special genus or something. I don't know. It's strange, but great. What's so special about swamp deer, right? I mean, what are deer doing in a swamp? There's nothing for them there. I don't think they should be eating the weird swamp plants and the mud. And yeah, I don't know. He studied swamp deer though. Yeah. Grady, he quickly befriends a local boy named Will, who warns him about strange legends surrounding the nearby Fever Swamp. And one night, Grady finds a stray dog and he names him Wolf. The neighbors immediately suspect that the dog is dangerous, especially after pets and livestock in the area just start turning up dead. Grady's parents even begin to wonder if it's Wolf that is to blame, because he's like the only dog in the area and all these poor animals are dying off. It's probably him, right? But Grady senses that something is lurking within the swamp. He knows it's not Wolf. There's no way. And there's been a few instances where he's been with Wolf and these things have happened. So it can't be him. And him and Will, they search for answers. They're trying to figure out what's causing all this havoc. And they eventually discover the pretty terrifying truth that Will is the real werewolf. It's his friend, Grady's friend. It was him. He's been eating all the poor livestock. I'm pretty sure there's a point in time when he eats some of the deer. So, goodbye swamp deer. Right. But on a full moon, Will transforms and attacks Grady. They're not friends anymore. The werewolf brain gets to him. And Wolf, the dog, ends up defending him, scaring Will off. And in the shocking ending, Grady himself is bitten and becomes a werewolf, joining Wolf to run wild in Fever Swamp. So yeah, I like that ending. I like that he also becomes a werewolf. That's pretty cool. I don't remember that at all, actually. If it weren't for me writing this down, I don't remember that at all. It's a pretty forgettable episode. I really don't remember much, like, outside of my own notes. I think it was sad. Like the poor dog was being put under the threat of being put down, like the whole episode. It's like, it's not the dog, leave him alone, it isn't him. And I don't even think by the end of the episode everyone really understands that there was a werewolf. But the whole werewolf feature of it really didn't stick out to me at all. I do remember the second part being the better, and the first being quite boring setup and exposition. But there were some pretty scary elements. I think it did get scary here. I don't think much of Goosebumps does scare me, but I think there was a few moments here where it was a little I don't know, just a little scary. And the werewolf, it was menacing. It looked great. This is another time when it looks great. And it was also just awesome seeing the old man and figuring out his story. He is a sad story. I guess he's a hermit in here, and he's like creepy, of course. And it's sort of like you're supposed to believe that he's the potential werewolf. I mean, he's living out in the middle of the swamp. He doesn't have any family, any friends. And he also howls, which is weird. So it's like, okay, what's going on here? Well, it turns out that a werewolf actually killed and ate his entire family. And I don't know why he's howling at the moon, out of respect for that. I don't know. That was really strange. I don't think I'd want anything to do with werewolves at that point. And he's kind of hunting them. But yeah, we saw him howling. Makes you think maybe it's him. But at the end of the day, this was a bit of a sleeper. Definitely more of a pass, but it's a decent 2-part episode nevertheless. And the kids were all right. The werewolf person was cool too. What do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat as you. I think the werewolf looked pretty good. Kind of just a forgettable story in general, and anything that pertains to a dog possibly getting hurt in any sense, I'm not really on board with. So that definitely makes me dislike this episode more, just because it's like, yeah, I don't like this.
Yeah, sure. All right, let's move on over here to the rank. I think this is the last episode of the first season, so congrats. One down once we rank it. Let's see. So we're going to put this full screen. Yeah, I think I had this one as Goose Flops. Let's see. Is it lower? No. I have it as a 55%. I don't think it deserves it. I think it's Goose Flops. I changed my mind.
I think that the first part could borderline be in Boredom Beware, because the first part is so boring. There's some setup, but like it's mostly just boring.
Oh, what's not boring is this next segment. This is about to get exciting. We're going to start with Attack on the Mutant next. Before we do that, let's just say hi to the chat real quick. I love this Slappy. Come on, Slappy, stay with us. That's so cool. I've never seen those like emojis before. Those are cool. Oh, look at that. Horror with Nads became a member. Thanks, Nadia. That was nice of you. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're here. We've already gone through season 1, Nadia. You're late. You're almost 2 hours late. I can't believe it. It's been 2 hours. That was quick. I'm feeling pretty good. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
Good. Nice. Let's see here. Oh, cool. Proctfile found a CAD file to 3D print the shell for the Say Cheese and Die camera. Nice.
I wonder if it's a Proctfile. Is that like, what is it attached to? Is it attached to just a regular Polaroid, or like?
Oh, that would be cool if it took real pictures.
Yeah, that would be really awesome.
Mask replicas range from $100 to $400. Yeah, I'm going to be buying. I want to get something nice if I'm going to do that. I was at a horror convention recently, and I saw they had the mask, but it didn't look very good. So I would have bought it if it looked like spot on. That's where I got this cool chameleon man. Okay, so he's got a question for you. PC, so you went down the sci-fi / Gundam route? I think he's talking about because you didn't like medieval stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Or horror. He's the horror guy. He's always.
I'm a horror guy, but I'm also into the kind of like the sci-fi. Like, I don't know it. I'm not sure what Gundam is though.
I don't really get it either.
Let me look that up real quick.
Proct file. Everything gets studied, man. There was once a $10 million study on whether sea shrimp can run on little treadmills for no real reason. Spoiler, they can. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that footage. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you stream for 8 hours straight. Yeah, you deserve to sleep in, of course. I'm glad that worked out well for you. So glad I was able to be a part of it. Nice. Let's move right on into the next one. Season 2. We got a lot to cover, guys. We're just getting started. 3 more seasons. Lots of episodes. I guess we're not starting with the Mutant. So
that one's next. Yeah.
This is a great episode. I love Be Careful What You Wish For. This is not scary at all. It's very Twilight Zone. Not it has great characters. My gosh, I love the there's 3 central characters here. You have the girl on the right, the girl on the left there, and a little boy that's also involved. Let me tell you a little bit about the story. So yeah, season 2, episode 1, we follow Samantha Bird, who is a tall, awkward girl who's often bullied by her popular classmate Judith, who is the blonde girl there. One day, she helps a mysterious woman named Clarissa, who I don't know what I think Clarissa was like, she dropped some books or something, or she needed help like with directions. But Judith's a real nice girl, and she, like I said, she gets bullied pretty often, and she's just real sweet. She tries to help Clarissa out, and in return, Clarissa offers to grant her 3 wishes. At first, Samantha doesn't believe it, and she doesn't think like this crazy lady, what is she talking about? And she makes some wishes, but she soon learns that all of these wishes that she wished for actually do come true, except they come true with terrible consequences. Everything is like kind of twisted. All of these great ideas that she has for like what she wants to happen in her life that she's wishing for, it doesn't exactly go as planned, which is disappointing, and probably how it would work in the real world if you were not really specific about what you were wishing for. Her wishes backfire one by one. First, she wishes to be the greatest basketball player, and in return, all of the players on the team suck, and they're terrible, and they keep losing games, but she's the best because everyone's worse. She also wishes for Judith to buzz off. Wait, Judith. Yeah, Judith's the bully. She wishes for her to buzz off, and in return, for whatever reason, that makes the entire town disappear into flies because they're buzzing off. I don't know why it wasn't literally just Judith to buzz off. She might have said everyone. But yeah, literally everyone became flies as they're like hovering around her. It's terrible. I don't think they like understood or knew what happened to them though, because in the aftermath, when they do come back, they don't mention anything. And then let's see. And then I think her final wish was she wished everything was back to normal as it was. Except she wants one little caveat. She wants everything to be back to normal, right? She doesn't want everybody to be flies, but she wants Judith the bully to be obsessed with her. Now, that was a really odd wish. I don't know why she would want that, because she got her wish. Judith becomes utterly infatuated with her. She follows her everywhere. She dresses just like her. She has to be with her 24/7. And she used to be the cool kid in school, and now she's like strangely obsessed, ultra attached to Samantha. And it's driving her nuts. She cannot stand it. It's really annoying her. She's grown tiresome of the entire situation. And in the end, she was able to undo all of these wishes once she bumped into Clarissa again. And for whatever reason, by doing so, this gave Clarissa the option to pass on the wishes to somebody else. So she does so to Judith, the bully. The bully comes in the picture, and she lets Judith, the bully, make a wish. And the first wish she makes was she wanted everybody to look on her with like respect or to admire her. And what happened was she turns into a statue erected in the middle of a park, and everyone's admiring her. Wow, look at that beautiful statue. That's awesome. And the funny part is, I think this is like one of the colder conclusions to a Goosebumps story in one of these episodes is Sam. She looks at her and she just smiles and she grins and she chuckles and walks away. She's totally cool with the school bully being cemented for all eternity. I don't know if she'll die in 80 years when she's old, or if she'll be like that, present as a statue forever. But she just grins and laughs it off and walks it off. So I did think that this was I thought this was a really fun episode. I thought the effects were pretty clever. I like seeing everybody turn into these flies. I thought that looked great. I think like the obsession arc where Judith becomes utterly obsessed with Sam is a lot of fun. And if we get to see like a total character shift where, you know, totally cold to totally warm, and it almost looks like they're like she's like interested in her, and it's like, oh crap. But it was really funny segment. I was actually laughing out loud. It was so funny. And I liked the Crow Lady. The Crow Lady was great. Clarissa, you know, classic like witch, you know, strange woman that is backwards. There's something off with her. She made for an interesting kind of like anti-hero-esque character. And I think I just really enjoyed the entirety of the whole thing. It was intriguing start to finish. It was fun. It's classic Goosebumps. And, you know, it leaned more on like a Twilight Zone kind of feel, very mysterious and very likable characters, which is so important because, I mean, you got to like the characters. If you're going to follow a story, if you're going to be interested, if you're going to pay attention, you got to like who you're watching, right? And yeah, this one just hit a home run with that. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this one's good. I mean, you touched on a lot. Like, I like all the different themes and stuff. I think that everything was done really well. I think the idea, it's a really good lesson of like kind of just being humble and like regardless if I don't know, it's like a mix of like being humble and also like not being hateful towards other people.
Yeah.
Even if they're being hateful towards you, like that kind of thing. And yeah, I mean, those wishes are like they kind of backfired the exact way you would think they would, which is like, it's a really solid episode it's the first episode of season 2. It needed something
good
strong
start.
to like start off. The Crow Lady, she looks great.
Would you date her?
I did think it was a little bizarre with when they like she got the like I want this girl to be like obsessed with me or whatever.
Yeah,
that's kind of like that was weird to me. I was like, why are you being? I don't know. It's just like you don't want that. Why would you want that? Why would you want someone to be absolutely obsessed with you? Like that would get tiresome so quickly. But she's so like angry at this person. It's almost like in her anger and revenge, she wasn't able to kind of see through what could have possibly happened on these. She didn't really see what the consequences would be.
No.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Yeah, you'd think she'd learn her lesson by the end, like, you know, seeing how literal everything is.
Right. Like,
but no, she didn't. Do I have another picture? Oh no, I don't. Okay, good. Let's rank this one. This is a real surprise for me. So here we go. Let's see, where do I have this? What is this one called again? You remember?
Careful what you wish for.
Careful what you wish for. I should have the picture here. Let's see. Do you see it anywhere? Oh, here we go. Great. I think I had this labeled as I had an 80 out of 10, 80%. So that's I'd say freaky good. I wouldn't put it with those other ones. You gonna do that? Yeah, that's good. Oh, I just had it. I lost it. There we go. Yeah, I think that's freaky good. Finally.
Yeah.
I don't have very many there. Cool. Great. Awesome.
Only stuff we don't have. Nothing's in Solid Spectre or Ghoul Vomit.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's move on over to the next one. Season 2. All right. Of course. Attack of the Mutant. You know, this is also another one of those iconic ones. You know, I think these are overhyped overall. I think they're overhyped. I did enjoy them. I think there's a lot of like really creative material here, but I didn't think it was as great as I remembered. I actually don't even really remember watching these much as a kid. They didn't stick out to me. I don't think I cared much for it when I was young. But of course, you know, I mean, this thing is iconic. Of course. Let's get into the story though. So something I make a point of in my notes here. And I think it's like this episode has the most painful reveal in the series. Here, I'm just gonna mute you while you eat, just so you know we can hear pretty loud. You're good. This episode has one of the most painful reveals in the entire Goosebumps series. It's really funny. I'm not gonna reveal it just yet, but of course we follow this kid, Skipper. He is obsessed with comics. And it's weird. During this time, if people from the 90s, let me know what you think. Were parents saying that comic books would rot your brain? Because I mean, they had no idea how awful it would be now with TikTok and phones and stuff. But I mean, that's what his parents were saying here. And his dad was literally his Skipper's daddy was a Clark Kent wannabe. He looked just like Clark Kent, yet he hated comics. So what's up with that? But yeah, he was worried that comic books were going to rot Skipper's brain. But he didn't care. He just kept investing. He loved reading them. He really found himself engrossed in the wonderful stories of comics. He was especially obsessed with the Masked Mutant comics. And his life turns upside down when clues start to appear in his life that the Masked Mutant himself has come to life in the real world. Somehow, he's grown beyond the pages to make it into the real world. Now, while he's, this kid, like, he doesn't seem to have any friends at this point in time until he befriends a blonde girl on a bus. And she's kind of has a reluctant crush on him. It doesn't seem like she really likes him, but she does kind of like him. And, I was immediately rooting for this guy. Like, good for you, buddy. Keep it going. Keep it going. You're doing a great job. And she kind of joins him on strange little adventures. And she's pretty interested in this Masked Mutant, especially after hearing that he's present, he's alive, and he's in the real world. So she thinks that's interesting. And they both see this really odd sight. Let me see if I can pull up a picture here of the Masked Mutant's headquarters erected out of the ground in the middle of the city. How weird is that? And this is such an eerie image just looking at it here. It looks like a toy. And this space is really freaky once they go in. And of course, they have to check this out. It makes no sense. Nobody sees to see it except them. So they both go check it out. And Libby is kind of freaked out. She wants to leave. So later that night, Skipper returns alone. And he finds the hero of the story entangled in some weird wiring mess within the lair. And this hero, which I don't know his name, he's just some generic superhero character that's supposed to be like, the arch nemesis of the Masked Mutant, who is evil. He's not a good guy. He's evil. He's a bad guy. He's useless. I mean, this poor boy, he saves him from the clutches of the Masked Mutant, and the stupid hero runs away and he leaves the boy alone with the mutant. It's like, geez, what's wrong with you, man? And that was really frustrating to see that. This poor kid is now all by himself. And strangely enough, based on his last trip to the headquarters, for whatever reason, him being there processed his body into like some sort of like cartoon form where he now, because of his presence there, has become a superhero-esque character himself. Now, this isn't realized, like, we don't exactly see the extent of his powers yet. We do once he leaves the lair, but he does have some weird abilities that we don't really see yet. And the mutant tells him about this. What's weird is Skipper, he finds a way to defeat the mutant. I think what's strange about the mutant is he's a shapeshifter, and I don't exactly know how Skipper is able to convince him to do this, but he convinces the mutant to turn into acid, like literally a puddle of acid, and that's it. He just dies on the spot. I don't remember exactly how this happened, why he descended into this pit, why he would choose to do that. I think somehow Skipper had some sort of authority or agency power over him. Might have had something to do with his power or maybe a device. I didn't make note of that. But the mutant, he falls to this weird end here. And when Skipper gets home, he discovers his powers and he's super stretchy. Really weird. What the huge reveal was that the mutant breaks the silence about in the final encounter is that the blonde girl that was crushing on him, that was totally on his side, he made a new friend. She obviously was into him. It was him the whole time. The mutant disguised himself as the little girl. So the whole time it was all nothing. And I thought that was so devious. I'm like, come on, this poor boy. He probably doesn't get any attention. And you just took away all his hope just like that. That was such a funny reveal. It kind of hit. It was sad. And of course, this is one of the more famous storylines. I think like the atmosphere of this lair, it literally looks like, when they're walking around, it looks like you are in like a toy tower that you had as a kid, from some 90s 2D animated series, right? It looked great. The atmosphere was awesome. The Mutant is freaky. He is horrifying, even though he's bright colors, bright purple. He's a very vivid, but yeah, he's a great freaky antagonist. And just, it's such a weird tone that this atmosphere creates, where it's like nothing's dark at all. It's all bright colors. It's well lit, but there's something about it that's just so off and wrong that makes for a really interesting setting to get engrossed in. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say about it. I did enjoy it quite a bit, but I think it is overrated. I don't think it's like up there with some of the better episodes. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I also think that this one's a little bit overrated. I think as a kid watching this one, it was a lot more intriguing and interesting because of the fact that I was a kid. So I had a lot more of an imagination. I was a lot more into comics. I would often want to be in a comic myself, and it kind of gives you the ability to kind of do that, watch someone be in the comic. I think that the thing that like really attracted a lot of people to this episode, like you said, is just purely the amount of like just the general amount of like what's the word, like places that they've created places for this thing that just, sorry, the cat.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, and then the Mutant looks great. Obviously, the Mutant's amazing. He looks really good. Yeah, like that is. I think do they have like all of these on DVD, or is there only like a select?
I know this is a DVD. Isn't that weird? Like literally, is this a DVD for this two-parter?
Right. I mean, it would make sense just along all the way through. Like,
it's not very long. It's not even an hour.
Right. But yeah. So yeah, this one's great. But yeah, I also think that it's a little bit overrated. I think that the dad is like super obnoxious and super annoying, and like I really don't like him.
He is obnoxious. It's like, isn't that weird? Like that is a sign of the times. You read those comic books, they're gonna rot your brain, boy.
Rot your brain, whereas you're like, you have no soul in your body, so like why are you telling your kid not to have fun, dude?
Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, how far have we fallen? Reading comic books, TikTok, 3 seconds attention span.
Right, but also it's like, what is a kid supposed to do?
Like, he's supposed to read accounting books.
Yeah, he's supposed to read like Accounting for Dummies or something.
That's what his dad wanted. I think he was an accountant. Yeah. So those are fun. Let's give this a ranking. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking this might be our first solid Spectre.
Wow. I don't know about that.
That's a little low.
I think it's close. It seems like it's like a 70%. Maybe it's over a 70. I'd say it's like 72.
We can do freaky good.
Let's do. It's not nearly as good as that one though.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think solid Spectre, because it goes up to 70%.
Let's do that. Let's put a solid Spectre. I agree. It's not on par with that other one.
Some people would heavily disagree, but
yeah, definitely. Hopefully Slappy doesn't curse us or something.
Right.
All right, let's see what's next. All right, good stuff, everybody. What's going over? I saw World War Joe's in the chat. Let's say hi to him real quick. Let's see. How many months did it take to finish all these? I think 2 months. 2 months. 27 hours, Joe. It's not that bad. I thought it'd be more. It went pretty quick.
It was a little bit more than 2 months for me. because I did it and I did it at a slower pace.
You did it like you crammed towards the end.
I crammed like this last week. I like crammed the last season.
I don't blame you.
To get it
hey,
done.
You made it work though. Good job.
Yeah,
cool. Oh, here we go. Project File's giving us some stuff here. Let's see. I don't recall anyone saying anything too harsh about reading comics. They were more worried about TV, weed, and Dungeons and Dragons being like to Satan or whatever. Wow.
Right.
That's an interesting series of events there to be concerned about. Huh. All right, cool. Great. Let's go. I saw you dropped a link too. I'm not exactly sure what that's for. Let's go to the next season. Oh, wait, no, we're still in season 2. We're going to the next segment. What is it? Okay. This is dog. It's Duke. This is disappointing. Yeah, bad hair day, season 2, episode 4. We're just gonna go through this one quickly. We don't need to sit on this too long. This kid here, Tim, and his sister Ginny. Tim is obsessed with magic. He loves magic. And his awful little sister coaxes him into making her join him to this magic show to attend his favorite magician, Amazo. And he gets called on stage for an act. And for whatever reason, he gets called on stage for this performance. And Amazo sends him like into one of those like descending platforms, just like we saw with the Phantom. The Haunt of Phantom Auditorium or something like that one from earlier. And he's now in the basement. He's stuck down there, and Amazo doesn't get him out. He's stuck in the basement, and Amazo's quarters aren't far away, and Amazo doesn't seem very interested in helping him at all. He's kind of inconvenienced when Tim like comes up to him and asks what happened. Why'd you forget about me? He has pretty negative interaction with, this talent that he's always looked up to. I've had many negative interactions with talents I looked up to. When I go to a convention and I see an actor and I grew up with them, or really liked them, and then it's a terrible interaction. It totally ruins the title for me. So that's happened to me. I feel you, Tim. It's rough. It's not fun. And Tim's very vengeful at this point. It's just, this whole thing was a total disaster. And Tim steals his magic bag of tricks to get back at him. And when he returns home, he roots through the bag of tricks, and he's kind of messing with the expensive ensemble. And while experimenting with a lot, he accidentally makes his awful little sister Ginny disappear. And for whatever reason, when she disappears, he should be happy about that, but he wasn't. He was freaking out, more so because of his parents being concerned. But he makes her disappear, and for whatever reason, this is when the episode goes downhill. I thought it was decent at the beginning. A rabbit surfaces in her stead, and it's a talking rabbit, and it's not her. It's a dude. And the rabbit was a magician himself named El Sidney. And he says that Amazo, he's kind of telling him that Amazo's evil. He trapped him in that body. He's terrible. Let's get back at him. And the two are, they're trying to do two things. They're trying to bring El Sidney back into being a human again. That's more secondary, because El Sidney, he convinces Tim that he knows how to save his sister, to get his sister back. So that's the primary goal. They go back to the auditorium where Amazo was at, and it turns out that El Sidney, he was a trickster all along. He didn't really have the intention of bringing his sister back. He could care less about him. I do believe the sister does return. Not exactly sure how that happens, but he is able to undo the effects that Amazo had wished upon him, turning him into a rabbit. And this is a bad thing. El Sidney is a trickster. He's a trickster. He tricked us all into believing that he was a good guy, but no, he's awful. He's an evil magician. And Amazo was actually the good guy. And I don't know, the kid still had a terrible interaction with him, so I don't know what's so good about him still, but Amazo trapped him in that body because he knew he was evil, and that was the best way he could contain him. So what ends up happening is, by the end of the story, El Sidney has them both at their throats, and he turns them both into rabbits and uses them for his magic act from then on. And nobody really likes El Sidney. He's real twisted. He's a freak, and he's kind of just torturing the two as they're trapped in these rabbit bodies forever. So yeah, that's it. Like I said, there was potential in the beginning with where he was going, but the talking rabbit I could not do. It was really, really cringe. There's so many unfunny jokes. I think, and this is for kids. Kids probably liked it. Watching it as an adult, I did not think it was funny at all. It was very kitschy. The whole sequence was kitschy. The magic. This is one of those occasions where the effects look bad. The magic did not look good in this, and really none of these characters. I didn't care much for any of them, especially El Sidney. He was rough, and the little sister. I just can't stand the evil little sister. So I give this a pretty low ranking. Not the biggest fan. What are your thoughts, real quick, Ty?
This one is like I really do not like this one. I mean, there's so many different elements from it that I don't like. I'm on the same page with you with this bunny. That sister was so obnoxious. I just feel like it's really just a dud. Like it just didn't hit. And like I don't remember this one from being younger. I don't remember it at all. But now rewatching it now, I'm like, that's why I don't remember this, because there's nothing here to remember. It's boring, and like I think this main kid, he looks like kind of a wimp.
Yeah. Some of these kids are so dopey.
I know. It's just like, and it's not their fault. They're like 9, and and he's a freak, like creepy.
There's El Sidney on the right.
Yeah, he looks like another like predator, like predatory feeling from another guy. Like I feel like I'm getting that a lot in here.
Well, I think all of this is done on purpose to like warn kids, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, and I respect that. And it makes for really creepy dynamics. Yeah. And then there's Amazo on the left. I did like seeing the kids' disappointment with Amazo. It's like, gosh, I've been idolizing this guy forever, and he's a douche,
Right.
Yeah, I feel that. Okay, those are the only pictures I have. Let's move on over to ranking this one. Yeah, this could just be a quick one. I have this one really low. I have this one at 40%. I think that's generous. I think it's Boredom Beware. What do you think? Do you think it's better than that?
I don't think it's better than that.
I think this is one where there wasn't. Oh yeah, there is a yeah, there it is. What do you think, Ty? What do you want to put it under?
Boredom Beware is fine.
Okay, yeah. I had it at 40. I think it's a low 40, yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So far, like, not bad metrics here so far. I mean, there's a lot of good ones. I mean, Gooseflops doesn't mean it's bad. It's just not the best. It's not boring yet, but cool. Great. Let's move on to the next one. Let's see here. Now we're going to put us in here. Great. Oh, real quick chat here from a random person, H_, who was tipped off, Ty, tipped off. Brawler's upcoming opinion on the Strained Peas episode is going to be so wrong. Oh no, it's going to be so right. You have no idea. It's going to be more right than any of the ratings here, and you're not going to like it at all. Stay tuned for that one, everybody. I can't wait to talk about that episode. That one got me. It's got me fuming. But looks like Proctophile. We're going to miss you, Proctophile. Thanks for being here, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate your moderation too. Let's move on to the next episode. The Headless Ghost. Ooh, spooky. Season 2, episode 5, The Headless Ghost. Here we follow Dwayne and his friend Stephanie, who call themselves the Twin Terrors. They love scaring kids with ghost stories at the Hill House, a creepy seaside inn. One night, they sneak into the locked part of the inn to search for the ghost of a boy who suddenly lost his head there long ago. Inside, they wander through the dark hallways and encounter eerie sights. Eventually, Dwayne comes face to face with the real Headless Ghost, who wants to take Dwayne's head to replace his missing one. In the end, Dwayne narrowly escapes the spirit's grasp, but the chilling legend of the Headless Ghost proves to be frighteningly real. His friend Stephanie nearly becomes a ghost herself as the ghost captain paints her. Yeah. It's all right. This is it was all right. There's some memorable moments. I liked it was a good reveal that one of the kids that sort of coaxed the main two protagonists, the twin terrors, into going to the going into this place. Sorry, there's an alarm outside. It's being weird. Yeah, one of the main kids that coaxes the twin terrors into breaking into the this hotel or whatever, the Seaside Inn, late at night. He is part of the problem, but he's actually one of the ghosts. I liked that. That was a great reveal. It was also really intense at the very end when the captain ghost, who is also, I believe he's the tour guide of the Seaside Inn, or he is like supposed to be a friendly, normal human figure. It turns out he is a ghost as well. That was a good, like, I could see it coming, but it was still a good twist. It was like entertaining and kind of fun when they revealed it. And I think I liked the lore of the Seaside Inn. It was pretty interesting. I think there was definitely some enjoyable elements. I liked how the girl, she was pretty annoying in this, Stephanie. She was slowly fading away as the captain was painting her. That was pretty intense, actually. I was surprised. I didn't think I would. I didn't think I'd really care, but it was done very well. And the ghost effects were great. I kind of wonder how they did that back in the day, where they were able to make these kids and all these people in under a cheap budget, how they're able to make them look so translucent and stuff, or transparent. So yeah, at the end of the day, decent enough episode. I enjoyed it, but it's not the best. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I don't remember this one very well. I think that it's got a decent premise. I kind of like the idea of this. I'd like to know a little bit of the backstory of how this kid loses his head, because that doesn't just happen.
I think I might have written that down. The captain that built the house over 100 years ago. No. Yeah, all I have was the captain built the house over 100 years ago.
But
I think they do reveal that, actually.
Okay.
I think what happened was he loved ice cream, or he loved some dessert, and he was like, it was kind of like a rich household, and there was one of those, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a item elevator where it's like,
waiter.
Yeah, there you go. It's one of those. And like, I think the waiter was down or something, and he like put his head down there, and then it maybe like crashed over his head and chopped it off.
Dang.
It was something, I know, something like that.
Well, anyways, yeah, I think this episode is like, it's okay. I mean, I don't really have much to say about it. Nothing I really remember, but I think the premise is fine. I think that they got a little close with the twin terror, whatever that is.
Oh, crap. Oh, this is the 90s, bro. Oh, right, crap. 90s, early You're 2000s. Right. We were really close to that 9/11
one. 9/11 had happened yet.
Oh, man. All right. So let's see. Let's rank this one. I didn't think about that. Bro. All right. Let's see. So is this one? Was there a picture of it? Did I have a picture? Let me go back.
Yeah, it's in the far right on the first row.
Okay, there it is. Good. Nice. Thanks. I thought all these were in order, but I guess not. So I put it goose flops. I think that's fair.
It's fine.
Yeah, goose flops.
Yeah, I think for these ones that are like, it's a decent story, but nothing crazy, putting them in there like mid-monster goose flops is probably going to be the right way to do it, because they're not boring, but they're not like great either.
No, exactly. All right, let's move on to the next one. We keep this train running, guys. Season 2. This next one, I hate to say, is another sleeper. This is the weirdest kid in all of the episodes. I don't get this guy. He's a freak. He's just being honest. Go eat worms. I mean, this is like, I don't even know why they made an episode of this, really. But yeah, weirdest kid I've seen so far. He has this strange, elaborate room, and I couldn't get a solid picture of it. I wish I could, with giant worm sculptures all over the place. Huge. How could I don't know how to even describe it. I mean, they are enormous. They're like 7 feet long, probably 1.5 feet wide, giant, all over the room. It's disgusting. And he had worm posters. He had worm farms all over the place. Totally obsessed with worms. Really, these should be some concerning signs for the parent to maybe invest in some support for her. But yeah, she handled it pretty well, just like it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, not much story here to go over. It's about prankster Todd, who loves tormenting his sister with worms. She hates them. And soon worms start just showing up everywhere. They're showing up in his food. They're sleeping in him with his bed. They're popping up in his science project. And then eventually, when he's outside, a giant worm erects from the ground, coming for revenge against him for, I guess, having worms captive for some reason. And and in this occasion, he learns the lesson. The lesson of the story was worms aren't so harmless after all. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's literally the whole story. There's not much to it at all. It's literally just about vengeful worms trying to make his life weird and screwed up. And by the end of it, he's not as big of a fan. Hopefully he gets rid of all this weird worm stuff all over his room, and no girl can ever see that ever. So yeah, get rid of it, buddy. I'm helping you out. What was weird was this is called Go Eat Worms, but Todd never ate worms. So it's like, okay, all right, this is it. This is a pass. I think it's, to me, I'm just gonna give you my rating now. It's a 3.5 out of 10. I think it gets that because it's so ridiculous that the ridiculous nature is just hilarious, and it's stupid. It's just stupid.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me. It makes zero sense. First of all, like you said, like this is a clear sign that this kid needs some sort of psychiatric help, a counselor or something, because parent should be okay with. And you said that he likes scaring his sister with them. So are you interested in worms, but also just on the side scaring your sister, or do you have all of these worms too? Like that's your goal?
Yeah, what's the point?
Right, exactly. And then he's like, it's basically like he's being mean to the worms, so then the worms are mean to him, and then a big worm comes out. Yeah, this one sucks. This is like a really, really stupid episode. I mean, he
loses his friend in the process too.
I would be willing to say this is like a 2.
Oh, really? Yeah, I think 3.5 has been. I think it was funny. It was really funny to me.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's why it's like the entertainment value was there.
If this wasn't a Goosebumps episode, like if this was some other show or something, like it might be better just because it doesn't make sense for Goosebumps at all.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the point?
Right.
All right. So we'll do. So what did you say? A 20? We can say it's ghoul vomit.
Yeah, I think we can put it there.
That's fair. It's not repulsive.
Better than Under the Sink. Is it better than Under the Sink though?
Yes, it's better than Beneath the Sink. It is better. That episode is dog. This is fun. It's fun.
You're right. At least it's fun.
Ghoul vomit.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, nice. Good. All right, let's move on to the next one. So let's see, season 2. Now we're in. Oh, whoops. This is a fun one. You Can't Scare Me. This is of course with the infamous mud monster. They made a cool toy of him. I kind of want it. But yeah, this is a weird story where you follow two bullies, and this little girl they bully is really awful. So it's like you're kind of rooting for them. But let me just pull up my notes here. Yeah, this has. Unfortunately, I didn't pull up the clip. This has one of the funniest like fails of the series so far, where it's like it's a practical fail, where I don't know how they didn't notice this in editing, but I'll get to it in a second. But we follow Courtney. She's like one of the main characters. She's like the class teacher's pet. She's the blonde girl here. She is awful. She just really big suck up teacher's pet. And the two boys are so sick of her shenanigans. She gets everything she wants. She does great in school. It's just, everybody loves her, really, and she just berates them all the time. So they're sick of her. They want to prank her. So this is like part of one of the funny fails. So they put a live snake in her lunch bag, and it's like from the science lab. And during lunchtime, she offers her teacher her lunch. Who's this nice guy walking by? Because he left his lunch at home, And he's like really hesitant. He doesn't want to take her lunch, but he's also really hungry. So he eventually breaks and he folds. And he reaches in the bag. And you see, like, obviously earlier on, it's clearly a live snake those kids put in the bag. And when he reaches in, he grabs it. He pulls out a clearly fake bright blue toy snake. And he freaks out and he throws it in the air. It's a blue toy snake. And then it shoots over and we get a closer glimpse. And it's the same snake as last time. And it's not blue or anything. It was so funny. That was the funniest fail I ever had. But maybe later I can try to pull up the clip. But it was really good. That made this episode great. That's not the story, though. That was just something I thought was hilarious about it. But of course, the kids, they're just sick of her. They just want to get back at her because they're making their lives awful. And they're just very frustrated with her. So they decide to pull a pretty big prank on her. She got rewarded, or she's been writing a paper about the mud monster in the swampland. And of course, they think it's ridiculous. A mud monster? Are you kidding me? And I guess she's convinced it's real. And they decide to prank her. I don't know how they convince her to go out to the swamp, but they do. And when she's out there, one of them is like covered in mud and he's going to jump scare her and freak her out. And while they're waiting for her to pop up, the mud monster actually appears and starts chasing after the boys and they're freaking out. And the girl eventually appears herself and she's like, oh, what are you two boys doing? You trying to scare me? You can't scare me. You guys stink at this. And she's being super sassy. And the mud monster starts walking up right behind her. And they're trying to be nice. They're like, look behind you. It's right there. And she's like berating them more. Just, gosh, you guys can't get me. You guys can't fool me. And then he starts groaning and she turns around and she looks at it. She's not afraid. As this picture shows, she's pointing her finger and she starts arguing with the mud monster for hours. Literally, there's a time lapse where the mud monster's and it's like it's sped up and he eventually he doesn't do anything. He just listens to her berate him for a long period of time so far that he turns into it's hot out and he turns into like a hot cement and he can't move anymore. So her language and her boring him to death literally ended him. And that was it. And eventually some journalists come and I think maybe the cops show up and she takes all the credit for discovering the mud monster. And she says to the camera that she saved these two boys from the mud monster. And she gets all the credit. It's so infuriating. It's like, oh gosh, it's hard to put into words how infuriating this character was. Really annoying. But that also made for a fun character because you were so annoyed by her. I mean, you were not supposed to like her, obviously. I mean, she's literally boring the mud monster to death. And it was definitely pretty fun. An odd aspect of the episode was that she is just a strange person altogether. Earlier on, she handles a tarantula. The boys try pranking her with it, and she handles it like it's nothing. And I'm pretty sure she's really chill with the snake when it comes. And she has like these really like inhuman tendencies, just the way she acts and looks at people. So I thought they were going to suggest that she was the mud monster or she was an alien or something, but nope, she's just a normal person and she's weird. So that kind of led me to believe other things throughout the episode, which made for, I guess, a more intriguing concept. I don't know why the mud monster didn't just eat her alive on the spot, because that's looked like what he wanted to do. He just kind of stood there and dried in the heat. I don't really get that. That was kind of odd. And yeah, it was just kind of funny following the bullies, and you're like rooting for the bullies because this girl is just totally insufferable. So those are my thoughts. What do you think, Ty?
Yeah, I think this one isn't it's not too bad. I mean, I think the mud monster looks great.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see how they were going to make themselves look that big or that scary, because their goal was to scare her with mud on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that this was a good one. Like, this was the first one where there was a character where I'm like, man, you really suck. Like, you really suck. You were like not a good character, but that's like kind of helped like push the storyline.
Yeah, that's
along.
right.
And it was also like just like kind of, I don't know, just kind of sucked for the little boys because it's like they're getting ridiculed all the time and they can never win. She always wins.
That's so like, frustrating.
I know, especially because she's so snooty and like whatever. It's like you'll never hear the end of it. I think the ending is a little bit like, why did you decide to end it like that? Like, we did not need that. That's not what was supposed to happen. I don't want to see someone arguing with a mud monster and then it just like freezes up because you yelled at it. It reminds me of like the easy cop out that like the new It did, where it's like they just bullied him until he got like so small that he just disappeared. Like they literally just like called him names and stuff and made him feel bad, and then he like withered away. So like it kind of feels that way. It's like, why would a mud monster care if you're talking to him? Just kill him. And I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I feel you. I know. I was really rooting for these guys. You're right. That's such an annoying pattern with Goosebumps, is like they just let the bad guy get away with it sometimes. And it's like, maybe we're not supposed to think she's the bad guy. Maybe we're supposed to like her. I don't know. I didn't. I thought she was awful.
Who would like her? She's a terrible character. In that way.
Yeah, let's see. What did I give it? I gave it a 60%. Would you give it higher? What are you thinking?
60's fine.
60. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So that's solid Spectre. I mean, that's on par with Attack of the Mutant. Great. Cool, man. All right, let's move back on over here. So we are going to do now, still in season 2, episode 8. Yes, this is a fun one. Everybody loves this one. Revenge of the Lawn Gnomes. This is a classic. This is one of the ones I remembered well from as a child. You know, there's like I mentioned earlier how I would just love if they made, some sort of R-rated adaptations of these stories. Just give A24, make me a live action, funny horror comedy about killer gnomes. Why have we not gotten that yet? That'd be great. And you know what? You don't need effects at all. I think I loved watching these gnome people just walk around, and they're obviously people with like the prosthetics or whatever. It looked great. I loved it. It's part of what makes it so creepy. You know, when we get to the slappy part, when it's like later down the line, it's like the second to last season 3, when he's literally walking around and it's like a child in the costume. I think that's the scariest slappy we get. And I wish we got more of that. So do it, guys. Do it, A24. But this is a fun story overall. This is about it's the annual garden tour in this town. And there's 2 families that take the matter quite seriously. There's a young father of 2 who recently furnished his garden with 2 creepy garden gnomes. And he's kind of like he's a delicate man, the father, he's non-confrontational. He's invested in his garden. It's a beautiful garden. It looked great. And he gets these 2 gnomes. He thought they would be fun additions. Right off the bat, they look pretty freaky. I don't know why he would buy these. They're not cute or anything. And he's very interested in this garden tour and the contest. He wants to win. It's like a family tradition. And on the other side of the shrubs, his neighbor is Major McCall. He's a militaristically strict garden connoisseur that shows no respect towards behaviors or personalities that are not within the line, as he's known from experience. He wants you to be staunch, protect your garden. It has to be this way. It needs to look great. He's a major. I guess he's had some military experience. We don't exactly know what that is. Major McCall could literally just be his name. This could be a whole front. You never know. But he likes things a certain way, and he doesn't like the way that the protagonist's household is kept. And he doesn't like those children either. He especially doesn't like his son, who's a no good doer. And he knows that he's causing trouble. Well, unfortunately, a lot of negative things start happening around the gardens once these gnomes show up. and all the judgments is pushed on the poor little boy, the son of the delicate father of the main household. Major McCall, he loses his mind when he sees that his garden is torn apart. And of course, it was the garden gnomes that did it. It wasn't the child, but he's putting all the blame on the child. There's been several occasions where this has happened, and Major McCall really loses his cool when he finds the little boy in the garden late at night after his alarm goes off and the garden's torn up. The little boy was actually just trying to watch these gnomes because, I mean, it's pretty freaky sight seeing your garden gnomes start, moving and talking. And it turns out these gnomes are actually way worse than you think. They have a really terrible, violent interaction with the little boy and his sister. When the little boy tries to convince his sister that the gnomes are in on it, they both see that they come to life after all, and they follow the gnomes into the woods a little bit. And the gnomes are talking about turning them into gnomes, talking about eating them, whatever else. And they catch the kids, and they nearly get them if it weren't for the lights of Major McCall's yard, because they ended up in the yard trying to run away from the gnomes as they were pursuing the children. And the lights make them stop moving. It's like it's their weakness. They just freeze when the light hits them. And they learn that's their weakness. They try to take advantage of it when they run away further with flashlights. They barely escape. But you know who doesn't escape is poor Major McCall. We don't exactly know what happens to him right off the bat, but later on, the garden tour competition finally happens. And the dad, he is pleasantly surprised by all the positive feedback he's getting from the judges. They say, you were going to win this if it weren't for that ugly, what was it, like yard decoration you have in the back. And he's like, ugly yard decoration? He's like, yeah, it's totally out of place. I don't know why you put that there. You could have won. So they go back there and they see what it is. And it's Major McCall as a garden gnome right there. So yeah, I have a soft spot for this episode. This has been one I've enjoyed ever since I was young. And this is Goosebumps 101. It's fun. It is kind of scary. These gnomes are pretty intimidating, and they're violent. They are merciless. I thought I liked just the way they function, the way they moved around. They were intriguing characters to follow, and watching the poor kid suffer the consequences for the actions that these gnomes are doing made it just that much more just made every situation that much more heavy with weight. Like everything actually mattered here, and there was consequences to what these gnomes were doing. So yeah, I loved this episode. A lot of fun. All the characters were great. Really good time. I think I give this one a high one because it hit all the boxes for me. Really high ranking. What about you, Ty? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think this one's really good. I like the idea of like these lawn gnomes that come to life. I think the fact like the size of them is freaky. I don't know why you would even get these in the first place, because they're just severely off-putting, even if they don't come to life, just having them in your yard. But yeah, I think that like it's just more of like exactly like you said, it's just this is prime Goosebumps. Like the acting is all good, everything, like all that kind of stuff. And so like you really cannot be mad at it. I also remember this being one of the covers when I saw it in the library that it's like really attracted. Like it interested me a lot because of their faces and just like, yeah, I mean, they look creepy. Those little like, yeah, like trolls more than gnomes.
I would love a garden gnome that looked exactly like those two. Wouldn't that be awesome? Oh, yeah, that'd be sweet. That'd be like so cool.
Trolls, but with garden gnome clothes on.
Yeah, make them really big.
Yeah, I think it was really good.
How's their size freaky? They're only like 3 inches taller than you. I don't know. I don't know. They're pretty tall in here. Oh, real quick, Wilkie. Hey, buddy. Good to see you. Wilkie's Movies and Music became a YouTube member. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I was happy to become a member of your channel. I appreciate you returning the favor. Didn't need that. But yeah, everybody check out Wilkie's Movies and Music. He's awesome. I love his channel. He's one of those channels I watch pretty much everything. So yeah, always enjoy his content. Great. Yeah, so let's give this a ranking. This is a fun one though. I love this one. So let's see. Do I have it in full screen? No, I don't. Let me put it full screen. All right. So we're in the Gnomes. I had this one as 85%.
Yeah, this one's real good.
Where is it here? Do you see it? Do I not have it there? I should have all of them.
What are we looking for again?
The Gnomes.
Gnomes.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Yeah. You want 85%, like that area?
Yeah.
That's Tragic Triumph. I think it's up there.
Yeah, put it in Tragic Triumph. It's not an S tier, but yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great. Cool. Nice. All right. Let's move on. So let's see. Whoops. There we are. Now we're going to move on to the next set of episodes. Just done with that. Now we're going to Ghost Beach. I have a feeling this is a sleeper nobody knows about. Ghost Beach, Season 2, Episode 9. So yeah, we follow siblings Jerry and Terry Sadler. So what's happening here is the ghost of Harrison Sadler is haunting the beach. Distant relatives of the Sadler name spend time with their cousins up here at the beach, and they discover a weird dog skeleton right by the water in perfect condition. The cousins, who are really strange in here, they seem to have the answers to everything. I guess they've lived on the beach much longer than the two protagonists we follow. They kind of reveal a lot of the hidden secrets about the space, and they say that a ghost is the one that eats the dogs, and they eat the dogs. The ghost on the beach eats them because dogs are the only things that can actually see them, which is an interesting concept because, dogs are always barking at nothing or staring at nothing, right? So I think they're kind of playing on that. And the cousins reveal that the ghost surprisingly resides in a weird cave in the middle of the beach. There's this like big sand dune, and there's this like there's this big divot in the dune. I guess it's a cave, and the ghost supposedly lives in there. I don't know why a ghost needs to live in there, but it was a pretty creepy setting. I really enjoyed seeing that. It's a cool layer, and later you find out what's actually going on. It's a little freakier than just that. And of course, the kids, as so many of these kids are, they're troublemakers, and they just don't listen. They go out late at night, and they want to look at the cave, right? I don't think the cousins are there. It's Jerry and Terry Sadler. They go down, and they're just being mischievous. They want to see what's in the cave. They want to see the ghost, of course. I'd kind of like to see a real ghost, so I don't really blame them. And it's late at night. They run away from their parents, unknowing what's going to be in there, and they go cave hunting. So as they peruse through this dark, damp cave, they find a strange man who was Harrison Sadler himself. Now they're kind of wondering, like, okay, is this guy the ghost? There's literally a tombstone that says Harrison Sadler, but he doesn't really seem like a ghost. He's not really acting like a ghost. He doesn't sound like a ghost. He doesn't look like a ghost. And he's pleading that he isn't one either. And the grave was that of his ancestors. It was like Harrison Sadler Sr. many years ago, right? And he reveals another eerie truth, that it's actually the cousins of the ghosts. And he says, you don't believe me? Go to the gravesite over here and you'll see their gravestones. So they decide to go over there, and to their luck, they find them. And even worse yet, the cousins are there at the gravesite waiting for them. And they're really trying to figure out what's happening here. Explain yourselves, cousins. You can't, okay, are you ghosts? Is this some elaborate plan? Are these your ancestors as well? And the cousins, they're pretty open to being ghosts. I think they're kind of like, they're sort of like they're trying to figure out what to do. Like, do we tell them that we're ghosts? Or they're sort of like indifferent about it. But it's kind of obvious that yeah, it's true. And eventually they convince. The cousins convince the two, Jerry and Terry, to go back to the cave to trap the old man in the cave forever. Because I don't know how they're able to just do all this convincing back and forth, but that's what happens. And the cousins convince those kids to do that, to go to the cave and there's like a bunch of boulders or whatever right on top, or there's like loose rocks forming. They're like kind of loose rock formations right above the entrance into the cave. And their plan was to destroy that surface so that the old man's stuck in there forever. And they were totally fine with doing that, it seemed. And I think they were like trying just to see how this played out, because these are two kids after all. But I don't think they totally trusted the cousins. So they went to the space, and Harrison Sadler was there. He was waiting for him. He knew it was going to happen. And when the kids came, Harrison had his dog, and the dog was barking like crazy at those cousins, and the cousins were reacting really strange. And suddenly they revealed their true form. This like weird, I think I have a picture. Yeah. They reveal these like skeleton faces that they have. And Harrison's there on the right. He's the old guy. And he does a sacrificial play. He does something very strange here. He doesn't really know these Terry and Jerry at all. But he makes a really strange play here. He lures the kids, who are obviously ghosts that are interested in, I think, like taking Jerry and Terry's bodies or like consuming them or something. It's some evil intention. And he takes them and he lures them into the cave and then drops all the boulders in the exit. So he's stuck there with them. He is a normal person, but he sacrificed himself to save Jerry and Terry in the end. And I believe that's the end of the story. And that's it. Poor Harrison is dead. Or I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe these kids are going to possess him, or they're going to eat him. I don't know. But I thought it was clever that the dog, like the dog barking, insinuated that they were ghosts. I thought that was, I liked that we got to like, dive into that concept, because we always wonder like, okay, what are you doing dog barking at the wall again? Is there something really there? Like, are you tripping? That happened with my dog last night. I was trying to figure out what was going on. He kept barking outside, but there's nothing there. So I don't know. I thought it had some pretty clever twists. I didn't think I was going to like this one, but it warmed up on me. And I thought the characters were likable. Gosh, I'm talking too much. Are likable enough to be invested in. So yeah, that's what I got to say. What do you think?
I don't know. This one's okay for me. I'm not I think it's good. I'm just not super interested in it. I think that the idea of it is good. Like, I like the ghost idea. I like this a lot more than the one that we did that was prior. Can't remember what was that one.
Let's look.
The other one with the ghosts.
Oh, well, you like Gnomes.
It was way far back. It doesn't matter. Anyways, yeah, I liked this story with the ghosts. I think it was good. Yeah, I really don't have too much to say about this one.
All right, nice. Let's rank it. Could you read the next one, Ty, so I could get some water?
Oh yeah.
Thanks. All right, here we go. I wanted to see how long I could last. All right, so we're gonna rank this one. All right, so we are season 2, episode 9. I gave this one a 75. So it's not freaky good. There's no way.
I'd say solid.
A solid Spectre.
Yeah,
that's fair. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Let me put it over there. Great. So this is Ghost Beach. Here we go. Solid Spectre. Cool. It's a good looking list so far. Geez, look at all these titles we went through already.
I know.
That's good. We're doing good. We're making good time.
We're almost at the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, great. Yeah, almost there. Stick around, guys. We got a lot more to watch. All right, let's put us in season 2. So the next one. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah. So you cool? I'm gonna just grab some water real quick.
No,
all right, great. All right, set it up, my friend.
All right, so season 2, episode 10, Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns. All right. So Drew Brockman loves Halloween and plans to get revenge on 2 bullies, Tabby and Lee, who always ruin the fun. On Halloween night, Drew, her best friend, Walker, and the bullies go trick-or-treating when they're joined by 2 creepy pumpkin-headed figures. The pumpkin creatures, force the kids to go trick-or-treating endlessly, guiding them through deserted neighborhoods where every house has its lights on, bowls of candy waiting. It feels like a never-ending nightmare. So they're just walking around. Finally, the truth is revealed. The pumpkin-headed figures are Drew's old friends, Shane and Shauna. But there's a twist. Shane and Shauna are actually aliens who can transform their heads into glowing jack-o'-lanterns. They admit that they were helping Drew get revenge on the bullies, but warn that if Tabby and Lee don't behave next Halloween, they'll eat them. Dang. Yeah, this was crazy. Yeah, I don't remember this one from my childhood, but yeah, the jack-o'-lanterns, those are pretty cool. They're actually like surprisingly like they look really good. And we also have oh yeah, so he also said that really liked the alternate ending where they trick or treat forever. Like that's great. Like trick or treating forever is great. Like obviously you might get tired at some point, but overall like it's just endless buckets of candy with no stopping, and like nobody's like telling you what to do. So he said, Jackson said he bumped it up.
That's right, I'm here. Okay. It's all right. You didn't have to read like everything. I just wanted you to give the summary.
No, you're good.
What did you think of the episode? Did you already say what you thought?
No, I haven't said anything about what I thought yet. I like it. I think it's really good. I like the idea of these kids. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah, I think that like it's just, I mean, obviously it's the reoccurring thing with the bullies, trying to scare the bullies, like all that kind of stuff. But then like the twist of the alien stuff, like that's what really is interesting to me. That's what I'm intrigued by, is the fact that it's like they're her old friends, but they're also, yeah, like what? Like super,
it's so freaky,
super weird. They look great. I think the aliens look great. Yeah, they look cool.
That was an awesome twist. That one stuck with me. I remember that one really well.
One of the most like the craziest twists yet, just because it's like, what? Okay, it's just so out of pocket. I love it. Yeah. I like this one a lot.
It's so strange. I think you're right. It is. It's probably top 3 craziest twists. Yeah, and I think you read it right, where it's like they ate the missing people.
Yeah,
the aliens. Yeah, that's man. I loved that. I think overall it was just a lot of fun too. I love this alternate world. I want to live there, but at the same time, it was also pretty horrifying. Like everything was really like messed up and weird. And yeah, the friends all along weren't even like, they were aliens the whole time. Yeah, pretty freaky. That was a good one. I'm glad you guys to talk about that one. Let's rank it. This has been a one I've enjoyed before. It's not the best, but I mean it's enjoyable. So all right. So let's see. I have this one as, yeah. Is this another? Oh, I have this as a, just a 6 out of 10. I guess I thought, the first half was okay. Huh. I think it had like a lot of potential. Like it's such a great concept. I think the second half really picked up, but I think before that it was pretty dry.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that it's probably like, I don't know, like a 70%.
70. Sure. That's cool. Let's do that. Let's see, where did I put it?
It's right on the left, first on the left.
Oh no, that's Scarecrow Walks at Night.
Oh, Scarecrow. Oh, my bad.
I know. Yeah, I know. It looks like
and it's like, is there 2 parts of Scarecrow Walks at Night? Yeah, there is.
Where is it? It's here somewhere. Weird. It blends right in there.
I don't see it.
That's weird. I hope I have it on here. Let's see.
Wait, what was the cover again?
Oh, dang. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe I don't have it on here. I'm not sure.
Can we do it?
Yeah, what is the cover? Yeah, I don't see it. Well, wait. Maybe one of them is the... Let's look.
They're so tiny. I can't even see.
Scarecrow Walks... We'll just put one of those as it's because it looks close enough.
Yeah.
Jack-o'-lantern. So what did you want? 75% you said?
70. Yeah. Solid Spectre.
Yeah, it's Solid Spectre. We'll do that. Great. Cool. That's weird. I thought I'd have that on here.
All right, let's make sure that we don't see it before we continue.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't see it.
I don't see it either.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep on moving. So good stuff. Let's go on to the next one. Season 2. That was a great reveal.
Yeah.
Yes. This is a good one. This might be the best episode of the series. A 2-parter. This is like really hits. Let's get right into it. Of course, yeah, this is the Haunted Mask. This is confusing. So it's season 2, episode 11 and 12. It's the Haunted Mask 2, parts 1 and 2. So this is the second, like the continuation of the last story. It takes place, I believe, 1 year after the last one as well. Because like the events of that happened last Halloween. So Steve Boswell wants to outdo Carly Beth's legendary Halloween scare from the year before. Completely reluctant to lead him down that dark evil path, she avoids telling him where to find it. She doesn't want him going through what she went through. I mean, she went through a terrible situation in that first last year, so of course she's not going to spill the beans on where she got the mask. But you know what? He is persistent, and he vows to follow her footsteps. And his other friend is totally on board too. They want a really cool, scary mask to scare people with. And the perfect thing happens pretty much right after they express their interest during Halloween time, right after school. They are wandering around, and a tall masked man races away from them. And it's really freaky what they see. They see this big guy with the same haunted mask that Carly Beth wore last year. And it was a really eerie sight seeing this in the middle of the yard, or in the middle of the school yard. And while they're really confused about this whole situation, and they ask him like, "Hey, where'd you get that mask?" And he just kind of wanders away, and he's luring them back to the shop, of course. And there's a little bit of like a little foreshadowing here as they're trying to follow the masked man. They stumble into a poor old man that is like barely just kind of like stumbling around, and he's an old dude. He's real slow. He's got a cane, whatever else, and they're just dogging on him. Oh, that old guy. I hope I'm never like him. And they're really making fun of this poor old man. And soon, poor Steve's gonna find out just how awful that lifestyle is. Stay tuned. But the kids eventually they find the haunted mask guy. He wanders into a field. They follow him through a field alone. Terrible idea. And they find the shop in the distance. They decide not to look there, I don't believe, the first appearance. But Steve later comes back in the nighttime, and he goes inside. The shop is dark and eerie. And in the shadows, a disgusting old man mask emerges. So he hastily steals it and raves with joy, considering just how much fun he's going to have terrifying the kids with the mask the next day. And that's what he does. During Halloween night, he puts it on, and he immediately feels a lot stronger, meaner, and more confident with the mask on. And at first, it's not affecting him like it did Carly Beth. It slowly starts to over time as the mask bonds to his face, and it develops a new personality of its own as well. This mask doesn't make him evil, though, necessarily. It literally just starts withering him into a crippled, old, decaying man. He doesn't really have there's no perks to having this mask on. He's not cool. He's not stronger. He's not intimidating at all. His ability to speak dwindles, and his ability to move, he's much slower. His back hunches. His hands grow crippled, and he can barely resemble a youthful, energetic boy like he did before. The mask has hinged itself to his face, and in his mind, there's no way out either. He, of course, just like Carly Beth had the experience trying to remove the mask, he's desperately trying to claw this thing off, and it seems even more attached than when it had the old mask had a hold on her. So, unfortunately, he's just kind of crippling here and withering, and he's really concerned. Nobody's helping him out. Nobody believes it's him because he's like totally unrecognizable anymore. He's literally just starting to look like an ugly old man, not so much even a Halloween costume at this point. And things get worse. The masked man that he saw earlier, which is I believe it's the mask maker from the first episode last year. He is possessed by the mask. He comes and he encounters the old man, and he is perfectly ready to take advantage of him. He claims I guess we'll just call him the masked man. He claims the dying boy for himself. He made the dying boy his servant, and he has a lot of power over him because he has sort of the key to releasing him from this terrible design that he has him enraptured in. The kid doesn't really have any other choice. He can't find Carly Beth. His parents, I believe he tries interacting with some adults and they just kind of look at him like he's a freak. The other kids think he's a freak, just like how he thought the old man from earlier was a freak. You see how this kind of looped around. And the masked man commands him to bring to him the head sculpt, the bust of Carly Beth from last year. Bring it to him because he wants to destroy it, because that was the mask's weakness. And he doesn't want that weakness impeding upon him once he tries to make an advance at Carly Beth yet again. So pretty desperate to get this thing off, he ventures to Carly Beth's house and sneaks inside, grabs the bust, and begins to bring it back to the masked man. While all this is happening, Carly Beth and her friends, they're trying to find, I think his name's Steve, right? They're trying to find Steve, and they want to help him because they know it. This is a terrible situation. So they're hunting for him. He's he's barely able to move. He's just kind of creeping his way back to the masked man. And by the time he does, this awful character, the masked man, he is really just a truly intimidating villain. And the way he lords over this crippled boy is really like evil. Like this is one of the I'd say this is the most evil character in the series. There's just something about him that warrants fear. I mean, this guy is utterly horrifying. And I think what happens here in this segment is Carly Beth eventually catches up to to Steve, now practically a crippled old man himself, and the mask. And the unthinkable is done. Steve, with no help left, under the command of the masked man, he destroys the head sculpt, the only hope of getting that mask off himself, because it worked for the masked man, because that's how that mask released its hold on Carly Beth. You'd think maybe that'd be the same here, but now it's destroyed. And it didn't undo anything, I don't believe. I think he was still crippled here in this moment. So the masked man has everything he wants here. He has this servant that he's going to lord over for all eternity, that's there at his whim to feast on his fear, to feast on his fear. And Carly Beth is also there as well, so he's ready to get revenge on her. So he lunges out at her. But we don't know what he's going to do. We don't know if he's going to kill her, he's going to eat her, or something like that. And Steve does the unthinkable. He does the remarkable. And he pushes himself in front of her to protect her in a final stand as the masked man tried to lunge at her. And by doing so, the act was so powerful, so much full of love, that was the exact ingredient to counter the evil that this mask needs to consume to live. And when that happened, the mask erupted. It removed itself from its host, the old man that created the mask from the first appearance, and that was the end of it. And also Steve, he was thankfully released from this terrible trauma as well. And by the end of the episode, they throw the masks, I believe they throw them into the fire, and they leave it alone. But it turns out the mask can't be destroyed, and they're just sitting there. So it's yet to be seen what happens next. Ty, what are your thoughts on the episode? And then I'll tell everybody a little bit more about why I'm so into this.
Yeah, I think that this is like one of the best episodes in the season, or in the series in general. I mean, definitely the best episode in the season. Maybe one of the best episodes in the series. I think that the mask is insane. I think it's maybe even more disgusting than the first one.
Oh yeah.
Just the way that like he does it. And also just, I really like the fact that like it's a familiar story. Like we don't need to relearn. We don't need to re-meet any characters. I mean, like Steve is new, but like the main characters are still there, and we already know what's happened in the past. And then, yeah, just all this stuff about like, I mean, he genuinely did not have a choice but to help with the old man, because that's the only thing. That's the only guy that maybe had the power to help him out. Also, like, definitely the worst villain out of all of the Goosebumps series. He's like the most malicious. Like he wants to murder these people.
Look at that. Gosh, he's so horrifying. That's such a great costume. If you could just get the mask, you just put the suit on.
Yeah, that's sick.
Man, cool. You have any other thoughts or?
It's a really, really good episode.
Yeah, I think like
I don't got much to say anymore.
Well, I do like. I think it's a great lesson of humility, for kids because it can get irritating being around old people that can't do as much because they're so high energy and there's just watching family members change over time because they get older. I imagine that's frustrating. So I think it's a good like 360 for him to experience that and to see just how terrible they have it. That's a rare experience that we never have. So I think it was nice to see this kid who's kind of a bully in a way, kind of drink the Kool-Aid a little bit. And then I think it's like, I think the villain is just so compelling and so wicked that I think there's something about, gosh, I can hear everything you're doing. You got to mute yourself when you're making food, bro. Sorry. It's so loud. I can't even hear myself think. But yeah, the Masked Man was just so iconic and way worse than when Carly Beth was wearing it. I mean, this was really a really scary character. It's hard to like put into words what it is exactly. You just kind of have to see it. I wish I could just show a whole episode here. That would be great. Then everyone could see for themselves. But yeah, if you're gonna check out an episode, everybody, this is the one to watch. This is really perfect two-parter. I don't think there's an episode I rate higher than these. Really solid storytelling from start to finish. This is like movie quality. Very happy to endorse this one. Let's rate it. I give this a 10 out of 10. This is a 10 out of 10 for me. I think it's above I think it'll be above all the episodes we rank. Honestly, this is my favorite.
I can agree.
What do you say, Ty?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is definitely in Slappy's finest. It's really, really good.
So there's two parts. They're both great. So I'm going to put them both up here. Awesome. Cool. Great. Yeah, it's looking good so far. Let's move on over to the next one. All right. Let's get invisible. This is not a particularly memorable episode. I'm curious to know if anybody has any strong opinions about this or not. But yeah, season 2, episode 13. There's not much to talk about really here. It's a pretty basic premise. Max and his friends, they find an old mirror in the attic with a light that makes whoever stands in front of it turn invisible. At first, it's fun, but the more they use it, the harder it is to turn visible again. It's like the mirror kind of like takes away part of their soul. And I think it's like half of your conscience is like in the mirror world and half is in like the real world. And I think the more you're there, the more your body enters the mirror world. So Max starts to feel like the mirror is pulling him in and realizes that something is inside it that wants to take his place. There's like another personality on the other side. And the mirror dimension, it's full of opposite personalities and versions of themselves that are kind of interested in getting out of there. So yeah, overall, this is actually the first time we see some violence where kids are actually fighting each other. None of these episodes are really violent at all. Like they seem like they could, violence could approach, but it doesn't. But yeah, these kids start fighting each other. I was kind of surprised to see that. There's some good, like weird, trippy mirror dimension effects here. And it looked pretty spotty because it was like classic 90s, cheap 90s effects, but it's kind of part of the allure to me. That's what makes Goosebumps is kind of fun, is the age it chose. But mostly it was silly. It wasn't scary at all. It was interesting enough. So I give it like a 50%. What do you think, Ty? Do you have any thoughts about this? Or
it's nothing crazy. I mean,
yeah,
I like
there's the mirror dimension.
I like the idea of the mirror dimension, but besides that, it's just after the last episode, it's just not even.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deviation of quality. All right, we'll put that up. All right, so
I would say
let's get invisible. That's it. Yeah. Oh, crap, I don't remember what the picture looks like anymore.
Like a guy getting.
I see Ghost Next Door. Oh man. Oh, there it is. Great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what were we saying? I gave it a 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. 50%. I don't think it's I think it's like barely 50, but I think it's fair to put
You
50.
think it's better than like the ghost one and the wolf swamp and stuff? I don't know. I feel like it's
I
on
think
par with those.
you think
But
so?
I
All
don't know. It doesn't
right.
matter.
I think it's a little better.
That's fine. Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of those,
Yeah.
but it's close. Yeah, very close. All right, let's move on to the next one. Keep this train going.
Okay,
All right.
now it's Scarecrow's Walk at Midnight.
Cool. I'll do this one. Maybe if you could do the next one, that'd be nice. The next one's good. Monster Blood. I think you'll like that. All right, season 2, episode 14. Scarecrow walks at night, or is it night or midnight? I think it's midnight. Yeah, Scarecrow walks at midnight. So far, this has the silliest villain of the day. Of course, scarecrows are the problem here, and right when they're revealed, it's made pretty obvious that the scarecrows are really brittle. Like these kids, they take them apart like they're nothing. And they don't seem like super strong or anything. They are literally just walking scarecrows. They're not super strong, they're slow, and you can just tear them apart. They have no weight to them. It would be the equivalent of turning a random scarecrow in the middle of a field in somewhere close by to you into a real life being. Like it's not going to have any powers. It has no bones or anything. It's got no muscle. So they're pretty weak, actually. So it's a really silly situation that these scarecrows are raging havoc, even though they can't really do much. But the story here follows 2 siblings that are visiting their grandparents' farm after a long time away from each other. During their visit, strange mishaps quickly ruin their trip as horrifying scarecrows prowl around the farm. Although the kids, they don't suspect, although the kids do suspect that it's the weirdo farmhand's son that's causing the trouble, it is quickly revealed that all the scarecrows on the farm are actually alive, which is a byproduct of a spell from the farmhand himself. Yeah, there's this weird farmhand who I guess does some work on the farm, right? Baling hay, harvesting corn, right? And it seems like he's the one causing all the trouble, but no. I mean, he is technically, but he's not like dressing up as a scarecrow. For whatever reason, he did like some silly spell and he turned all the scarecrows into real life, monsters. And he didn't seem too concerned that was the case, and even the farmers didn't seem too concerned either. And I don't blame them because these scarecrows really aren't a threat, but they're pretty creepy. I don't know why they wouldn't just get rid of them. But yeah, so when all of this happens, the kids are still freaking out. The scarecrows, they kind of have like a final siege on the kids to try to eat them, kill them. I don't know what they want to do. Turn them into scarecrows. It's never really sure what their intentions are, but they're very attracted to the kids. They want to get them, do whatever. And they are, they all come together and they're about to, they corner the kids in this barn. Unfortunately for them, though, the barn has a giant corn harvesting, like farm harvesting device that, like, I don't know, it like spins all the cobs in this big chute and it kind of crushes things. And the scarecrows just go right into it. That's it. They all die on the spot. And that's the end of the story. It's really very strange. I don't exactly I really don't understand why they didn't why they were so threatened by these scarecrows. At the end of the day, it was kind of obvious from the start that they couldn't do much because I'm pretty sure one of the kids like pulls off one of their arms like it's nothing. So I don't know what they need to be running around about so fervently for, but they did. And it had very campy acting. The kids, none of the characters were really particularly likable or interesting. But at the end of the day, it's like a cute, silly Halloween tale. Not much to take home here. That's all I gotta say. Well, you got any thoughts?
Not really. This one is really just it. I feel like it kind of overlaps some of the themes from the Jack-o'-lantern one just a little bit. I know it's different, but
yeah, a little bit, sure.
It's just not one that I don't even know if I even remember this one from like when I was a kid. Yeah, this is just like this is kind of one that I just barely remember even watching when we watched them. So
I wonder if they would rerun the popular episodes and like ignore the ones people didn't care about much. But funny enough, they made a toy of the Scarecrow from this. They made the monster, they made the mask, they made the Scarecrow and Slappy. I don't know why they did the Scarecrow. I mean, they look cool. I mean, they look great, but you know, yeah. So here we go. Season 2, episode 15. And we got to rank those real quick.
We're going to rank it real quick.
Yeah, my bad. All right, let's rank them, guys. So I just got to remove this. Here we go.
Remember, we're just using the one because we have the other one as a place.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, well, that was an accident anyway. This is only a one-parter, I think, anyway. Yeah, that's strange. Okay. Yeah, I think I gave this one like a 4 out of 10. 40%.
I would put that in the boredom.
All right. Yeah. Wow, you think it's okay? So you think it's okay? I think that's fair.
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's as good as like the other ones that are up in flops.
I love looking at this list. Like it's just such a nice spread of titles.
Finished.
Me too. This is cool. A lot of good levels. We're getting close. We're getting close, man. We're almost there.
Yeah.
Doing good. All right. So you want to tell us about Monster Blood Part 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Let me just put the slides up. Oh, real quick. Rebel Rose said something. The Scarecrow thing has been done so much better. Oh, yeah. I'd love to watch a good, scary Scarecrow movie. That sounds great. I'm down. Make it happen.
They can do it.
All right.
Scarecrow
here we go.
The Batman, the ones with what's his name? He was pretty freaky.
Oh, Christian Bale.
Yeah.
Yeah, Batman Begins. He was freaky. Yeah, he was scary. That's a good example.
All right, Monster Blood. So this is one that I do remember from my childhood. So glad that I can do this one.
Maybe do. Yeah. So there's part 1 and part 2. They're pretty different. So just start with part 1.
Yeah. So this is Evan. Evan has to he has to go stay with his old aunt Catherine while his parents they're going house hunting or something for a new house. So he goes and stays with her, and his dog Trigger comes with just to keep him company and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Or Aunt Catherine she's like really eccentric and kind of weird. Everybody in the neighborhood thinks so. She like talks to her cat and like does a bunch of really weird stuff, and it's just kind of quirky and all that kind of stuff. So during his stay, actually first Trigger and her cat get into a fight, which then makes Trigger have to stay outside for the entire stay because she doesn't trust the dog or whatever. So while he's taking the dog on a walk, is that right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So he goes out on a walk with a new friend with the dog Trigger to take him on a walk and they go to this this kind of like old rundown store place. It's kind of like a toy store or something like that. And they go in, and with his $10 that he was given from his mom she's told him to buy something nice. So with his $10, he sees something on the shelf called Monster Blood, and it's the packaging it looks like it's like some green goo that looks like incredibly malleable, like slime or like some sort of putty or something like that. So yeah, so they split the jar in half. They each take half and they go home. And then they realize that the goo is growing really fast. There's a lot more of it and it's growing really quickly. And when where the goo is, Black Cat follows, which seems unimportant to the naked eye until Catherine reveals a greater plot of evil. The cat is a transformed student of hers from many years ago, whose eye for the dark arts scared Catherine into trapping her with the monster blood for as long as she could hide her. Now that she's unreleased, she attempts to send her monster blood to consume the three once and for all. Dang. I don't remember that part. That's a little bit, like I said, I haven't crazy. But yeah, so starts growing, and we realize that there's this whole darker plot on the backside of this with Catherine, the aunt, trying to like stop this student. Then the saving grace is Trigger. After eating some of the substance, he grows. He has grown like 100, like super big, and he scares the evil witch far enough to fall into the monster blood once again. Strange that monster blood only consumes the young witch. When it came into contact with her, it had no effect on Evan the several times he touched it, which probably has something.
Yeah, it's super weird. Yeah, so the monster blood, it doesn't. For whatever reason, towards the end, when the witch, when the girl here on the right, she was a previous student of Catherine's, and I guess they literally are witches. Catherine, she trapped her student in the monster blood, and that's why she kept it in the jar. I don't know, for whatever reason, why the student reacted the way she did, where she like lost herself in the blood, or like she for whatever reason it just contained her, and she wasn't released until the blood was like opened. And it's not blood at all, it's like this green goop. Evan, I mean, look, you're looking at him, he's literally in a tub of it, and he's doing just fine. And the next one, the next episode, the second part, the monster blood, it touches so many people and it consumes all of them. So it's like, okay, I don't get it. It's not consuming Evan here. I bet some of it gets on his lady friend there too. It didn't mess with her. Yeah, that was funny though. This is just such an enjoyable episode though. I love part one. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of like, it has a lot of charm to it. I think this like monster blood, it was like, there's something sensory about it. You see this and I don't know, this goop. And I like the concept of it like replicating so rapidly. I mean, they keep it in, like they try like putting it in one of the rooms to like contain it. And it just spews out of the room, just spits out under the door. And it's a pretty awful material. And towards the end, when Catherine and the kids, when she finally realizes that the kids did, they went against her instruction that she didn't want them touching that stuff. She didn't want them going into that room. She knew there was dangerous particles, and they went against her instruction. And this is when it all came together, and it just hit the fan. Here we are, her evil student's back, and she wants to do who knows what to the instructor that trapped her and the kids. It's a terrible situation, and I think it just led. It's just overall a really fun episode. Great conflicts, and two really likable characters. The kid was great. I think this old lady did a great job too. She was very mysterious. You're kind of wondering what her deal was, and she also kind of like almost seemed like a villain herself. But at the end of the day, she was just trying to protect her family. So that was enjoyable. I'll tell you guys about the second part, because this is another just great installation into the story as well. These are two very different. I think it's like from part one to part two of any two-parter, this one stands out the most. It's just totally different. So after the rough events that unfolded, in the house, Evan is finally ready to go back to his parents, to fly back to Georgia to meet with his family. So he's on the plane, and he's got Trigger, who saved everyone's life. He ate the monster blood, or no, what did he do? He didn't eat it. He scared the witch lady into the monster blood, for which whatever reason just kind of depleted the whole source. Made no sense. But on the flight, he befriends two new kids, one nerdy little boy that debuts as the classic nerd with a million allergies. And then there's a nice, sweet blonde girl that Evan's kind of interested in a little bit. And then while in the background, there's also this other kid. He's kind of a bit of a bully, likes getting on their nerves. He's causing trouble. And he's kind of out of the picture a decent amount of the story till the later half. But all seemed to be going pretty well. I mean, there was no traces of monster blood left. They were pretty careful to be sure there wasn't any on the suitcase or in the dog or anything. But yeah, somehow a little bit of it did get on the plane. And, this is realized through some really strange events that happen. One of the more iconic images, which is so gross, is this picture. I remember this so well. You remember this, Ty?
Yeah.
Did you remember this when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Where he's washing. Okay, so like the monster blood, I guess there was a little bit left in the suitcase, and it's spilling out. And the blood just kind of has a mind of its own, and it just, even in small samples, it makes its way into the cracks of the plane and eventually meets this poor guy. He's washing his face, and then all the monster blood gets on his hands, and he's rubbing it on his face. It's really gross. And yeah, what it does is when this happens, the blood like absorbs these people or consumes them. So slowly everybody in the plane is just kind of melting away. And the kids, gosh, poor Evan, poor Evan is trying to tell the flight attendant what's happening. Nobody's believing him. He's not getting any grace from anybody. And really frustrating situation. Eventually the flight attendant she believes him, and by that point in time it's too late, and she gets consumed as well. And they have to make a choice, like, what are we going to do? There's nobody here's left on the plane. Thankfully the pilots are safe. I guess the plane's still flying straight and they're able to make it home. But the monster blood towards the later end of this episode has consumed everyone except these three kids, and they're left in a live or die situation. And the little boy, they think of a pretty clever plan to deplete the strength of the monster blood by feeding it airline food. For whatever reason, airline food grossed it out. So he crawls through the what is it called? The overhang, like the package departments, or the luggage space. And he crawls through there. He goes behind the monster blood, the giant mass, which is coming close to them. And he pushes the cart of food into him, and that depletes the monster blood. Everybody comes back hunky-dory. Everyone's happy. That's the end of the story. And now the blonde girl kind of likes Evan after all that. So it leaves on like, ooh, something going to happen here. Something that was like positive about this entire situation was the bully there on the right. He's a bully and he's a bit of a douche, but he makes, I respect when they give bad characters a saving grace. Like they give them a chance to be a better person, and he takes that chance, and he distracts the blob as it's vaulting towards them when it was still alive, and he gets eaten alive trying to save them. I mean, that's pretty admirable. I mean, for all that these kids know, he died for them. So that was pretty cool. I respected that. Overall, this episode is just a lot of fun. It's a really fun episode. Great, just classic thriller. Wasn't really scary at all. These kids were all great. The four of them, each pretty interesting. Evan is a great child actor. Easy to grow attached to all of them. I was concerned for their safety, and it was fun watching this plane, which is supposed to be such a safe, sterile environment, just descend into madness. And, it answers the question, what happens if everyone in the plane is gone except you, and you have to deal with a life-threatening situation on your own without any tools or knowledge as to what to do to defeat this thing. And that's what happens. And very enjoyable. I love both of these so much, and I couldn't be happier to rewatch them again. Do you have any thoughts about this one?
Yeah, I like it. I think I like the first part more. I think that this part with I don't know. They're both good. I think that I like that it's like immediately after, or as soon as possible, like right after the first one. Mm-hmm. With the Haunted Mask, we had a year after this one. It's like not an exact amount of time, but probably pretty close.
Yeah.
After that, you're probably going home. So yeah, I think it was good. I'm confused why on the cover of the book it has
the hamster or whatever.
A hamster in like a classroom, because this entire episode is on a plane.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
But
I can't tell which one I like more. I think I don't know. Both have their place. They're probably even for me. I give both of these a solid 85. That's my ranking.
Yeah, I give them an 80. Put them in there.
Yeah, okay, good. So we'll do that then. Let's put them here.
Tragic Triumph.
Yeah, Tragic Triumph for Monster Blood too. Where's the first Monster Blood? Did I put that one up? I don't think so.
We didn't rank it yet. Or did we?
Okay. I don't think so. Here, we'll put both of those there. Oh, let's see. I might just have that one to represent. Okay, here we go. Great. Cool. Nice. All right. So the next one, real quick. Let's check the chat real quick. Oh gosh. I'm not gonna put that up, but good to see you, Deadhouse. Thanks for joining. I ain't displaying that. Nice
Every
try.
time, dude.
Nah, you ain't getting nothing, man. Nice try. All right. This next episode is one of my least favorites. Season 2, episode 17, Vampire Breath. Oh, spooky. So spooky. No, this one, this is a pass right off the bat. I don't have too much to say, so we'll just kind of speed through this one. It's a pretty lame story. You follow siblings Freddy and Kara. They discover a hidden chamber in their house, and they accidentally awaken Count Nightwing, a vampire who needs his mysterious bottle of vampire breath to survive. They try to escape his grasp, but a shocking family connection and a final twist reveal that they were all vampires along. Yeah, so what happens is, the kids, they encounter Count Nightwing, and they're pretty much just trying to hide from this guy as he's like chasing them around, cat and mouse. And they have the vampire breath. I guess that's how he survives or something. It's like a very important. Oh wait, no, it gives him his teeth. I don't think he has his vampire teeth. I think they're missing. And this sort of for whatever reason, like recovers them so he can suck people's blood again. While all this is happening, when they enter this hidden chamber, there's this little girl. I think I have a picture of her here. I hate to say it, poor little girl. The worst actor in the entire series. You remember that?
She's really, really bad.
Oh my gosh!
This is one of those cases where like whoever was directing this episode had to bring his daughter into work that day because she was like didn't have school, and then they're like, "We're looking for someone." He's like, "My daughter will do it, and you can't tell me anything because I'm directing this." And then she gets he's directing show, and then she does horribly and embarrasses herself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, poor little girl. Yeah, she was one of the worst parts of the entire episode. And what was like concerning, so the performance was bad, and I'm not trying to dog on her, but like the character herself, she's able to disrupt a full-grown vampire man. Because there's like he's chasing after them, and I think she like pushes him or holds him back or something, and he like struggles to get away from her. And she's like 4 years old or something, or like 8, I don't know. This big vampire guy who's been alive for like hundreds of years, he can't stand a chance against this little vampire girl. So overall, the episode was really boring. Wasn't very inspiring. I did enjoy the twist at the end that they were all vampires, and he was actually, I think he's part of the family. I think that was also a reveal. But yeah, the young lead actors just did not do a good job. Even the two main protagonists, not very exciting performances from them.
Very good actor in general.
No, yeah, it's a flop. And it's not even a goose flops. It's below that.
This might be bottom tier.
Yeah, I think it is. What did I say? I said I was being nice. I'm gonna give it lower than what I gave it. I gave it a 30%.
Dang, that's generous.
That is generous. Why did I give it that? It's not boredom beware. It's ghost ghoul vomit. We'll say ghoul vomit. Yeah.
What's in Dead?
Return of the Mummy and the Beneath the Sink. I don't know. Both are pretty bad. We'll do that.
Yeah, put it down there because those are just as horrible. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So, do you have any final thoughts on that one, Ty? No. Nice. All right. Let's move on to the next one here. Cool.
Ooh, this is a good one.
So we're gonna do. I'm moving on to season 2, episode 18. This is How to Kill a Monster. Personally, right off the bat, this was not a very fun episode for me. Gosh, this is sort of another one of those like interesting ideas, but didn't really land. I think the monster, I love Goosebumps effects. My gosh, yeah. I think every episode has some really impressive special effect, practical costume, whatever else. I love that about Goosebumps. It's really that's like that's everything we want, right? And Goosebumps does such a beautiful job at that. But, just talking about the story with this episode, not particularly compelling. Interesting setting, though. So we follow step siblings Gretchen and Clark after they arrive at their grandparents' house in Swamp Country. After Clark plays a prank on Gretchen inadvertently, she enters a forbidden room and is horrified to find a giant, disgusting beast. Awaking the creature, it chases the kids around until they overload it with spicy foods in a giant gumbo dish. For whatever reason, that still didn't do the trick. I don't know why they exactly thought that would kill the thing, but they did. They fed it this giant vat of gumbo. It didn't work. But, this whole episode is pretty much just a cat and mouse routine. The kids just keep running away from this giant monster, and it's not working. Their plans just aren't working. It's folding time and time again. They were led to believe this. I can't remember particularly why that was the case, but they thought the food was going to end it. It didn't work. So as they're running around, Clark comes really close to the beast. It's like, it's a breath away from him, and he does something really strange. He sticks his hand in the monster's mouth, and he thought for whatever reason that was going to help them. This wasn't like a sacrificial play. This was a choice he made to, I don't know, somehow defeat the beast, defeat this disgusting monster. And for whatever reason, it worked. It worked like a charm. This was one of the funniest death scenes in all of Goosebumps. Was when he stuffed his hand in his mouth, the monster didn't just like die or pass away peacefully. It exploded on the spot, exploded into a bunch of pieces. And that was it. It was gone. And the kid, you know what? He was kind of smart. He figured out that he thought that the beast was allergic to humans and that he was allergic to him. And he was right. And I'm not exactly sure where he came up with this idea, but yeah, the monster was allergic to him, and that's why he blew up. That's really it. None of these characters were very interesting. Like I said, the monster looked cool. It was really ugly and disgusting, and I love that. I love the look. I think this episode, if we're talking in positive terms, it has. I love this setting. It's like the swamp country, like really. It's a really country family. They like their gumbo from the South. I respected that. I thought it was fun following that story. And then you have the monster. Everything else is just really poor. Like I said, dull story, dull characters. Nobody really to get excited about here. The conflict wasn't that intimidating. This monster doesn't really seem like it's really wanting to eat them or hurt them. It's just kind of running after them. So yeah, I give it a pretty low score. This is another one where I think it's an absolute sleeper. You won't miss it if you don't see it. So I'm going to give this one a 3.5 out of 10, which is that's a boredom beware. So 35%. I think it's unfortunately earned that rank. But if we move on to the next one, let's see if it's a little more positive. Here's another image of the beast too, eating the gumbo. It looks great, right? I mean, I love the look of it. I respect that about the Goosebumps series. I just love the outfits. It's so awesome. I mean, that's not cheap making a suit like this. For as cheap as the production value seems to be, or appears to be, they always hit home runs with the monsters and ghouls. Oh yeah, this is a very interesting premise. I think it's like the episode isn't the greatest, but I think they had something here. I loved I love the designs of the creatures in this. Calling All Creeps, season 2, episode 19. It's a pretty sad story too. I mean, this kid, he goes through a pretty rough time here in this. Sorry. I gotta sneeze, but I can't sneeze for some reason. We follow Ricky Beamer. He is a middle schooler who is just constantly bullied. He has no friends. He finally makes one friend with this nice girl, and the friendship doesn't seem to satisfy him enough by the end of the episode, which we'll get to. But he's sick of being bullied. He's sick of being pushed around by everybody. He's not getting any goodwill, and he's a nice kid. He's not doing anything wrong. And one of the bullies in particular that annoys him is Tasha, the school newspaper editor. So he's trying to get back at her, and he sneaks into the library or like the computer room at school during the evening hours. and he sneaks in a prank message into the newspaper she's writing saying, well, what it's doing is it's calling on all creeps to phone her after midnight. Now, I don't exactly know how creeps would get her number, or I don't know why they would be looking at the school newspaper. I guess that's what creeps do, right? But he was expecting that to happen. He was expecting maybe students to just barrage her with prank phone calls. And unfortunately for him, Tasha noticed this issue and she flipped it on his head and she added Ricky's number instead. So now he's getting a bunch of calls from creeps and they're really annoying him. And when he's actually listening to these creeps, they are freaky. These aren't normal creeps. I mean, these are like dangerous, weird things. They don't sound human even, really. It sounds like there's something bigger going on here. And that very night, at midnight, when he's getting all these freaky calls, he determines that he's contacted by real lizard-like creeps who think that he's their leader. And they are interested in transforming students at school into more creeps. So creeps are pretty much, they're like these lizard dinosaur people, like the ones you see in this picture here. And they're weird, but they want to be Ricky's friend. They're kind of, they don't have good intentions, but I mean, they want him to rule over the school, which is so funny. And at first he's like, I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't, we're all people. He's a human. He's a human being, for gosh sakes. He's not interested in turning his bullies into monstrosities. And I don't think he really understands the scope of what they want right off the bat. And I think, like, selfishly, he's interested in going down this hole where he does kind of get back at everyone for bullying him. But he has this nice friend of his, this girl, who he likes, and she likes him. And he's pretty excited about that. And she's compassionate. She's kind of leading him down the right path. And his friend's name is Iris. And at first, they both agree that they're going to try to stop the chaos because the creeps, they could like shapeshift. They sort of took on the appearance of some of the other bullies that were screwing him up, and they were now kind of really screwing things up for during just the whole school cycle, because people thought that those bullies, now they're acting cool around him, like what's going on. Still didn't really change anything, but Ricky and Iris, they initially wanted to stop the creeps from tearing the school apart, from transforming all the kids into more creeps, into more of these dinosaur lizard people. But what's funny enough is he has a choice in the end, and he has a public choice in front of everybody. He's sort of the creeps, they put this weird, I don't know, like mutation liquid in the school lunch, or like it's like cookies. I think it's cookies that the mutation formula is in, and all the kids are about to eat them. And while they're about to do so, Ricky wants to help them. He doesn't want them to turn into the dinosaur people, the lizard people. And if they eat them, they will turn into it without a doubt. So he goes in front of the school, he stands on the stage, and he's about to tell them all, please don't, you have no idea what you're doing. But they're all bullying him and laughing at him. They're all trashing him. And he makes a decision at the very end. He looks at Iris and he says, nah. Let them, he says, eat up, enjoy those cookies, kids. And they all eat the cookies, and they all turn into the creeps. And weird enough, at the very end, they all start like, they're not like worshiping him, but they're like bowing down to him stuff. They're like, this is the leader, better listen to him. And then like a really strange twist at the end was he ate a cookie himself and he turned into a creep. Really weird. I love the premise, like the way I describe it. And I'd say my excitement for the concept, it probably sounds like this is a home run, right? Well, I hate to say it. It's a weak episode with a strong finish. And, the story itself, the way you think about it and the way these events unfold, they sound fun and interesting. But at the end of the day, there are likable characters, but it's boring. I hate to say it, Goosebumps sometimes just has some really boring episodes. But there is some grace here. That's one reason why I didn't make my tier ranking system super critical, because there's a lot of grace that should be had for these. Of course, it's made for children, And there's a place in my heart for all these episodes, even if they're not the best, because it just goes back and you think about it later on, right? I think we all see an episode that we remember and we find iconic in our own ways, right? And that's what happened here. And yeah, see, there's the creeps right there in the yellow. It's hard to find a decent picture of these guys, but yeah, they were freaky, really freaky, creepy, and they looked great. I loved them. They were super freaky and creepy. So I hate to say it, this episode, it gets a 4 out of 10, so 40%. And according to our meter, that is goose flops. But it's still a decent episode, and it's still fun. Definitely still recommend you check it out if it's one of your favorites. Sorry for trashing on it, but it's a good one. It just has a lot of flaws. Sorry, I'm muted. My bad. I thought, okay, cool. Yeah, let's rank those two. So let's see. 2 interesting prospects. What were your thoughts, Ty? Do you have any thoughts on those 2 episodes?
Yeah, let's start with sorry. Let's start with How to Kill a Monster. I think that it's a flop in my opinion. I don't really like. I like this costume, like you were talking about. The costume's really cool, and I kind of like the idea of like the southern, like swampy stuff, that stuff. But really, when it comes down to it, like the story really did not make that much sense, and I really don't like the ending where he was just like, "Oh, he's allergic to people, so now he's done. I win." It's like, what? How did you know that? What basis are you coming off? Because it's not like you're not trying to like save somebody else, you're trying to stop him. So yeah, it's just underwhelming. I mean, I think the character or the monster is pretty much the only redeeming quality.
Yeah, that one's underwhelming. What about the other one?
Calling All Creeps.
Creeps.
I like this one actually. I think it's like a nice, it's a little bit of a different pace from what we've been getting normally. But yeah, I like it. I like that, like this kid is like, he really wants to help everybody, but everybody is so out to get him. It's like, he shouldn't be helping these people at all. And yet he is. I also really like the design of the creeps. I think they look like really cool, like the costume design and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, they look sweet. It's like
they're so freaky.
Dragon, lizard people. Yeah, it's like a great costume design. And yeah, I just think that like in general, like it's just a really perfect episode when it comes to Goosebumps standards.
Whoa, crap. You love
perfect, it. Not perfect as in like S tier. And perfect as in like it checks every single box that I expect a Goosebumps episode to
I feel
check.
That.
You know, it's really solid. It's a really solid adaptation. They did a good job.
That's fair. Well, I respect. That's the one thing that we kind of changed a little bit. We're a little different on. That's good. About time. We've been agreeing on everything.
Yeah, we've been agreeing on a lot.
Okay, let's see. So the first one was gosh, I forgot already. The monster one.
Yeah, How to Kill a Monster.
How to Kill a Monster. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one? Yeah. Okay. That was pretty bad. I think I gave that a 45. Goose flops.
I'm good with putting them in Boredom Beware. Oh, you want to put it up there?
Oh wait, Boredom Beware.
I think so.
Let me look at my
that crazy.
Oh yeah, no. I gave it terrible. I gave it 35. My bad. Yeah. So definitely Boredom Beware. And then the next one we want.
Calling All Creeps.
We've talked about so many of these. I'm going nuts. Like I can't keep them in my head anymore.
I know. I'm like totally forgetting.
What are you? Okay, wait. So,
you didn't like it, right?
Yeah, I didn't like it that much, but you like it a lot. I'm fine with finding a middle ground.
I think we should put it in like solid Spectre.
That's fine. I think that's fair. I think I had it like 40%.
Yeah, at 40. I like it a little more. So
yeah, that's good. Hearing you talk about it makes me a little more optimistic. Okay, great, nice. And yeah, Rebel Rose is right. The suit is great for such a low budget kid show.
For sure.
I just wonder how they do that. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's where the money goes, right? All right, let's go to the next one. So season 2. Welcome to Deadhouse. This is a weird one. This is a weird two-parter. Geez, I've been eating these Fritos. They're so good. I didn't think I'd like them, but yeah, they're smack. Let's see. I'm trying not to eat them now.
I know, right?
I know. I've got the munchies, man. Not literally, but I'm hungry.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, welcome to Deadhouse. Let's pull up the notes on this one. So yeah. Season 2, episode 20 and 21, we follow the Benson family as they move into a gloomy old house in the town of Dark Falls, where Amanda and Josh notice ghostly figures and strange neighbors. Everyone is really weird in this town. Everyone's gaunt. They look dead. Everyone's gray. No one has any color in them. They're all super monotone. They have no expression. They also don't like walk out during like daylight. So, yeah, like if you ever see a guy like outside during the day, he's not like outside. He's like in a garage and the door's open. You know, that's as good as it gets. But the family, especially the kids, they soon discover the terrifying truth that everyone in the town is dead and wants to feed on the living family that just moved in. And they have been, ever since the family moved in, they've just been scheming and plotting how they were going to trap the family and eat them alive. And worse yet, the kids they accidentally stumble into a town hall meeting where everyone is rallying in the forest, like in the woods, and they're all just scheming and talking about it. And the kids overhear them and they freak out. The ghost people notice and they all start charging towards the kids, and they lay siege in the house. The parents finally believe the kids that there's something wrong, and they're trying to defend their house from this onslaught of 20 plus ghost people. And unfortunately, they get in. The family slowly makes their way upstairs. That gets taken over. Then they go to the attic, and they're like, backs up against the wall. Luckily, there's a window right behind them, and I think it's like the young lady, Amanda. I think she discovers that there's a window there. It's boarded up with some boards, and they're taking the boards down, and it's starting to screw up those ghosts. And once she reveals all the light, all the ghosts just disappear. And it's either they disappear or they like retreat. I'm pretty sure they disappear. I think that like kills them. But eventually the family is able to escape safely with one small crucial detail yet to be discovered. While they get in the car, they drive away. Everything seems hunky-dorky until the dog, I don't know, starts making some noise, and they take a look. And Petey the dog is dead, and he's going to eat them alive. The end. That's the end of the story. They're stuck in the car with Ghost Dog, and he wants to eat the whole family alive. These two, they were good comfort food episodes. They were fun. I thought it felt like the others. I don't know if you've seen the others with like the reveal of like the ghost reveal. It kind of felt like that to me, especially when the kids discover all of the whole town literally meeting in the woods to scheme about teaming up against the family. It was kind of a tough watch almost. It kind of drove me nuts how ignorant these parents were. Poor Amanda, she had several horrifying interactions with strange men vaulting towards her in her room before, and they were acting like it never happened. Like she would have weird encounters in her room at night with strange men just popping up, coming out of the walls. And it was like, oh, it's your imagination. It's your imagination. Isn't that terrible? I couldn't believe it. This was really infuriating, seeing what these parents, how stupid they were. And I thought, like, at the end of the day, I don't know if I don't think it would make sense, but it kind of seemed like a childish version, an innocent version of Walking Dead. I don't know why. It just it looked like that, which doesn't make sense because Walking Dead came out a lot later. But I kind of had that feeling. I'm wondering if maybe they took the look and the feel from the graphic novels, but that wouldn't really make much sense. That's just what I came away with it. But at the end of the day, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. What do you think?
I really like this one. I remember Welcome to Deadhouse is like one of the few Goosebumps books that I actually physically owned. So I had the like paperback copy, and I would read it and stuff, and I liked it. When I saw the episode, I was like, wow, this is way better than the book, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it's really like it's a good good episode, 2 episodes. It's got some really solid themes and that kind of stuff. It's freaky for sure. Like all these people that are just like actively trying to, they're like, that's their whole goal is to kill these people and eat them. And like, yeah, it's freaky. And it looks all like dark and gray. It looks like all these people are super like bound up and stuff. And yeah, I think that the final twist at the end where the dog is now dead somehow, like, that's interesting. I'm curious how that happened. Cause like, did we get to see a point where they got access to the dog, or like did it happen like just randomly or like whatever? But yeah, this is like a really good one, and I remember always really liking it. Welcome to Deadhouse.
Well, yeah, I mean, look here. There's the assembly on the right. That was such an eerie look when they stumbled upon them. And this is the ghost, like realtor or whatever, at the end chasing after the car. Yeah, this is a good one. I enjoyed this. Is there another picture? Nope. All right, let's rate it. So let's see. We got, I don't think it makes much of a difference if I do this. Oh, no, it does. I'll do that. So this was Welcome to Deadhouse, right?
Yeah.
All right. Both parts were pretty good. I think I had this at 7 out of 10. I think that's fair. 70%.
Yeah, freaky good.
Wow, there haven't been many of those. Cool.
What was the first one that we rated today? Oh, it was the Haunted Mask.
Haunted Mask, yeah.
We've
come a long way, man. Look, I mean, this is a lot of titles.
I know it is.
It doesn't feel like 4 hours, but like I'm getting worn out. That's the only problem. Just think, this is the most amount of talking we'll ever do in our whole life, I think.
Consecutively, yeah.
I don't think I've never talked this long ever. Oh, and that's saying a lot. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I got a Red Bull here. I just popped open. Hopefully it helps. All right, so this one is, I think it's Don't Wake Mummy. I think that's this one. Let me check.
Yeah, Don't Wake Mummy.
This one's pretty decent. This is the episode where I root for the villain. I root for the mummy. I want the mummy to eat the sister. Are you seeing the pattern, Ty? Are you seeing the pattern? This is the case where I root for the villain to eat the sister alive. That's what I wanted to happen here. Gosh. Oh, another infuriating sister. R.L. Stine.
He knows how to... Yeah.
He knows how to make my blood boil. And I don't get it. Like, it's not like... So there's all these infuriating sisters that are just the worst thing ever. And nothing ever happens to them ever. And this same thing happens here. She is terrible. She's a deviant in this one. So we follow Jeff Carter, who is oh wait, give me 1 second. I'm gonna mix something up here. Yeah, that's right. So Jeff Carter's the little kid there. He lives with his archaeologist father, who is not present during this episode, and mischievous sister Kim. So the father's away in like Egypt or something like that, and he's doing some archaeological work. And he sends home, or at least the family thinks, he sent home this product, which is literally a sarcophagus with this mummy in it. And it just kind of, it's a mystery sarcophagus. They didn't expect it to come, but it did. And they just put it right in the basement there. And Kim, of course, she knows that poor little Jeff's a scaredy cat. I don't blame him for being scared of this. I mean, geez, it's literally a mummy in the house in a dark basement. It's pretty, you got the makings, the fixins for something freaky.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, literally. I guess where else are they going to put it? But Kim just constantly gets under Jeff's skin. She dares Jeff to touch the mummy, and then she locks him in the basement. There's also several other times where she dresses up as a mummy and scares him, or puts something in his food. It's terrible. She's awful. And even weirder yet, it's not just like the mummy. There's also a mummified cat. And there's a canopic jar. Like, I think they use this word in there, which, like, canopic, what the heck does that even mean? I think it's like an ancient jar or something. A canopic jar, and it contains a human heart in it, which I guess is the key to resurrecting the mummy Amen Lukacs, an ancient pharaoh. So he's an ancient pharaoh who is cursed for murdering his brother. So yeah, pretty serious accusations. This thing's pretty evil. And Kim, she kind of inadvertently awakens the real mummy by, I think she reads like some sort of like text or something that like births life back into the mummy. And yeah, she awakens it. And of course, the mummy's freaking out and he's evil. I mean, he murdered his brother hundreds of years ago, right? And now thousands, right? And the mummy begins terrorizing the family, wandering around. Jeff bravely confronts it. And even though the mummy was going right at his sister, he didn't care. He confronted it and he put himself on the line. He put his life on the line to save her. And he destroyed the heart, causing Amen Lukacs to crumble to dust. And that was pretty much the end of that, except the undead mummified cat survives, hinting that the supernatural danger isn't entirely gone. So, yeah, my thoughts on this are this sister is awful. She's evil. She's a perfect example of the brat sister your parents never punish for tormenting you. Somehow she gets away with doing really terrible, mean pranks to her brother, and nothing happens to the whole episode. And she has this deviant, annoying girlfriend there that also just aids in the beds. I couldn't stand them. They made me sick. Nothing happened. The mummy didn't get her. Mom didn't punish her. She just got away with everything. It was awful. I cannot stand when that happens. I think like it was a little, it was, I think like, I appreciate justice in a story when someone kind of, gets, you reap what you sow. And that just doesn't happen with a lot of these characters, the sister characters, which I think definitely has to be telling of his own experience. Cause I mean, it's a pattern here. There's really not very many good sister characters. There's a lot of good boy and girl, friendships, but when it comes to brother and sister relationships, it's always this way. It's terrible. I don't get it, R.L. Stine. What are you doing? So that just
some sort of horrible sister or something in his childhood because he just writes these girls.
Well, you think he would want to like right the wrong and have them like reap what they sow, but they always get away with everything in all these episodes.
Yeah, they do.
Oh gosh, but at the end of the day, it was the mummy stuff was cool. The mummy looked great. This is a big improvement from the previous mummy episode we had, which was Dog. And it was creative. And I think, her being an infuriating character adds to the entertainment to some degree. Because I mean, it's yielding a strong emotional response, but at the same time, I just don't want to watch something and get infuriated like this did. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really don't have much to say about this episode. I mean, I don't really like the mummy stuff. Like I said, it's not something that I'm really interested in general. Yeah, she sucks. That girl, she deserves something. I don't know. She deserves the mummy to like eat her or something like that. I'm not sure.
But you don't think she deserves to be eaten alive by the mummy? I didn't say that, did I? Oh, you did. Okay, good.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah.
Right.
This is really not I don't know. I don't really feel
it's a pass. Yeah. All right. Let's put it up here. All right. Next up. Oh, all right. Let's see. Don't Wake Mummy. So there wasn't actually a cover of this, or else I would have put it there, obviously. Yeah. So it's this mummy image. What are we thinking? I think I gave it a 5 out of 10. I think that's probably fair. What do you think? Mid? You think it's mid?
Yeah, mid monster.
All right. Cool. Let's do that. Nice. We're getting there. All right. I think you like this next one, don't you? Blob that ate everything?
Yeah, it's good. Actually, when I rewatched it, though, yeah, I can do it. But when I rewatched it, I really I'll do it, though.
All right, cool. All right, Blob that ate everything. There you go, Ty. Oh, wait, let me make sure. Okay, good. Nice. Tell us about Blob that ate everything.
This one is everyone. Yeah, this one's pretty straightforward. Not too bad. So the kid's name, there's a boy whose name is Zach. Yep, and he finds this typewriter that is in his attic or closet or something. Like it was like in his house, and he found it, and he is known with his friend to always like write stories and do all these drawings and stuff and all that kind of stuff. So he finds this typewriter and he starts typing on it. He starts typing some stories and whatnot. And it turns out that the typewriter is magical. So everything that he writes on the typewriter comes to life. So after he realizes this, he starts having some fun with it. And him and his friend, they start messing around and writing stories and all that kind of stuff. And then he decides to write a story called The Blob That Ate Everyone. And so the story is about a giant pink blob that just starts devouring everything, just taking over everything, just like sucking it all up and like eating it all. And so he makes the story, and of course it comes true. So then he is in a predicament where the blob is there and it's trying to eat everything. And he ends up stopping it by he tries to rewrite it on the he tries to use the typewriter's power to reverse it, but it turns out that it's not him. It's not the typewriter that has the power, it's him. So in order to stop it, he has to he has to change the story in his own mind. So he has to wish it to go away. So the typewriter wasn't even really the typewriter was not used. It wasn't magical in the first place. He was the one with the magic power. He was just using the typewriter. Yeah, I like this one a lot. I think it's I've always really liked the cover art of the Blob, like the book, The Blob That Ate Everyone. It just looks really cool and off-putting. In general, I think it's I don't know, it's decent. It's a pretty good story. It makes sense. I like that it's a little bit of a creative thing. It kind of gives me similar vibes to the Super Mutant one, where if you think it, you can do it type thing. And I tend to really like those type of episodes because it just really gives the imagination to the character, and then they end up actually their consequences are always worse than the ones that they get to use their imagination than if it's just a solidified object. So yeah, overall, I like it. I do not like the way that the Blob looks, though. I don't think you have a better photo of that or not, but
you don't really see the Blob very much.
Yeah, but in general, it just doesn't look. It's not what I was expecting when I saw the cover, and that's a little disappointing because it could have been better.
I don't get how some things just get so lost in translation. I mean, this looks nothing like that picture, and exactly. Slappy looks nothing like the picture of Slappy. Really, I mean, we see this so many times, and I'm okay. Like I said, I like the new Slappy better, like the one they did, than the design on the book. But you make this sound a lot better than it is to me, because the whole Blob part of it is great, but it's the last 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's so little. You get barely any of it. And most of the episode is just experimenting with this magical typewriter, which you believe is magical, but I guess it's not because it's him that's making the stories, as you say. So I don't know. I think the premise is great. I love the concept of an inspiring young writer unaware of the impact his stories are making on the world around him. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I would definitely agree. That beginning, it's the Blob is my favorite part, but why don't we get more of that? Why does it take so long?
How about the whole episode is the Blob? That's what it's probably because it just costs more money to make.
Make it a 2-parter. We have plenty of 2-parters. Make it a 2-parter.
Yeah, man, just looking at this kid in the store. Don't you want to go to that store, bro? Yeah. VHS. Oh man, that'd be awesome. Yeah, let's rank this puppy. Thanks for doing that. That sounded good. No, so let's see here. I think I had this one listed as a 4, so mine's pretty low. What do you want? Mid monster's probably fair.
Yeah, I would put it at mid monster
because I know you like it more than me. I'd say it's
actually we could also maybe Goose.
Do you think it's Goose Flops? I'm kind of down for Goose Flops.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay,
because it's not.
Yeah, I don't think it's on par with those.
No, it's not. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. Nice. Great. Let's see what Megan the Texan's here. Megan, you can see here, I saw you're talking about Super Mutant. I think I have that listed somewhere here. Megan the Texan. Hey, guys. Just got here, LOL. Have you guys already viewed Attack of the Mutant? That is one of my favorites. Nice new picture. It's very nice. Yes, we have. You see, it's a solid Spectre, 60 to 70%. What would you give it, Megan? I bet you're disappointed with that rating. Oh man, I bet you probably hate us for that one. It's not very high, but it's higher than a lot of these. I mean, look at all the ones below him. Yeah. It's still solid. It's not
a good
bad.
episode. It's just not one of the best. That's okay.
No, all of these are pretty positive. So nice. Thanks for coming. Let us know your rating because I'm very curious. All right, let's go on to the next one.
Yes. Finally.
Oh my gosh, she's tripping balls. 90 to 100%. No way. Look at here. You want to see something? Look at this. I'm going to show you 90 to 100%. Look up there. Look, we only got 4 titles, and it's all Haunted Mask. That's 90 to 100%. Super Mutant, well, you're being nice to Super Mutant or whatever it's called. It's going here in Mid Monster to me, but Ty and I were being nice. We gave it 60, so yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Oh, all right. I guess it comes down to personal experience. She says very solid. It freaked me out when I watched it.
Oh yeah, it is freaky for sure.
Yeah, I wish we could go back to that time when we first watched these as a child. I remember them coming on. I think I would watch them at my grandma's house. I'd go to grandma's house, and then it usually ended up being on, and I'd sit there and watch it and eat a Marie Callender's TV dinner. They're the best. I love them. All right, let's move on. You guys are jaded. Yeah, I guess so. Hey, we watched all 74 episodes. I think we've got a pretty good grasp on the quality of these. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, here we go. Look at this, Megan. This might be actually, I have a very good feeling about this episode. These two. This is Night of the Living Dummy 3. If this is what I think it is, then we are in for quite a treat.
Yes, we are.
Yep, it is. This is a real treat. I love these two. These are awesome.
Is Slappy still in the comments? Slappy, we're
Slappy. I loved that. Oh my gosh! Please be here. I'm gonna look him up. I wondering if that's someone I know just playing a prank on me or something. I don't know. Yeah. So here we go. Night of the Living Dummy 3, Part 1 and 2, Season 2, Episode 24 and 25. Yeah, this is a great 2-parter. Trina and Dan Odell live with their ventriloquist father, Jimmy Odell, who collects ventriloquist dummies. Their cousin Zane comes to visit. This is young Hayden Christensen, who plays as a shy, nervous kid who's been scared by the same pranks before by the family. The family, every time he visits, those Trina and Dan, they are terrible. They prank him out of the wazoo. He's a big baby, super scared, scaredy cat. And those two kids, they love just messing with him any chance they get. And I don't really blame him because he eats it up. Yeah, there he is on the right. This is like, of all the cameos, I think when you think of Goosebumps cameos, you think Hayden Christensen in Goosebumps. You don't even think about the other ones. His is the best. Young. Yeah, it's like barely recognizable.
Like when did he debut in Star Wars?
Jeez, what was that, like 2000? Let's see. I think episode 1 came out in 99. Attack of the Clones might have came out 3 years later, so maybe 2002 or 3.
This probably came out in like 93 because he's like a baby here because he's a baby in Star Wars.
Yeah, he is. Well, that I don't know. He's like probably 18 or 19.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but yeah. So Zane, he's iconic in these episodes. He comes to visit, and he's pretty scared of dummies. He doesn't like them. And like I said, he's shy, he's nervous. He's not a big fan of Slappy. Once Slappy enters the picture, because again, this family does not know that Slappy is pure evil. And of course, Slappy isn't, the friendliest ventriloquist doll at all. Jimmy the dad, he's a big ventriloquist fan. I think he might make I don't think it's his career, but he's got a bunch in the attic. A lot of great dummies up there. Slappy is one of his prized dummies, even though he's newer. He loves it. He keeps it locked away in the trunk. And Dan is the child, unknowing of the horrible mistake that he's going to make when he sees Slappy in the attic. He reads off the magical words that bring Slappy to life. I think like Slappy is a newer one, but the dad, he just immediately knew he fell in love with this dummy. It's a very good looking dummy, and of course, all these kids, they see those magic words and they have to read it aloud, brings him back to life. Again, I don't really understand where did Slappy come from? Because last time I checked, his body was smashed and he was a spirit. Like, okay, I don't get the timeline here. But he's back again in the same body. Now he is resurrected with the same spirit in the body, especially because of the magical words being brings him back to life. And of course, once he's back in the picture, strange incidents appear around the house, mostly oriented towards terrorizing Zane. And now the two kids that always terrorize Zane, they are getting punished for the pranks that are be putting on Zane that they're not even doing. And this time they're way more severe and it's tearing up the house. And it's Slappy that's doing it, but nobody believes it, of course. And Slappy eventually reveals himself and engages in quite a brawl with the kids. And all I'm not sure how many, I think it was just the two main ones are kind of fighting him. And they actually put up a pretty good fight with Slappy, and they were actually able to apprehend him and hold him down. And when they did this, they grabbed him, and I think they took him out to the well. Yeah, they were able to apprehend Slappy somehow, even though he's pretty strong for these kids, and he's pretty tall. He's like 3 feet tall. Yeah, and they're able to hold him down and carry him all the way out to the well, which is like, over a dozen feet deep, and drop him all the way down there. I mean, if that happens, how on earth do you get him out of there? Well, it turns out that Slappy did some more mischievous stuff upstairs in the attic before he revealed himself finally. He has of course he's like a magical doll, right? And there's something evil about him, right? He has a spirit. Well, he does something different here than we haven't seen yet. Is he breathes life into this other doll, Rocky, who is like a gangster doll thing. There he is on the left. And this guy is like, he's his new servant and he's his henchman. He does what he says. And Rocky in the next episode somehow gets Slappy out of the well, which is so frustrating. So Slappy returns, of course. He sneaks into Zane's room and transforms him into a bumbling dummy like the rest of them. And this is like, I think I have I don't have a picture of it. Dang it. I wish I had a picture. But this is, it's such an eerie sight seeing, Zane as a dummy. It's really freaky. It definitely, it stands out to me as one of the more memorable scenes in Goosebumps when you see him like that. And he just looks totally, just out of it. It's a freaky image. And while this happens, now the kids, they have to deal with Slappy, they have to deal with Rocky, and they have to find a way to get their cousin Zane back from being a dummy into a human being. I don't know how you do that, but Trina and Dave, they realize that Slappy, is alive still somehow, and that they're set on stopping him, of course. So what they end up doing is they have a final encounter in the attic where Slappy's kind of arrange a final stand to transform the kids into puppets themselves, or maybe just, I don't know, intimidate them one final time so that he can rule over them unceasingly. But Slappy, he's got them up there right where he wants them. All the other dolls are there too, but none of them are moving. They're just kind of sitting around. And Slappy sends Rocky over to grab them. And this is a really strange interaction we have that kind of like, it's so weird. It kind of touched me a little bit because Rocky is, he's kind of slowly lunging towards the kids. And Trina is pleading to him, please don't do this. Remember my father, he loved you. You were the prized piece in his collection. He cared about you. You were part of our family. Slappy doesn't care about you. You're nothing to him. You're a slave to him. And I don't know why, but that whole sequence kind of touched me. And he's standing there and he's like, man, what do I do? And then Slappy's talking about, yeah, do what I say, servant. You piece of trash. Do what I say. And Rocky ends up having an altercation with Slappy. Instead, he listens to Trina. And Slappy's the life force of Rocky. If Slappy disappears, then his life disappears. So he ends up Rocky ends up kind of sacrificing himself to save the family and to rid the world of Slappy. And he throws him out the window, and lightning strikes Slappy and blows him up into a bunch of little pieces. And that thus destroys the remnant of Slappy's spirit. And it should be the end of his story, so you think. We'll see later on, though. What do you think, Ty? What do you think of this episode? Then I'll give my thoughts.
Yeah, this episode is great. I mean, I always remember this episode being the most intense episode that I watched in Goosebumps. I mean, it's just like Slappy is so manipulative in so many different ways, and it's honestly it's horrible, but it's also it just makes him such a compelling character because he's able to just I think before someone in chat earlier was talking about Chucky and stuff and all that kind of stuff. It feels very similar to that. He's just this evil demon spirit that's just set on making children or these certain people feel the most pain possible. And yeah, he's not killing people, but it's because it's not how this show is. But he's going pretty much to that point where he's he is in full strive to permanently turn them into dummies and hurt them permanently. So that's really interesting. I like the this introduction of this other dummy that is kind of doing his bidding, and then absolutely that final part where he changes his mind and saves them is really important because just because this dude made you come to life doesn't mean he cares about you. I don't know if the dad really, that was the one thing. It's do they have consciousness before they have the life? Because how would he have known that the dad cared if he's an inanimate object with no consciousness?
Yeah.
Consciousness.
True. Yeah, I guess he must have because he remembered that. So I guess he is kind of aware, but no control over himself.
It's just super interesting, super captivating, and just overall a really, really solid episode.
I think so Megan said, I thought it was scary when I was younger. Whoops, my bad. When I was younger, it just looked so goofy seeing Slappy running around. So that's something funny though. I love how Slappy, this is the introduction to Slappy as an actor in the suit. You can see in the bottom right hand corner there, that's the human sitting there as Slappy. That is my favorite Slappy we ever get. Him walking around and running around is horrifying. Seeing that again, I was getting kind of giddy watching it. I really wish we saw more. I was disappointed. I remember him walking and running around more, but there wasn't very much of that. I was sad because it was really funny. It had a distinct look, and it was freaky. I liked it way better than when we saw just the puppet version. I don't know why, but I'm a freak. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, Rocky was surprisingly one of my favorite parts of this whole episode. I always thought he was terrifying when I was young. Oh my gosh, he was horrifying to me. I mean, look at that face. He was freaky. He scared me more than anything else.
His voice is very gruff and he's a gangster dude. Doesn't he have a toy Tommy gun or something?
I think he did. Yeah. He scared me the most as a kid. I think, just start to finish, it was such a great story. And these poor kids dealing with this conflict on their own without the adults. I just loved it from start to finish. A really high quality storytelling. And I think, all the characters are great. All these kids are awesome. And Hayden Christensen, it would not be as good without him. He really stole the show. I loved him in this. He perfectly counterbalanced the two the two troublemakers very well. And there's a scene, I love it, in the episode I didn't mention, where you think Slappy framed the siblings again when Hayden Christensen gets pranked, because he gets pranked, like, I don't remember what it is. I think it's like the dinner table. Like the mom spent a bunch of time making dinner, like beautiful dinner display, and it looked like Slappy totally screwed everything up, like put the turkey somewhere funny and then put candles in the turkey's butt or something like that. It looked like Slappy did it, but it was actually Hayden Christensen that did. He pranked the kids to get back at them, and there was just so many great little moments. I'm glad we got 2 parts for this. This is my favorite Slappy story. I thought it was perfect. I give this one a 10 out of 10. This is that's the first 10 out of 10 for Slappy story I think we have so far. Yeah. What do you think, Ty?
Put that boy in Slappy's finest.
Yep. Slappy's finest. Here we go. Both of them.
Yep.
Man, that's top shelf goods right there. Oh, we're getting close, Ty. Let's see how many more we have left. 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, that's technically a 2-parter. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25. I think we have 25 left.
We have a little bit less than that because some of those are 2-parters. So
well, I think I counted the 2-parter, but maybe not. I hope you're right.
Regardless.
All right, on to the next one. I think that's the end of season 2. Yeah, that's it. All right, now we're going to move on to
season 3.
Congrats. All right, great. Nice job, everybody. Let's go on to season 3. Almost there. Well, actually, then we have season 4, but there's only a few episodes in season 4. It was a shorty. And season 4 is pretty duke. So this is a good way to open season 3. Shocker on Shock Street. I really enjoyed this episode. I really enjoyed parts of it. I get too excited right off the bat when I see these titles because I love the title. I love the picture. And but yeah, this episode follows 2 young kids who are test dummies for their father's horror amusement park ride in Shock Street, a creepy amusement park. As they navigate the park's rides and attractions, strange things begin happening. Mechanical monsters come to life, and the park feels more sinister than they expected. They soon discover that the park isn't just haunted, it's alive with animatronics, and the line between real and artificial blurs. In the twist ending, it's revealed that both of the main kids are actually animatronics themselves, part of the park's eerie setup, leaving a chilling conclusion that the visitors were never truly alive after all. They're not even the kids aren't even the children of the father that they thought they were this whole time. They were animatronics that were programmed by him, who is like a super genius, to test it out. And I guess that kind of shows you just how expendable they probably were, knowing that this park was really dangerous amusement park ride. And the entire experience is terrible because there's tons of living live animatronics that are actually pretty horrifying and disgusting, roaming around trying to kill them. So pretty dangerous. I guess it's kind of good he didn't want to put his kids through that, but it's kind of a sad reveal that you are not children. You think you're a child and you have a parent that loves you, but no, they don't love you. You're not even a real child. You're a robot. That would be awful. And at the very end, their father, the creator, tries to deactivate them because they're they're expendable and they're not perfect like he wants them to be. And he prepares to make 2 new versions. You see 2 more clones of them. And the problem is, the kids, they're not deactivated. It didn't work. And they reawaken to enact vengeance. So who knows what these 2 kids are going to do to their dad or their creator in the end. But they're pretty upset. And they're going to do something. And he's probably not going to be alive anymore once they're done doing what they're thinking about doing. So at the end of the day, this was a really fun episode. This amusement park just looks so fun. I love like creepy, weird horror amusement parks. I love I don't think we've done monster Horrorland yet. No, we haven't somehow.
That's in season 3.
Yeah. But yeah, that's another great example. This one's not nearly as elaborate, but this one's still interesting. The animatronic monsters in this are really freaky. Really freaky. I kind of remembered them when I was younger. And yeah, it still holds up. They're horrifying in this. And they were intimidating. I loved the twist ending. Really fun, classic Goosebumps twist ending. And I'm really, it was funny to see that the kids are ready to do something to their dad. And I'm really curious. I want to see what happens through this followed through. And I want a rated R ending. That's what I want. But yeah, I had a good time. What did you think?
I really like this one. This was one of the few ones that we actually watched like together in real time.
Oh yeah.
We watched this one. I think we watched the Blob or whatever. But yeah, this is a really good one. I think there's a lot of twists and turns. I also really like the all of the animatronics and like the Horrorland vibe. All that kind of stuff is like exactly up my alley. And then yeah, obviously the twist at the end with these not even being his actual kids and they're just robots and all that kind of stuff. Like all of those aspects just really like, it's a really great story. I like this one a lot.
Let me see. Yeah, here we go. So
Yeah.
I mean to scroll through these more. It's hard to do when I'm reading stuff. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that awesome? That's one of the animatronics that was chasing after the kids. Super freaky. And then there's another one on the left. That one was also horrifying.
Yeah, they were all.
And then on the right there's the creator, the dad. He has no idea what he's about to get into. I just really wish it's like, gosh, I would pay a lot of money to go to a horror amusement park, like a really nice one. Wouldn't you, Ty? Wouldn't that be awesome? Like, you and I were talking about this quite a bit. We keep bringing this up. How badly I would love a Goosebumps world. There's so much potential. My gosh, so much. And nobody has to know the IP at all to enjoy it. It's all so creative and beautiful. I just love the look of everything. I'm really disappointed we haven't gotten something like that. It doesn't have to be super high end, but I think it could stay open all year. It's really it stood the test of time, and I think it will continue to as well. I'm curious to know what younger people think about it under our age. I'm wondering if they know about Goosebumps enough. I'd say so because it's still running, and the movies that probably helped. But what's weird is I don't know. Are you familiar with? I think it's called "Are You Afraid of the Dark"?
Yeah.
You ever watch that?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen that.
It's pretty much. I was actually talking with your pops about this the other day. Last time I saw him. Because we were talking about our stream coming up and all that kind of stuff, and yeah, like, that one it's Goosebumps, but it's like it's not Goosebumps, like it's not R.L. or actually, yeah, it is R.L. Stine, but they're Goosebumps-esque stories that are a little bit more gritty and like they're for like middle school or high school, whereas Goosebumps is for like elementary school kids. So there's similar ones. There's similar like Are You Afraid of the Dark episodes, but those are genuinely like freaky. Like I still kind of get scared by those. Like they're actually scary. Like they actually like have really weird plots. Everything is a lot more like intense. There isn't that kind of childish feel like whatsoever. Like all these, no matter how scary they are, they have a childish feel.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. That Are You Afraid of the Dark does not.
Okay.
It's good. Cool. I like them. There's a few. If I can recommend you a few, if you want to check them out, there's a few.
Yeah, I'd like some individual episodes. That'd be cool.
Because I haven't seen the whole series or nothing, but I've seen like probably 4 or 5 really, really solid episodes.
And those came out first, I think, didn't they? Like they came out before Goosebumps, I think. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this next episode's funny. My best friend is invisible. Oh yeah, we gotta rank the last one. I'll get that ready.
Yeah, Are You Afraid of the Dark came out first.
Okay, nice. Cool.
3 years before.
All right. So Shocker on Shock Street. Where were you? There we are. I don't know why. This is another one, like the picture makes no sense. The praying mantis. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I gave this a high rating. What did I say? Well, wasn't that high?
Give it a 7.
7. 7, pretty good. Yeah, I think it's a 7.
I'm good with that.
Let's do that.
Pretty good.
Cool. All right. On to the next. Oh, whoops. My bad. This is a funny episode. So, season 3, episode 2. My best friend is invisible. This isn't real exciting or anything, but it's a funny concept. So, in this episode, we follow a young man who makes a new friend with an invisible being that at first appears to be quite friendly. After following him back from an abandoned house the day before, the invisible friend tries to do friendly acts for him, but fails to make him happy. He kind of screws everything up, this invisible friend. He's trying to be nice and be a friend. I think he does something like to embarrass him in the cafeteria, and then he does something in the classroom, I think. And oh yeah, I remember there's a scene where the kid is he's like called up to the front of the front of the class to like finish an equation because he was talking or not paying attention, and he didn't know it. And the invisible kid gave him the answer. He's like, it's 65, and he's like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, I know it is. And then he writes it, and then everyone laughs at him because it was wrong. He's like, I didn't know. And this kid, the kid we follow here, he just gets so irritated with this invisible friend. It's no way his friend at all. And he pretty much thinks this guy is ruining his life. So he eventually commands the ghost to leave him alone. And then from that point forward, the ghost boy vows to be his worst nightmare. That's literally what he says. I'm going to be your worst nightmare. And after racing home, his parents discover that a ghost is running around the house. So they make the preparations to expose it. And that sounds strange, right? Well, they have this device that they've developed themselves, which reveals invisible humans. This was a human that was terrorizing him. It's like, what? What are you talking about? So the family we're following isn't human? No, they're not. Humans have been cast out of Earth, and all that's left are these weird human hybrids with faces on the back of their heads. Yep. So that's this episode. I like that twist. I remember when I was watching this, my lady and I, we were wondering, like, why on earth would you want to upset an invisible person? Like, they could do anything to you at any point in time, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. They could do something to you in your sleep. They could screw up anything behind the scenes. You do not want to make an enemy out of somebody like that. And this kid was totally fine with, upsetting the invisible friend, even though he was destroying everything. And he didn't just cut him off like in a nice way. I mean, he was mean. So yeah. I think it was kind of a boring watch. There was like, it's fun. I think it's a fun idea. And I think a lot of it, there's a good amount of fun moments, but at the end of the day, it's just kind of mid. It really didn't intrigue me that much. And I didn't like this kid at all. The Invisible Boy was interesting. But they could have done more with maybe more runtime if we got to maybe develop a more interesting relationship between the two. And, but I think the finale makes up for it. I loved that conclusion that humans have been cast out and they're like in hiding. That's why they're invisible. And the kid that was invisible, he hated the parents. He hated them because they were responsible for making humans extinct, because they created the technology to unmask the humans from their invisibility. That's the only reason they were able to survive in this earth, because it's been taken over by these weird alien human hybrids like this guy. So I like the lore, great lore, but at the end of the day, most of the episode was kind of boring. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think the lore is really interesting. I agree with you. Like, yeah, don't piss off the invisible dude. That's probably not the best case scenario. And he's gonna screw you over, especially when he says, like, I'm gonna be your worst enemy. It's like, great, dude. But yeah, overall, I don't think it's that I mean, the lore is intriguing, and I like the final twist. But overall, it's not too interesting.
It's mid. I give it a 5.
Yeah, we can put it in mid.
I think mid's fair. All right, cool. Let's see here. Nice. Oh man, I just love looking at this list. I want to print this out, bro.
Yeah, we will.
I want to print this out. All right, nice. Let's move on to the next. What? Season 3.
Yep.
Cool. Do you know this one? This is House of No Return.
Yeah.
Could you do this one?
I can do it.
Thanks. I gotta put some eye drops in. Nice. This has some good moments.
Yeah,
this is one of those where there's like no real book. So I'm kind of curious if it's like the Tales to Give You Goosebumps special edition. Like, okay, there's 10 spooky stories. There's quite a few episodes of Goosebumps where it's based off just these short stories. And I don't know why they didn't just adapt like the normal books. Maybe they weren't out by this time. I'm literally holding, let me pull up. I'm going to make myself prominent real quick. So I have a few Goosebumps books here. And these are my sisters, and I thought I'd just hold on to them. And look, this looks more modern, but look, I mean, like, I want to see this Creature Teacher, the final exam. I want to see an episode of this thing. And then here's the haunted car. There you go. And then here's another, that's the name of Goosebumps, but I don't know. It's just weird that they adapted these, like short stories, but they didn't adapt these. But these must be way more modern than the originals. That's probably the case. You got it, Ty?
Yep, I got it.
Cool. Get us started.
All right. So House of No Return, which is throwing me off because there's no
picture. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, in this episode,
maybe this helps.
Yeah. Thank you. In this episode, we have Robbie, Lori, and Nathan, and they're all members of a club called Dangers Incorporated. So basically, their club goes around and dares each other to do dangerous things in order to, I don't know, be cool or like whatever they're doing. I don't think that's very cool, but whatever. A new kid moves into the neighborhood. His name is Chris, and he befriends this group of 3 friends, and they invite him to join their Danger Incorporated group or whatever.
To join their cult.
Yep, basically. So after he joins, they say that in order for him to join, they dare him to go spend a night in the House of No Return, which is this abandoned, like, quote unquote haunted house in their town that nobody goes into because apparently it's haunted and blah blah blah. So Chris goes in, and somehow, magically, the door gets bolted up behind him after he goes in. Boarded up, yeah. So, and then Chris encounters this couple, this dead couple, or I don't know if they're passed away or dead or
they're dead.
I mean, they look dead, but yeah. So he encounters them and says that if, in order for him to leave, they have to make a deal, and the deal that they make him is 3 people, him for 3 other people, and so after a while, his friends come in, or his quote unquote friends, who are making fun of him and calling him names outside while he's in here and like being rude and like jerks and stuff, even though they made him go in there. They go in to try to find him, and it ends up that they are now the new children of this ghost couple, because like they said, they made the switch. So Chris is able to leave, but in his place is Robbie, Lori, and Nathan. And the ending is actually like really kind of like, yeah, it's kind of scary.
It's a cold ending. What happens? I love what he does. It's like, it's terrible what those evil little twerps were doing. You know, the terror trio, whatever they were called. They shoved him in the haunted house. He told them time and time again he was uninterested. He didn't really want to be friends with these guys, but he was kind of stuck with them. There's no one else in the neighborhood.
He's the new kid, and nobody really knows.
And they they stuff him in there and he can't get out. So what he does, he actually doesn't like have any like real bad interactions with these ghosts, but he ransoms himself out and says that if you let if you bring those other 3 kids in here, you can have them if you let me leave. And they literally they take them in with open arms and they say, "Oh no, you're never leaving. You're here with us forever." And they hug them. It's perfect ending. I love it. Chris gets the last laugh and he escapes, and those 3 are stuck here forever. I mean, they were making like what happened to Chris here. He wasn't the first. I mean, they've been doing this for a while, so they're done. That's it. They're dead. They're stuck in this house forever.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Oh, I just love the ending. I actually wasn't the biggest fan of the episode, but I do remember this one well. This one sticks out to me.
It gives me Addams Family vibes.
Yeah, a little bit. It's got kind of the same vibe. This is the House of No Return, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not the best, but it's fun. I like fun. Yeah, I really liked Chris. He's like the coolest kid I've seen in the series. Yeah. He's just cool, he's chill, he's independent. He's probably the most mature kid actually in the entire series too. Yeah. It's sad that like he got forced into that house. It made me so angry when that happened. Yeah. So I think it's just perfect. This is justice. Those children, they're not stuck in there forever. Oh, I loved it. So overall, though, the episode wasn't all that great. I give it a 5, 50% mid-monster.
I'll match it. I'll match you. Actually, I might.
You want? Yeah, say something else.
I'm gonna give it a 6 because I like this episode.
I think it's on par with a 6. Sure, we could do that. That's fine.
That's solid. I mean,
yeah, that's solid. We'll do that. Right, let's see. How's the picture look? Oh, yeah, it doesn't have... yeah, how did I do this?
It's right here.
Oh, wait, yeah, it's one of these. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Picture of the cup.
So, I wish there was a picture. That'd be nice. Oh, wait, whoops. This one. Cool. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Cool. Let's move on to the next one. All right. So now we're still...
This is another really good one.
Oh, you like this one a lot, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not. Do you want to read this one too? Because I'm not really the biggest fan. Great, thanks. I wasn't. There's elements of this I feel pretty excited about, but overall I wasn't really that impressed.
Yeah, this episode is just kind of trippy.
It is trippy. It's definitely trippy. So, is this the one with the time cops, or is it, no? That's later. Oh, is it this?
Mm-hmm. Reality Police.
Okay. Nice. All right. Yeah. Tell us.
Yeah. So Matt and his family move into a new. They move into a new house, and his mom tells him, like, he has a room that's dedicated. It's his room, but he decides against his mother's orders to stay in the guest room because of whatever reason he wanted to stay in there. I don't know why, because he's a boy and he's trying to be. Trying to rebel against his mom. So he falls asleep and he ends up waking up in an alternate reality through this room, which is kind of it's not really explained how he wakes up in this reality, but it has something to do with this room. Apparently, in waking up in another reality, transcending reality, whatever he did, he broke the rules. He broke the reality rules. So the reality police come in. They come in and pick him up and arrest him. Well, actually, first off,
they're chasing after him, and he jumps.
Chasing after him, and he keeps jumping realities. And he's a brain surgeon. He's a hockey player. He's all these different things.
Bomb squad.
As he's being chased through different realities by the reality police. The reality police finally find him. They finally catch him, and he goes in front of the reality judge, the time judge or whatever, and gets like a horrifying sentence of what's his sentence leads him to hell as he gets sucked into a fiery tunnel.
Yeah, it's literally hell.
I forgot about that. He literally goes to hell. He wakes up back safe in his own room or whatever. But the ending hints that this wasn't really maybe a dream, maybe it was real, maybe it wasn't real, but yeah, it's an all right episode. It's not
I
too
love
crazy.
that. Yeah, I think the best scene was the judge. The judge was hilarious. He kind of reminds me of you watched Adventure Time, right?
Yeah.
You remember how Abraham Lincoln was like the ultimate judge of the universe?
Yeah,
that's sort of what this reminded me of.
Yeah, it gave me and this is what you put in the notes, but I agree. It gave me like Men in Black vibes.
Yeah,
like all just like wacky and stuff. But yeah, those guys are like time cops are kind of freaky. I don't like them, and they're like they have all these weird tools and like all this like it's just it's obviously not from here.
Well, the black guy, he you don't even see this other guy on the right, the white dude. Nobody even sees him, but the black guy, you see a lot of him, and he has some of the scariest facial expressions. He is really freaky on this. Really intimidating character. Other than him, it was kind of fun. Like I feel like we've all had a dream where we are thrown into a really serious situation that we have no familiarity with. That's like important. Like I feel like I've had dreams where someone's life was on the line and I was responsible, but I didn't know what to do, or I had no experience with the task at hand that would save their life. Like this, I mean, the kid's about to do brain surgery on this dude. He has to cut his scalp open, and he has no idea what to do, and everyone's just handling it like it's serious.
Right, he doesn't even have robes that fit him. Like he is not in the position to be doing this. It's like, cut his head open. Got it.
And then the white guy to the right of him is really like he's got this really freaky face that like follows all over the place, and it's just he's so scary. Oh man,
it's a decent episode. It's pretty boring. It's pretty boring through the majority of it, but there are some points and parts that are like either hilarious, like the judge thing right here, or just like kind of freaky, like exactly like the black guy you're talking about, and also like just jumping between things that he has no knowledge on, and he's like an 8-year-old little boy.
Yeah, let's rate it. Good job. So here we are. We're going to, let's say, so this is 5. Yeah. Which one of these was it? Oh yeah, it's this one now. Oh, you think a mid monster, huh?
I'd say Goose Flops.
Yeah, I think Goose Flops too. It's definitely Goose Flops. Wow, there's only one ghoul vomit.
What's a ghoul vomit?
Going worms. We're being pretty nice. We really are. I mean,
we're being very generous.
I mean, I can't believe. I thought there'd be way more down here. This is nothing.
We're gonna start getting into because season 3 and 4 kind of gets into the Duke.
4 is dog. 4 is dog. It's pretty much. It's mostly dog.
Gonna be a lot of ghoul vomit and a lot of dead.
We have been very nice. Look at this ranking. This is crazy. I thought we'd have
the ratio is very even too. It's not like one thing is filled up and the other ones are completely empty.
Yeah, we've been nice. So I'm glad we are because it deserves some grace. All right, let's move on to the next one. And I gotta make us appear.
Click.
All right, season 3. All right, season 3, episode 5. This is another book I couldn't find an actual picture for, so you get this weird book. Like, I don't. What is that? Spanish? Yeah,
it's French.
Is it? Oh, maybe. I don't know.
I don't even know what that is.
It might not even be Goosebumps. I don't even know. It says
R.L. Stine at the top.
That's what I saw. So this episode is called Click. I'm kind of it. A lot of what happens is like Click the movie too. So I'm wondering how close they came out. But Click is it's all right. Meh. We're getting a decent amount of meh. It's better than meh, but it's close. So this is another one. Here we go. R.L. Stine's next finest iteration of annoying sisters that ruin everything.
Right.
It's not me. This is how it is. I didn't make this. I don't want to say these things. It's not my fault. This is the truth. And it's what's happening here. So we follow a boy named Seth. He receives a strange universal remote control in the mail. At first, he thinks it's just a cool gadget because he's able to use it on all sorts of technologies, turn the radio on, turn the fridge on. I don't know, but he can do everything with the remote. And he soon discovers that he can actually control reality with it as well. He can pause people. He can change colors in the room, change people, change volumes of his surroundings. And, doing what any normal young man would do, he uses it to silence his awful little sister and eventually makes a mistake he regrets. Um, there's a time when he's just trying to watch some TV. His family stumbles into the living room and he's just trying to watch it. His sister's being so annoying. She has to practice her silly dances in the living room right in front of him, being loud while he's watching the TV just to antagonize him. And he's sick of it. So, and the family's berating him while all this is happening. He's just trying to enjoy the show. So I think he pauses them. Yes, he pauses the family, and then he tries to unpause them later, and it's not working. The remote, I don't know, it ran out of batteries or something. It was not functioning anymore. So his friend and himself, eventually, they try to find a way to fix the remote, and while trying to do so, they receive several calls from like a mysterious line warning them that they are going too far with the remote. This is not the use it was intended for. You will get in trouble if you keep using it to alter reality. And it's like the phone. I don't know who these people are. They're the cosmic entities that made this device, right? And I guess the rules prohibit altering reality while using this piece of technology, which he has been doing, and he has been warned several times to stop. Oddly enough, his friend later turns on him once he realizes that Seth has chosen to abuse the powers of the remote even after the previous incident, because it was really close to being his family just paused there forever because the remote was not working. They eventually workshopped a way to fix it, and it worked, and he unpaused them. But that could not have been the case. And he just kept using it afterwards, which I think is hilarious. And his friend was so soy. He had such a soy friend. I mean, he was getting all upset that Seth was using the remote to cheat in class. It's like, bruh, you would be using that remote every minute you could. No, come on.
Jealous.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, Seth was doing it for the both of them. He wasn't pausing his friend as well. So he was being really soy about it. And the two eventually get into a fight at school. And Seth clicks a button. I think he's trying to delete his friend. I think he tries to click delete. Isn't that crazy? And when he does so, he sends himself into a endless void. And from there, gosh, what does he do from there? From there, I think he's in the space where there's nothing around, and I'm pretty sure he's stuck there forever. I think that's it. He's abused the power so many times that the cosmic powers that control the magic of this remote have banished him into an endless void, no escape. That's the end. He's stuck there forever. And I think that was like, this is like, it might be the most serious ending to any of these stories, because I think the last one that we just mentioned, the don't go to sleep, the kid was nearly in hell, but this one, he's stuck in this void for all eternity. And that's it. I mean, the kid didn't actually go to hell in the last one. In this one, he's in isolation forever, and he's never getting out of there. There's no hint that there's going to be an end to this story. So I respect that the story gave us some serious consequences for the poor actions he made. He was told time and again to stop, but he didn't stop, and he suffered the consequences from that. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I got to say. What do you think, Ty? Do you like it?
It's okay. I mean, I know you put this in the notes, but like the second I watched, I was like, this is just Adam Sandler Click.
Yeah.
It just feels so similar with all of the with great power comes great responsibility type thing. And then you're like using it for your own fun stuff. And then it ends up going like really sideways and you screw yourself. But yeah, I mean, it's okay. I know this kid from somewhere. Is he from,
really?
Is he from Mutant? From Mutant, is he?
No, I don't know what that is.
Kid. No, I'm talking about this episode, like the Mutant episode.
Oh, you're right.
Is he?
Huh.
Is that the same kid?
I don't know. He's just a chubby kid.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I know him from somewhere, but yeah, he's all right. Yeah, the sister sucks every damn time. But it's also annoying because she also like you don't even have to have her speak. Like just by the way she looks in that picture, you know she sucks.
This is the pause when he paused them. They were all like set on that. Now, just reference weapons for what happens. I mean, they're paused there. Their eyes are open. They're gonna stay open for hours. I mean,
your brain is just gonna start deteriorating.
Yeah, it's a pretty serious situation.
Yeah, it's not good. Also, that's like the most 90s packaging of all time.
Yeah, it is. I like it. Bring it back. Yeah, here's like the cosmic I don't know, remote god or something. I don't know what his deal is, but his remote man, he was freaky. All right, I think that's all my pictures. Oh, this next one's gonna be good. All right, well, let's rank it.
I don't know. I'd say probably.
What do I have it as? I have it pretty high. I have it 65%.
I'll go solid. Yeah, solid Spectre's all right.
Yeah, all right.
I'm gonna stop being so generous for stuff though.
Yeah, is it solid Spectre?
I don't know.
It's better. It's whoops. Did I just move something?
No, you're good.
Okay, all right. My mouse is pretty bad, so sometimes. Okay.
Is it on par with Mutant? And
I think so.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I think so. Yeah. All right, we're getting closer. Great. All right, here we go. On to the next. Good stuff.
Old story.
All right, let's see. So we're still in season 3. All right, this is one of my favorites. I love this one. This is so good. I'm wondering. No, there's no way. That kid on the left kind of looks like Ryan from The Office. That would be awesome if it was him. I don't think it is. I looked up like cameos, and his name didn't pop up, so disappointing. So this is an old story. Did you remember this one from when you were young, by chance?
Yeah, I remember the base premise of it, like the fact that they were like reverse aging.
Yeah, this is one of my
not reverse aging, but rapidly.
Yeah, this was one of my favorites growing up. I love this one. So, season 3, episode 6, an old story. It's about 2 brothers, Tom and John. They are left at home with their parents. They're left at home when their parents go on vacation. Their unusual Aunt Dahlia shows up to take care of them, but she's not what she seems. She bakes them prune cookies and insists they eat them. Soon, the boys start to notice strange wrinkles, gray hair, and aching bodies. They're actually aging rapidly, and they're trying to figure out what the case is. You got to think it's the prune cookies. And weird enough, the kids really like the prune cookies. Why on earth do they want to eat that crap? It looks terrible, but they like it, and they eat a lot of it. So, I thought this would be the case where I think earlier there was like an old lady, and she made sugar cookies, and they were disgusting. But no, they liked these. So, this is when a really horrifying truth is revealed as they turn old, that this was done on purpose. Aunt Dahlia is part of a sinister business where she ages kids into old men so she can sell them off as husbands to lonely old women. Only R.L. Stine could think of something like this. Tom and John, they nearly suffer this fate when a pair of old ladies comes to claim them. But with some quick thinking, they managed to turn the tables as they splashed the prune juice onto Aunt Dahlia, rapidly aging her into dust. So she's dead. Dang. They literally killed Aunt Dahlia. And the boys...
Or they, crucified her? Or not crucified, sorry, cremated her.
Cremated her, yeah, they cremated her. And the old ladies, after that, they zoomed out of there. But the boys, they found a way to return to normal after this by seeing the after effects of eating baby food. I guess one of them had a weird craving for baby food or something, and then he ate it to try it out. I don't know. Baby food, it undid the effects. It made them younger. So, you would have to be really careful eating that so you don't get too young, which is what actually happens at the end, because one of the boys... they're both happy. They're back to normal. And one of the brothers wasn't watching the other one. And for whatever reason, he finds him like in the kitchen or upstairs, and he got into the baby food. And now he's literally a baby. So I don't know how you're gonna like bring him back to normal, especially because Aunt Dahlia's prune cookies are gone because she's literally dead. But yeah, I love this episode. You know, there's not many occasions where you can actively be afraid of old ladies. All three of these old ladies are horrifying. I think part of it is because these young men are so helpless when they're turned into old men. They can't do anything. They're so slow and they're already children. And these ugly, disgusting old ladies, they're preying on them. And it's awful how Aunt Dahlia, all of this was her own. This was her choice. She did this on purpose to her nephews and nieces, or to the nephews. I mean, how terrible is that? Really, like a witch, really. Similar to Weapons again, really.
Right,
but
I was just say.
Yeah, I loved Dahlia was a great villain. I thought I did not see that coming. I never imagined this would be the case. And watching the old ladies try to like I don't know, try to schmooze with the boys, try to get them interested is just so utterly disgusting and detesting. It's really hard to watch, and these poor boys struggling to escape. It makes for a frustrating viewing experience, but it's great though. The boys especially, they look amazing. Let me see. I should have pictures here. Yeah, there you go. I mean, they just look awesome as old people. Great effects.
Yeah,
And they acted just like old people too. They sounded much better. And you know, they were really quite disabled. They couldn't move like they used to, and they were feeling the aching pains of being an old person. And there's Aunt Dahlia there on the left with her prude cookies. I loved these episodes. So much fun. All the characters were very enjoyable to watch from start to finish. And yeah, I love especially how the solution, you know, to douse her in the prune juice literally killed her. She's dead. They killed her. That was pretty harsh. Do you have any thoughts before we rank it?
Not much. I mean, I really like this episode. It's a really good one. I like the fact that they actually put the kids in makeup to make them look old instead of just replacing them with different
older people. Yeah, good point.
Because that would have been lame. And you can tell who's who because it's like still like just because they're old, it's still them. Yeah, I mean, it's just a really good kind of like spooky tale, just like the creepy aunt from God knows where, who you never see. I mean, that's been used like a million times. Like, I mean, It was recently Weapons, but what was that one movie with the grandma and grandpa where
The Visit?
The Visit. Yeah.
Like, yeah, I was thinking that one too.
So like, I like that. It's just a good story. And yeah, in general, like just freaky old women. And I'm not talking freaky as in scary.
Yeah, different kind of freaky. That's a different kind of freak. Yeah. All right, let's rank this. I love these. I'm giving this a high number. I think I wrote a 90%. I love these. I think I'd be disappointed if we didn't put it under Tragic Triumph.
That's fine. Yeah, I was gonna say 80, so that's cool.
Yeah. It's one of my favorites.
That's a great picture too.
Yeah.
Needs to be up in Triumph.
Perfect.
Triumph.
All right. So let's move on to the next one.
Ghost.
All right, let's see. So now we're gonna do the Barking Ghost. This one's dog. Do you remember this one well enough?
Not.
I'll just do it. It's quick. This one's it's literally dog. This is one of the worst episodes of the series. Man. Yeah, it's there's nothing here really. So there's a timid kid, Cooper Holmes. We follow him as he moves to a new house in the woods, and he just gets scared by everything. He befriends this gosh, I don't know if it's a girl. I don't remember if it's a girl or a guy, but I wrote Fergie. I don't remember. He befriends Fergie. Let me look real quick to see a picture. Okay, that's a girl. Okay, good. So Fergie's a girl. So he befriends Fergie, who isn't very nice and loves teasing him. Cooper starts hearing strange barking at night, and he sees ghostly black dogs around the property. It turns out the dogs are actually ghosts trying to trick kids into switching bodies with them. Fergie and Cooper are lured into the woods, where the dogs trick them into swapping bodies. Cooper and Fergie find themselves trapped as the black dogs, while the dogs steal their human bodies and run off free. The kids eventually return back into form, but their friend isn't so lucky. There's like another friend that joined them, and he's still stuck as a dog, and the other way around. So yeah, the not so antagonistic antagonists are literally two dogs. Those are the villains. They talk. They look pretty dumb when they are like when they're actual characters that are having dialogue. It does not look good. Really boring episode overall. I just want to speed through this one. The kids weren't interesting. No quality characters here to follow. The villains, I mean, two dogs, they were cute, cool. I don't need 20 minutes of this. There wasn't really anything special or intriguing about it particularly. I think not a terrible idea, like dogs, like evil dogs that want to swap bodies with a person so they have more freedoms. Like that's kind of interesting, but it fell off so flat here. And at the end of the day, it just was not an exciting ride. No interesting characters to invest your time in, and the conflict was just bland, and you could care less what happened to any of these guys. So yeah, really low for me. Any thoughts?
Nope, really low. Just a not good episode in general. I think that the whole, especially as far as we are in now, season 3, episode 7, like you've used this trope too many times. Stop doing the like, oh, this thing's manipulating someone to switch bodies, and now you're stuck and you have to switch back. It's like we've seen that too many times. So like, no, like yeah, this one sucks.
Do I have another picture? Okay, there you go. Ooh, ghost dog. So scary. Yeah. Okay, good. We're gonna get to a good one. That'd be good. Do you want to talk about that one next, Ty? That'd be nice.
Yeah, I can talk about
Okay, let me let's rank this one first. Oh, whoops, my bad. dope kid. All right, here we go. So this is I gave it a 20%, so I guess that's dead. Oh man, there we go. It's dead. That's fair. It deserves to be it. There we go. We're getting closer. All right, move on to the next. Let's say hi to our friend Mega Spider-Man. I appreciate you, Mega Spider-Man. You've been trying to get drinkers' attention for me. I appreciate that. So, Mega Spider-Man. Never expected to see anyone rank Goosebumps, especially not all of them. Yeah, I know. This is an interesting experience. We're almost 5.5 hours in. It doesn't feel like that long. Not at all. Like I've settled down into this pretty well, but yeah, it's like we're at the point where my head hurts just trying to differentiate all these episodes.
What episode did we just talk about?
I literally forget about it immediately after we rank it. Like it's like we're just unloading the pile. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Mega Spider-Man started 5 hours ago, and I thought EFAP was long. How long do those last? They last like this long, don't they? I don't know. Yeah. Trust me, I'm not. It's every frame a pause. That's Mahler's show. He's pretty big. He's on with Drinker too. I like him. Particular critic, you got to fix your mic. I think it's like the gain's too high.
I'm trying.
I think you need to turn the gain down and then put the mic closer to your face. I think that's probably what it is. Thanks for letting us know, Mega. Nobody said anything. It sounds okay on my end, but you're probably right. Let's move on to
I'll continuously mess with it.
Yeah, it's all good. You'll figure it out. It sounds a lot better than it did before. I think it sounds all right. All right. Let's go on to the next one here.
Horrorland.
All right, Horrorland. You want to do this one?
I can.
Great. Yeah. So this is part 1 and 2, season 3, episode 8 and 9.
Yep.
I'm going to put my eye drops in.
Yeah. So one day at Horrorland. So we follow the Morris family, which we're primarily following the two kids, but the whole family's together for a good amount of the time too. It's Lizzie, her brother Luke, and then her parents, who are not necessarily named, but they are important characters in these episodes. So they all decide they're going on a road trip. They're going on a road trip and they end up getting lost. And they end up pulling up to what comes to be Horrorland. And there is a guy who they think is like an actor who's standing on the road by the sign. So they pull over and ask him for directions. And in the process, the kids are like, they see the Horrorland sign and they're like, Dad, Mom, like we want to go. Like we want to go to Horrorland. And the parents were like, all right, like we're here already. And like, that sounds fun. And like, we've never done this kind of stuff and it looks really cool. So like, let's go. Oh, and that's what it was too. They got free tickets. The actor at the front gate gave them free tickets, which gave them even more of a reason to go. So they walk into Horrorland and everything looks pretty normal at the beginning. I mean, it's all horror themed and there's all these different monsters that are in like costumes and makeup and all this kind of stuff. But as they start walking through, they kind of realize that maybe this place is not as comfortable or safe as they thought. Things start to get a little bit eerie and weird, but they kind of just blow it off because they're here and they want to participate and all that kind of stuff. So the two kids end up breaking off from the parents and going to walking around, and they end up going to a few different horror attractions in the park. One of them in particular, they are put in a coffin. They're put in a coffin. The coffin is closed and they are like sent down a river in this coffin. Is like a quote unquote river ride, but then there's like spiders inside the coffin. And so these rides are definitely off-putting. Not necessarily enough for them to say that these are bad or they should be in danger or anything, but they are off-putting. So they like they reconvene with their parents after a little while, and the parents are also like experiencing some like really weird stuff going on. So then they decide to leave? Okay, so yeah, so they're walking around and they somehow stumble upon this idea that this Horrorland is actually a game show for all these monsters. So they get kind of pushed into this game show by the host. If you want to put the host up. Okay.
Oh, wait, you cool?
That guy, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
So this is the game show host. So it's a little bit like off-putting and weird, but the family kind of is like also excited. Like they're like, we're on a game show. It's on TV. They have the chance to win like a brand new car. All these different things. The game show, they quickly find out that the game show is not like a normal game show. This is like an alien monster show. Everybody in the crowd are monsters. All of the game show activities are off-putting and concerning and all that kind of stuff. So they eventually realize that this place is not safe and these monsters actually want to like capture them and like keep them or like eat them or do whatever they want to do with them. So they attempt to escape. I'm trying to remember, don't they put, it's been so long since, because this is like one of the first ones I watched.
Yeah.
Don't they put like a bomb on their car or something?
Yeah, they do. Well, it's not a bomb. That would be crazy. It was a device where they can control how the car operates.
Right. And then that was part of the game show. They were controlling it live on the game show and everybody was watching and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, this is a really interesting episode. I like this one a lot, actually. I think it's really entertaining. I really like all the costume designs. There's also, I forgot to mention that out of all of these monsters who are like at the end, like obviously trying to hurt this family, there's one monster in the beginning of the Horrorland that like tries to get them to leave.
Yeah.
Like he's actually like, no, like you should not be here. Like you guys don't understand. This isn't a joke. This is not safe. Humans are not safe here. But they're like, they blow him off because it's like, it's like, I don't know. They're like, oh, he's in costume and he's just playing along. That's really something weird that I like in this. It's like, you really can't tell if this is real or if it's part of the horror stuff because they all look so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird. Like, look at the difference between them too. Like, you see the guy on the left there, and then you see a lot on the right. Like, there is a difference in quality between some of them. And there's like a different species. This is one of the more iconic episodes, right? I mean, when I think of Goosebumps, this is another like top 3 characters that pops in my head, especially the host. I mean, look at that thing; it's awesome.
And his voice, like the voice and the way that he's like getting everybody hyped. It's definitely. I mean, this alone, like he just looks so freaky.
Yeah, this is on the thumbnail. I love One Day at Horrorland. I would pay so much money to go to the Horrorland, like a real life version of this, where I don't like die, but I'd like to try it. Yeah, I would love a Horrorland movie. That would be so much fun if Goosebumps just did a Horrorland movie. Count me in. IMAX. I'm in. I want to see it.
I'll star in it, dude. I don't care.
You'll star. We'll star, man. You and me. That'd be great. Free, no pay. Just pay for my residence. That'd be great. Yeah, I think this is like all the best attributes of Goosebumps just tied together in this episode, right? 100%. I mean, the wacky nature, the horrifying elements, because some of it is pretty scary and like unpredictable. It's hard to tell like what's actually going to happen here in this world, and especially the end. I love like the twisted ending where they nearly, under the control of the horrors, they nearly sent that family off the cliff to die. I mean, it was pretty close.
Yeah, it was. They were right on the edge of that cliff.
They practically sent them to their death. I bet it was more of a coincidence they didn't die, but I think like them having control of over the car is just like another just perfect layer of horror, because like if they want to, they could just drive them right back in the park and there's nothing they can do about it. Yeah. So I love these. The family was fun to watch. They were interesting. The kids were all right.
Good acting too.
And I liked the one you mentioned earlier, the horror that was actually trying to help them. Kind of like makes you wonder, what is this environment? Is this bigger than we think it is? Kind of plant seeds of doubt early on. It's just overall just perfect Goosebumps mayhem here. I'm all in. Count me in. It's great. And I just love that, it's just a great Halloween environment. Watching all 74 of these episodes and literally just finishing a few weeks ago, I'm tapped out with Halloween. Watching all these, I'm so glad we did it, because this got all the Halloween juice out of me, because I wanted to watch lots of scary things, but this is like, I love wacky, creepy, weird, spooky Halloween, and these episodes, this episode in particular, is just a perfect encapsulation of all these. So if you're going to be revisiting Goosebumps and you want just a fun Halloween episode, this 2-parter is a must see. So let's rank this. Let's rank this. All right. So One Day at Horrorland. I think I had that as a 90%. I think that's fair. Wouldn't you say? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's Slappy's finest.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the finest. I think it's 90% though. That's I think. Fine. All right. Nice. Wow, look at that. Those 3. That's so cool.
Heavy hitters, man.
Yeah, heavy hitters. Yeah, I only want the best of the best up there. I'd be surprised if another one of these scratches that.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Here we go. Let's move on to the next one. We on
Living Dummy coming up though. I don't know.
Nice. Let's see what Mega Spidey Man says here. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, bro. Thanks very much, Box Office Brawler. I really appreciate it. You're both very welcome. Yeah, man. I really appreciate you doing that for me. I think it probably helped. Mega Spider-Man. The latest EFAP was over 7 hours, but under 8, shorter than sorry of their other ones.
Probably some.
Oh, shorter than some of their other ones. Jeez, yeah, I don't know how people do it. I'm starting to feel this now. 5.5 hours in, I gotta take a leak. So
I do too.
We'll wait. We'll have some time soon, very soon. Let's see, what episode are we on now? So we're on season 3.
A haunted house game.
Yeah, okay. We have a few more of these before the break. Just a few.
I don't think I've seen this one. I don't.
Oh, you haven't? That's fine. I can do it. This one's all right. I remembered this one from when I was young. Yeah, this is the haunted house game, season 3, episode 10. We follow Jonathan and Nadine. They are both swindled into a horrifying experience they will never forget. After entering a haunted house to retrieve a grieving child's lost kitty, they pick up a strange board game and wind up teleporting into it. In order to escape, they must roll the dice and solve puzzles and escape whatever horror meets them based on where they land on the board. These challenges pose quite a few spooky encounters with strange old men in dark rooms, rotting old women, and a gauntly sailor. Eventually, the two beat the game after cheating a little bit and escape to fight another day. Yeah, this was an episode I remembered pretty well when I was young. It's really it's a fun one. It's definitely fun. I love the concept of being sucked into the board game. I wouldn't mind seeing a continuation of this idea, like an evil board game you get sucked into, because I love just the atmosphere here. This is so Goosebumps, just seeing these kids standing on this board. It'd be kind of fun to see like a movie adaptation of this concept in like a rated R setting. So many of these concepts could make for great rated R movies with like adult actors. I wish they would just adapt more of that. Maybe R.L. Stine could be a part of that. I don't know. But maybe PG-13. I don't know. I'd rather have rated R and do some scary stuff. But yeah, it's enjoyable. I think, when the sailor pops up, he's really freaky. And he pops up quite a few times. He's really gauntly and gross and ugly. And the characters were decent enough, these two. And they, this board, it granted a lot of interesting moments where they have to like find a key to escape. And like this scene right here is one that stands out to me, where the kids, I think they are literally looking for like an item, like a key. And this horrifying dead sailor guy pops up and he's trying to catch them while they're doing this. It's so freaky. And then the little girl here, she I think they need to hold this necklace for some purpose. It's like part of the game. They have to escape with it. And when she holds it, it turns her hand into an old hand. So I don't know. I like that picture. But is that all the pictures? Yeah. That's all I got to say with that, though. You have any comments about this one, Ty? You haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it, so I can't really say much. But I mean, it seems like a cool concept. I like the concept of it. The idea of kind of reminds me of like a haunted Jumanji type of thing.
Yeah. So I gave it a 65 out of 10. I think that's fair. Solid Spectre.
Yeah,
yeah, we'll do that.
I think this is. I don't know how I missed this one. Was this on Netflix?
It might have been.
That's what I think some of the scary stories ones were on Netflix, and I was like trying to be diligent, but I was also like, I might have missed
all good
there.
It's all good. Let's see. So let's move on to the next one. I think so. 13. Okay. Yeah. So this is an interesting 2-part episode or 2-part story. Perfect School. This is not like, this doesn't feel like Goosebumps at all. Really. This doesn't, like, when I watched this, I was unsure if I was even watching Goosebumps or not. I remember I put this on after all the boys left, because there was one night, we do the movie night every Tuesday night, and there was one movie night where we just watched Goosebumps episodes, and everybody left when this played, and I was just watching it alone, and it's pretty eerie. It's a weird episode. So just telling everybody about it a little bit. So we follow Brian O'Connor, who is sent to a strict reform school called The Perfect School as punishment for all the pranks and, nitwit behavior that he's been exhibiting for quite some time. He's a troublemaker. when he makes it to the school, the students are eerily well behaved. They wear identical uniforms and are assigned numbers instead of names. Brian soon realizes something is very wrong. The school is secretly creating clones of the students. In part 2, Brian is trying to escape because he realizes that this is a really serious operation. The kids that come in are troublemakers, but they're not that bad. I mean, Brian's really not that bad of a character. He's not a bad kid. He just, he likes to have some fun. And all the kids that go there are the same way. But for whatever reason, after they go through the program, they're just completely sterile, whitewashed, clean cut, and they're the perfect child after that. And it doesn't really make any sense. So it turns out what he learns in the first part is that it's because the kids that are sent there are actually imprisoned and they're cloned, and their clone goes back home with the families. So it's not even the original kid. It's a pretty horrifying conclusion there. So in part 2, he's trying to get out of there immediately because this is a really serious situation. And it was during his exit that he finds all the kids cramped in the jail cell. Like, all of them are in one jail cell, and they're just treated terribly. They're alone. And with clever thinking, he does outsmart the school and returns home safely, kind of playing off as if he was a clone, because I'm pretty sure he comes across the clone he has and defeats him, or maybe just deactivates him. I'm not sure, but he fools everyone into thinking that he was the clone after all, but he wasn't. And yeah, I think by the end of the episode, he tries to go back to save the other kids because, geez, those poor kids are stuck in prison forever, and there's no escape for them. It's pretty terrible truth. It's definitely it's more of a dystopian story with high stakes than any other episode we see. It's not even like Twilight Zone. It's such a strange one. And it has this one villain who is the he's like the main authority of the school, I guess the principal, you could say. Not even really. He's like a what's the word? Just, he's the fist, and whatever he says goes. And if anyone's out of order, they get punished severely by him. And the headmaster, he's a really enticing villain. He's sharp. He's got sharp language. He's stoic. He's intimidating, and he kind of stands out as one of the more intimidating human characters that we see throughout the series. Yeah, this kind of something that this episode kind of made me reminded me of, that I enjoy about, well, not that I enjoy, but I identify with nightmares, is how the hopelessness of being stuck in an environment without any tools, awareness, or ability to escape or defeat a preying presence. Because that's exactly what happened to him here. He was all alone. He's just a kid. He has this huge force against him. Hundreds of staff members, other kids that are also, the clone kids that are all on the same page and interested in getting pulling students that are troublemakers out into or back into the system. And he's all alone. He has no means of escape, yet he tries and he succeeds. But it's it's kind of hard to watch him go through that on his own. Just this poor kid having to do all this at I don't know, 14 years old. He's pretty young, and it's such a serious consequence if he fails, being imprisoned forever. It's pretty awful. So I did enjoy this one. It's definitely different than any of the rest, but it stands out. It's definitely a sleeper. I've never heard of it before I watched this. Did you know about this one?
I didn't actually. And when I watched this for the first time, I was it was just a different kind of vibe than the rest of the show. Yes, it had the grittiness and the all of the things that all of those episodes have because of the time period and all that kind of stuff. It has that, but it almost feels like an episode of Black Mirror or something.
Yeah,
where it's just totally trippy. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Look at that.
He's getting yeah, I mean, that's freaky, man. Yeah, this episode was definitely like I think it's kind of a hidden gem in my opinion. I think it's like really well done. It's that different type of horror where it's not necessarily scary, but it is like stressful and like these kids are completely helpless. Like, look at that, man.
Look at that. That's terrible.
They're all just like skinny and crammed in there, and they're eating slop, and like the guards could give a damn about them. Like, yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah.
It's a good episode.
These are rough images.
Yeah, these images do not look like they're from an episode of
Goosebumps. Not at all.
Like that, not to be like extreme or anything, but that last episode with the kids kind of looks like an internment camp or something.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I mean, numbers, being in prison in the same cell.
Right, like it's like what the hell?
What's going on, Earl Stine? What are you doing, bro? This might be a little too far.
Yeah, this is
maybe
crazy.
It's to like for kids to understand, maybe like a similar concept,
like a scared straight type of thing.
Yeah, like to see how awful it really is. Yeah. Well, let's give it a rank.
Yeah, let's rank it and move
on. Let's see. So this is
the two-parter.
I have it somewhere here. Do you see it? Oh, is that this? I think that's this.
Yeah, it's
okay. What did I give it? A 7? I think that's fair. 7 out of 10, 70%.
That's fine.
It's not freaky good. It's not.
It's solid Spectre.
Yeah, solid Spectre. It's 70%. There's no way it's up there with those. All right. There we go. Solid Spectre. It's looking good. It's looking good. I like this. This is so cool. I think I'm literally going to screenshot this and print it out at some point.
Yeah, I'm going to print it.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right. So now we'll move on to the next one. Let's see here. Now talking about season 3, episode 13 and 14. This is a two-parter. Werewolf Skin. This is it's an interesting premise. I think this is like it's one of those Goosebumps covers that's pretty iconic, right? You look at that, and I've seen that a million times. And the werewolf skin itself looks pretty cool in these episodes. Although it's, I think it's funny when R.L. Stine does these two-part episodes, and I kind of wonder why they split it into 2 parts sometimes, because this is like a 1-part like story. I don't think you need 2 parts for this, but what happens here is pretty complicated. Not complicated, but kind of a compelling story. It's about, again, Alex, young man. He is visiting his aunt and uncle in Wolf Creek, and of course, his aunt and uncle, like a lot of the guardians in the series, they there's something up with them. There's something strange going on, and right off the bat, they act really strangely around him, and they forbid him from going into the woods at night. And oddly enough, this town, this Wolf Creek, everyone is like pretty familiar with werewolves being a thing, and they're pretty comfortable with werewolves just kind of prowling around. And he starts to have some strange encounters at night with werewolf people scratching at the windows and the doors. And when this happens, it's pretty freaky too. It looks cool. These werewolf people, they look really interesting. And it's pretty scary when you see the werewolf people pop up and try to itch their way into the rooms. I was hoping I had a picture of that, but I guess I don't. But he soon, of course, being a young man he goes out at night when he's not supposed to. He meets another friend that wants to do the same, and they're both troublemakers to their own right. And while he's in the forest later in the evening, he sees glowing eyes. And then he also discovers some strange animal skins that are hidden away, which makes him suspect that his aunt and uncle are actually werewolves themselves. So something strange he does is he finds this werewolf skin later, and he takes the skin out into the forest away from them because he thinks that it's like an all-consuming like entity. And strange enough, the skin sort of lives and behaves on its own. It's like it has a life of its own. It's really strange. And this is like one of the cooler aspects of the 2-part episode is seeing the skin kind of fight to survive without its host, sort of like a symbiote, right? And it's kind of it's freaky. It reacts, and it's this lifeless, weightless item that's also, it's still dangerous without a host. And he takes it out into the forest and buries them until the moon is full, which causes the skins to blow up into dust while they're buried. And the parents, like, one of the freakier images in this episode is a 2-part episode, like the second half, is they are sort of like, they're addicts. They're addicted to the werewolf skin for some reason. There's like an addictive quality to it. And they're kind of prowling towards the kid, Alex, while he's waiting for the full moon to rise, which would cause the skins to disappear or blow up or whatever, right? And they really want that skin, and he has to hold back his aunt and uncle. And they're kind of like zombies, almost desperate to get that skin out of the ground. And thankfully for Alex, it erupts before they get to it. And once this happens, it sort of ends the curse, and it scared them straight, and they're woken up. So they were sort of consumed by this. I love that idea of this being an addictive quality. That's something I don't think I've ever seen before. I guess you could kind of like equate that to like vampires, right? How they're addicted to blood and they need to drink blood. But I don't know. It was a cool creative mix of like zombies, vampires with those two in there, and the way they were acting in that brief moment. But at the end of the day, the kids were boring and the guardians were boring. I didn't care about Alex. I hate to say I didn't care about Alex at all. Didn't care about his other friend. Didn't care about the aunt and uncle. They weren't particularly likable at all, but I love the concept. It kind of reminded me, this sort of looked like the way it was shot, Sam Raimi's Army of Darkness. It had that same kind of vibe. And it had the same sort of, it had the creep factor of Army of Darkness. I've never seen the Evil Dead movies before that. That was like my intro into his series, and I still haven't seen them. I need to. But I had that like similar vibe here with this episode. And I think I love just seeing how the skin behaved on its own. I thought it was very creative. Something like unlike anything I've ever seen, like magic clothes almost. And I enjoyed the concept of this episode, and it was creepy enough to warrant like a 55%, which according to our meter is mid-monster. And mid-monster, like, don't confuse it as like a bad thing. Because mid isn't the best term, but it's not meant to be like a negative term here. It's decent. It's a decent episode, and I think you'll enjoy it. Yeah. But moving on to the next one, we have Awesome Ants. Something strange about this is a lot of these episodes, they don't have a book. Like, I don't get it. Like, a lot of these come from like these short stories and these Goosebumps books, but they don't have like a book of their own. And this was one of them. This was a fun episode. Awesome Ants. This is very strange. This is one I kind of remembered growing up. I didn't remember the last one very much at all, but Awesome Ants, I do hold dear to me. It's about a boy named Dave, which is the kid on the left, and he becomes obsessed with an ant farm after he receives it from a scientist named Dr. Fritz, who warns him to follow the feeding instructions very carefully. He's like, this is like a kid, Dave. He's a kid where it's like, he actually cares about the science fair, and he's trying real hard to be the best. And his friend there on the right, I don't know his name, but they're both pretty invested in this project, and they've been looking for something. And while they were out eating ice cream at a shop, the shop was just peppered with ants, tons of them crawling all over the place. It was in their ice cream and such, and really gross. And the exterminator came in, and he's the one that he's like obsessed with ants himself. And he's the one that sort of introduced them to this kit. And he's the one that sent it to them. And it's a massive ant kit. Let's see if I have a picture here. Yeah, I don't have like a proper picture of the kit, but yeah, huge ant box. It looks pretty awesome. It makes me want to invest in ants just to be like a cool, like creative experiment, feeding them and such. But yeah, they had this awesome thing, and it tells them to feed the ants just these little orbs, like one blue orb a day, which is really strange because, there's like thousands of ants in there, and they were only going to eat that one. So being a normal person, they try to feed the ants normal things, like give them more food, which would make sense. That was a mistake. They shouldn't have done it. because these ants start growing rapidly, larger and larger. And these kids don't really understand the gravity of what they're doing until it's too late. And the ants, they slowly start to break out of their cage, their environment, and they're actually pretty intelligent too. And soon enough, the ants, they grow so big that they're not even like present anymore. And they're tearing apart the house. They've made their way into his room. They're freaking the whole family out. And oddly enough, they later on, he wakes up. Like, he goes to bed one night after a scary encounter, and he wakes up and everything's back to normal. The ant house is gone. Everyone's like acting hunky-dory, like nothing ever happened. The ants didn't tear up the place, so it's a dream, right? No, this ain't no dream. He later wakes up and he finds out that there's something much bigger going on here. That wasn't the dream. Or that whole sequence wasn't reality before. This new world that he's in now, he believes is the dream initially, but it's not. As he walks outside, he discovers that he is living in a giant ant farm himself. And this is the true reality, that all of the people in this town have always lived in a people farm, I guess you could call this, while being under the care of giant intelligent ants. And this is such a popping scene. It's so iconic. The giant ants hovering over everybody in their village as the people flock outside to pick up their food in wheelbarrows. It was shovels, buckets, and they're getting ready to fill up their refrigerators. It's like this is such a Twilight Zone moment, and I really enjoyed this episode. It was a lot of fun. I think I just love this concept of everyone going outside and scooping up their dinner, their breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next week before they get fed again. And look at just how eerie and freaky this image is. It's really strange, and it's played off so well. I really enjoyed everything about this episode. It was a really exciting, fun, iconic episode. It's one of my favorites. And it's like, I just love it when Goosebumps completely embraces itself. And I think Goosebumps, it doesn't really get enough credit for like how popping its endings are, because this is such a great ending to the episode. And I think that's what I think a lot of these episodes, for some of their poorer performances, the ending really does the episode justice pretty much every time. There's always a good shock. And I think it was all built up so well to lead to this point. Ben, he's a great... Oh, wait, yeah, is his name Ben? Oh, Dave or Ben. It's like whichever the kids' names. I don't know. There's so many kids here. The main character, the little boy, he's a great main character. He's so fascinated by the ads of the experiment for his project. He kind of loses sight of the severity of what he's actually doing. And he kind of just keeps doing so. He didn't let it like stop him. And I think like we get a bit of communication at the end between some of the townsfolk, and it turns out that the exterminator that he met in his dream world, which we were led to believe was the real world, was actually a figment of his imagination during that time. He's not actually an exterminator. In the real world, which is this ant farm world, he is a doctor. And they have a great dialogue between each other where they're discussing how silly that dream was. Like, of course the ants are our masters, and they reign over us. We're little ant people, we don't have any purpose here, you silly boy. What were you thinking? Of course not, you silly boy. It's such a great ending, and it's a must-see episode. This is one of the higher rated episodes I have. I give this a 9 out of 10, 90%. With just a few little nitpicks. I can't really make too many. I don't have much criticism. So it's Slappy's finest at 90%. Happy to add it there. Really fun episode. I think you guys are going to enjoy it. But let's just keep moving on. All right. Whoops, my bad. So let's add those to the board.
Did you?
I guess Slappy. So I said Slappy's finest. Do you want to bump it down to Tragic Triumph? No. You want to put it Slappy's Finest? Because I do love it. It's one of my favorites.
It's really good.
Yeah.
The entire just the entire episode, and like I like it a lot. I think that's fine.
I love that one. Yeah.
And it's a weird one. It's kind of like an underwhelming, or not underwhelming, but people don't really know about it.
Underappreciated,
so it should go up there with all the ones that we all know.
Man, good for them. I bet R.L. Stine never thought we'd put that on the top. Right. He's like, oh, I'd love it if he was watching right now. That'd be so cool. All right, let's go on to the next one. Did you have any thoughts about those, or do you want to just keep moving?
Did you put down Wolf?
Oh, no. I need to do that one. Yeah, you're right. What is that? Wolf, what is it? Wolf Skin?
Yeah, Wolf Skin.
Yeah.
You did 5. You did a 5 on that. I say bump it up to a 6.
Okay, give it a 6. All right. Let's do that.
Mid.
Let's do that, all right. We're getting close to my least favorite episode of the entire series. It's coming up. Wow. Okay. Here. Okay.
Mid. You want to put it in solid?
Oh wait. Okay. You mean 50 to 60 mid? Yeah. I think that's true. Yeah. Good. I was gonna say I don't think it's solid.
Yeah, it's not as good as those.
No. Okay. Good. Man, I love this image. Oh, it's so cool. All right, let's keep on moving. Keep this train going. Let's see what our friend Mega Spidey Man's saying real quick. What's up, man? Okay, let's see. Do you guys have a favorite Goosebumps film? The first one. The second one's pretty forgettable. I literally don't remember anything about the second one. So, yeah.
The second one?
It had the kid from It in it, the chubby one. Yeah, see, you totally forgot too. Yeah. I remember the first one. I actually liked the second one too, but nah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, and it's totally true. It's harder to enjoy any story if you don't care about the characters. Yeah, right? I mean,
not involved like you should.
Is it that hard to make a character we like and care about? Is it that difficult? Particular critic, is that challenging?
It should be.
No. All right, let's move on.
It is. Just put me in the booth. I'll spit some fire.
Yeah, man. All right, season 3. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Season 3, episode 16. The Bride of the Living Dummy. Just like the Bride of Chucky. Let's talk about this one. So, oh my gosh. I thought I wrote Sloppy the ventriloquist for a second. Yeah, that would be. So, Slappy the ventriloquist dummy returns again. Somehow he's back again after being struck by lightning and exploding. He's back again in the same body. And this time, I got to sneeze. 1 second. Okay, I guess not. All right, whatever. Okay, so yeah, Slappy's back again from the dead, and he has a really strange encounter at the very beginning of this episode. He makes a deal with a homeless man. So I think he was like, from what I remember, I think he was like left out, like he was somehow left outside, or he was in a pile of junk, or he was in a space where a homeless man was just kind of wandering around, and he saw him, and he makes a deal. And promises him a better life if he partners with him. So that's what happens. Soon, the two partnered to entertain crowds as a witty ventriloquist duo. And you know what? The guy, good for him. He got cleaned up. He was making money. He was doing a nice clean act with Slappy. And unfortunately, though, since Slappy is pure evil, this quickly went south when Slappy saw the love of his life in the crowd, because he was doing the two were doing a show at a school or something like that. And this little girl brought her doll, this girl doll. And once Slappy saw her, boy, he was shaking. And once this happened, he really screwed up the act. He started acting irrationally and just kind of screwed up the entire situation for him. Afterwards, he starts threatening the man and convinces him to ship Slappy to the little girl's house where the doll's at. I think he did that. It might have been threat on death. I'm not sure, but his partner, he agrees and ships him over. And now Slappy's arrived on the doorstep of this new household where the The bride is soon to be wed. And once he arrived, he quickly made arrangements to marry her. And once the time was right, he traps the two sisters alongside Mary Ellen the doll into the basement for the wedding ceremony. The big twist is he is disgusted by the doll after all. He doesn't want to marry the doll. He's only interested in the older sister, which doesn't make any sense because why would he want to be shipped to the doll's house if he didn't care about the doll? Because the older sister wasn't even in the scene, I don't think. So I don't know how that happened. Maybe he changed his mind. But what was funny was when he's doing this ceremony in the basement, the wedding ceremony, the doll likes him, of course, and he's just totally turned off by the doll. He's like disgusted by her, and he doesn't want anything to do with her. And he, of course, Slappy is having a hard time convincing the older sister to marry him, so he struggles to apprehend her, but she shoves him and Mary Ellen into a table saw, causing their bodies to fall apart and their spirits to ascend into the free world. So, not really that much happens in this episode. You don't really develop much. We don't see much character in these other kids, the little girl and the older sister. We don't really get very much of them. Most of the time we're kind of focusing on Slappy and the girl doll. But I thought it was a fun twist in the end because, this whole episode you're led to believe he's obsessed with the girl doll, but he could care less. It was funny. It was actually funny. I was laughing quite a bit. I think Slappy is just, if you have just a really strong character like him, then pretty much everything kind of falls into place. And I think that happened here where you just kind of, you see past a lot of the little flaws because you have one character that you're just particularly attached to and interested in following and intrigued by. I think what was sad was like really the saddest element of the entire episode was the poor guy that was Slappy's slave in the beginning. I mean, the homeless guy, he liked the dynamic. It was nice. They had a nice relationship. They had a great act, and it wasn't raunchy or anything. They were just a good, clean show, and they had a lot of fun. He kind of became like a local celebrity through that. It was a really good experience. And of course, Slappy had to ruin it as he always does. And this is an enjoyable one. I'd be curious to rank it against the other Slappy episodes because it's not much really happens here. It's very different though, and I enjoyed it. What are your thoughts, Ty?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's a little bit of a different idea from the last two episodes, but I'm not totally mad at that. I think that if they would have brought him back again and doing the same thing that he's been doing the last two episodes, it would have just been, what is that?
So the cookie on this. Sometimes it's like, you could say everything about every episode and you'd be here all day. So I cut out some things. I don't even remember this.
I don't either.
He somehow he turns this kid into one of the dolls. I don't even know who this is.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It's nothing crazy, but it's a good one. It's funny. I think that it doesn't hit as hard as the other two.
No.
It's okay. Fine.
Yeah. Do I have another picture? Oh no. Yeah, there you go. It's a good one though. It's still good. And Slappy's great, of course.
Yeah, Slappy's good. He's always a good character.
What strange eyes. Is that what you look like, Vegas Spidey Man? Behind the M? I hope not. Yeah. I want to know what that, I can't remember what that is, but yeah, let's rank this one real quick. I think I gave this an 80%.
You said 8.
Yeah, 80%.
Good with that.
Is it Tragic Triumph? Yeah, I'd say it.
Good.
You think it's Freaky Good? Let's do Freaky Good. It's 80% flat. Well, let's look at the competition. Yeah, I'd say so. Those are all great episodes.
Those are all good ones. And there's also we have so much in there right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Tragic Triumph.
There's a lot of Tragic Triumph.
Okay, next up.
Your favorite.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be good.
This one sucks.
So you watched this one too?
Yeah.
Okay, good. This is my least favorite episode of the entire series, everybody. Season 3, episode 17. Strained peas. First off, I'm disgusted by peas anyway. But this you too?
No, I said yeah, but strained. Ugh.
Oh gosh. So there's really no story here to talk about. Here's a little bit of background you need to know. The story follows Nicholas. He's a young boy whose parents bring home a new baby sister named Grace. At first, Nicholas is jealous of all the attention she gets, but things quickly turn strange. Grace can talk and act like an adult. She has glowing green eyes and behaves menacingly. Nicholas realizes she isn't a normal baby at all. Whenever he tries to warn his parents, though, they brush it off, thinking he's just acting out. He doesn't want the baby sister. So Grace continues to torment him, showing she's some kind of alien or monster in disguise. Nicholas eventually uncovers the truth that they brought home the wrong baby. Her real parents later picked her up, and they were monsters after all. First off, just a funny note about I wonder if I have a picture. I don't think I do, but funny note, the mother looks like she's 56 years old, but she brings home a newborn baby. And the newborn baby looks like it's a 7-month-old. So that's funny just to start. This episode is just straight up gross. You just look at this loud, obnoxious baby, and it just cries and squeals and makes loud noises and talks for 22 minutes. That's it. And antagonizes the older brother. This is when somehow this baby isn't worse than the little sisters we've seen earlier, but it's really close. Just having a baby as a villain is so lame. It's so lame, and it did not play well at all. I think, especially because it talked. You can't have a talking rabbit. You can't have a talking baby. I have never seen anything where I thought a talking baby was done well. It was really painful to watch, very cringe, and it's at the end of the day, this baby was just utterly annoying. And I like babies, but in Goosebumps, no, keep it out of here. No, 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 especially as a villain. And I just can't stand. I'm so sick of these ignorant parents that just don't understand anything. I'm so frustrated by it, Ty. We're so many episodes in at this point. We're probably 21 hours in to this entire series, and these parents will not learn. They will not listen to him. And what was funny was what happened was, I believe he was obviously convinced that this baby's evil. It's obviously not theirs. I don't think he thought it was an alien necessarily. He probably did. There's something wrong with it. It could talk, for Pete's sake. And he literally called the pediatrician and told them he didn't think it was their baby. So they ended up, I think, like doing a study on it or something, or checking records. And he was right. And the parents didn't care or listen the whole time. And who even knows what this baby would have turned into if it was older. But yeah, no compelling characters. I couldn't stand any of them. The little boy was okay. He's okay. The parents were utterly insufferable. The baby was the worst character in all of Goosebumps, practically, other than the little sisters we've seen before. The story sucked, and I don't care who this baby is. I don't want it here on the screen. I give it a 1 out of 10. 10%.
Sure.
I could give it, maybe I'll give it lower.
I'll match you with 10. It's really, really bad. It's so stupid. It's really stupid. There's so many aspects of it that make absolutely no sense. The literally even the name doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is a really bad one.
Oh man, is there any more pictures? Okay, yeah, that's it. All right, good. I think I got that out of my system. That felt good. You know what's nice? Since we're making this list, we can say these things. Isn't that great?
Nobody gets to tell us we're wrong.
You're right. Nobody, not even anyone in the chat earlier. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah.
Oh, Brawler's upcoming opinion on the Strained Peas episode is going to be so wrong. Was I wrong, Ty?
Yeah,
was I wrong about that?
You're pretty spot on.
Was I wrong? Everybody watching? I don't think so. Don't rewatch
right,
this one.
Let's rank this thing and get out of here. Get out of this one. This one sucks.
All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, so it's just dead. It's a 0. 10% is being nice. It's a 0%. Dead. That felt so good putting
Leave
that
it off
there.
the board at this point.
It doesn't mean it deserved to be on it. Yeah. Okay, wait. I like this. Mega Spider-Man, he makes a good point. Boss Baby was good. I like Boss Baby.
Yeah,
but that's an animated movie. That's different. Yeah, and I'm so sick of ignorant parents. Before we finish the entire stream tonight, I want to go over some general observations I made about Goosebumps, but that's a little while from now. Let's go into season 3. We're almost done with season 3, I think. Kind of. All right, here we go. Say cheese and die again. Season 3, episode 18. This is a sequel to Say Cheese and Die with Ryan Gosling. The only thing is, Ryan Gosling's nowhere to be found. None of the same actors from the first season or the first episode are anywhere to be found. It's way worse. All the actors are way worse. And they didn't learn anything by the second one. Everyone got way dumber. So in this sequel to Say Cheese and Die, Greg Banks, who's Ryan Gosling's character, now some no-name actor child, is mocked by his English teacher, Mr. Sauer, over his story about the evil camera. Determined to prove it's real, Greg retrieves the camera from the Kaufman... what does that mean? From the Kaufman house's basement. I don't know when. I can't remember when he went to the basement, but yeah. I think he goes back to the premises where he put the camera before, and he takes it again, and not learning his lesson, he takes another picture of his friend Sherry, who last time he took a picture of her, she literally disappeared until he tore the picture up and she reappeared at the warehouse. He totally forgot about that, and he took her picture again, and for whatever reason this time the photo revealed her really thin. She looked super thin in the picture, super random. She's really upset by this. She's not stupid. She realizes that the camera is bad and that, last time she literally disappeared into nothingness. So she was pretty upset by this. And she takes a picture of Greg, which is, Ryan Gosling's character, who's no longer Ryan Gosling in this. And the picture... I don't know how it did this, but they alluded that it predicted that he would get really fat and eventually explode. So, unfortunately for both of these characters, the pictures, as it was in the first episode last time, they come true. And both of them get, the girl, she gets thinner. And by thinner, she just gets different, makeup on her face to look thinner, right? And then he gets fatter. And when he gets fatter, I think they literally attach pillows to his stomach, and they put cotton balls in his cheeks. It looks
so fake. And
then the funniest part is it's not even that. He also they literally use fun house mirrors to make him look fatter too. It's really strange. And for whatever reason, they don't think just to tear up the photos. That's what worked last time. Why wouldn't they remember that? I mean, you remember tragic things, and that seems like a pretty obvious indication of a surefire solution, but nope, didn't work. So what they have to do is they have to find a way to undo these effects and save themselves before she gets too thin and he gets too fat and explodes. So they have kind of a really weird solution. I don't know why they thought this would work. I think it's funny in Goosebumps when children, they come up with a solution and it's totally random, and it's not based on any evidence of a previous experiment that was solved correctly by doing the solution. They just make something up, and for whatever reason it actually works. What they decide to do is the two believe that they could take those pictures of them and make them into negatives that will undo the effects. So they find Greg's brother, and they are asking him and pleading him. He works in a Photoshop or something. Development. And they're pleading him to reverse the photos in his dark room right before it's too late. And while this is happening, it takes a little while to process this stuff. He just gets fatter and fatter, and she gets thinner and thinner, and they were on the cusp of dying. And finally, the photos process, And for whatever reason, it worked. Their weird BS idea worked, and they didn't die. Why didn't you just tear up the pictures? I don't know. That's the biggest thing. Also, something else that's frustrating to me is just how haphazardly they use this camera. There's another sequence here where the Ryan Gosling lookalike, he takes a picture of a guard that's like about to catch him doing something he's not supposed to be doing. That could kill the guy. What are you thinking, you runt? Don't you remember what happened last time? This thing is lethal.
That's a great clip. Yeah, he's trying to they're trying to run away, and he just like click right in his face. It's like, dude, you just killed that guy.
What are you doing? Gosh, we're trying to keep this family-friendly show here.
There was the other scene where they're like fighting between each other with the camera, and he like takes a picture of her, and then she takes a picture of him. I know that's what you were just talking about, but like, why did you do that? Why are you doing this? Like, stop.
Yeah, they're better than that. Let's see. So just a few more notes. So it ends with a funny twist. So he does all of this to prove that his paper was fact, not fiction, of course, because the English teacher thinks it's all made up. And I guess it's the paper he wrote was supposed to be based on a true story. And obviously it was. So he brings the camera to class, and Mr. Sauer, he's definitely intrigued by the camera. He thinks it looks pretty cool. It is a cool looking camera. He takes the camera and he takes a picture of himself, and the photo shows him balding and frightened. And he's at first dismissive of the photo, but right in front of the entire class, he starts pulling out all his hair. And all the kids I think they're all laughing at him or something, but that was that was pretty funny. I remember, it's just like the stark difference between the first episode and now is just ridiculous. Ryan Gosling's character back then, I mean, he was caring. He didn't want to hurt anybody. He cared, and I just don't know why he would change so much by that last one and think that it's okay to take any pictures with this. I mean, last time he was really careful once he learned the truth. I mean, he put his life in danger taking it back to Spidey in that first episode. So yeah, really strange here. He should have just taken the L on the paper and not even bothered trying to bring it back.
Just take the F and move on, dude.
Yeah. Gosh, yeah. So I think like one of the funniest things is, this is supposed to be a fat kid. And I know a lot of kids that are way bigger than this. So it's like this was like this is the 90s standards of fat. And it's really not that bad nowadays, except the one on the right. That's pretty bad. Most of the time he didn't really look like that. But yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. It was fun. Like the fact that it was so wrong was hilarious. How far it followed from the last one. So that almost bumps it up a little bit for me. But at the end of the day, disappointing second entry out of the story. Do you have any final thoughts?
No.
All right, let's move on over and rank it. So funny. So I think I had this as a 60%. It's definitely not a solid Spectre. I changed my mind. I mean, it's probably Goose. You think it's Goose Flops?
Yeah.
Some of my ratings, it's like I talk about it and I just change a little bit. Because like you see what it's up against. And
yeah, it's on, I mean, it should be on par with like the Blob and like Don't Fall Asleep.
Yes.
And, it's fine.
Yeah, where is the first one? Okay, the first one's mid, and this one's worse than the first one. Yeah, see, they literally could not be on the same.
Yeah.
Ooh, this next one's gonna be good. I'll talk about this.
This is a 3-parter?
Yeah, it's a 3-parter. Mega Spidey-Man. One of the worst Goosebumps sequels then? Yeah, it was. And yeah, he was. If you want to watch, I made a video about that Mega. If you want to check that out, that'd be cool. It's on my channel. It's so weird. He's a lot younger. Yeah, if anybody's interested in hearing more about the Ryan Gosling story, I made a whole video about that, so check that out. These are the last 3 episodes of the season, the Chillogy Trillogy. So I'm going to get a drink of water real quick. 1 second. All right, here we go. It's about to get interesting in here. These are great. This is a great trilogy. I remembered this from when I was young. You'll definitely remember the second parter. Nice. Ew. What are you doing, Bert? That was gross.
Allergies. I'm sorry.
Oh, dang. Poor boy. Poor boy.
I'm trying to.
Sorry. It's all good, dog.
We've been talking for like 6 hours.
I know. Yeah, I know. We're getting close. We're almost there. Oh, okay. Next up, Chillogy. Season 3, episode 19, 20, and 21. Chillogy Part 1 is the Squeal of Fortune. You'll definitely recognize an image from this. So we follow the greedy, pretentious Jessica as she gets sucked into a city diorama in the attic known as Carlsville. Once she gets into this, like those big dioramas of like a neighborhood or a city with like little cars and hills and such. That's what this is. And it's pretty cool. And she somehow, I think there's like in the diorama, the phone rings and she answers it, or maybe she like just touches it and she enters the world. But when she gets there, she meets this guy named Mr. Carlos, who tempts her with a new challenge. He convinces her to run a lemonade stand, promising that she can earn a fortune if she sells enough. Now, before this, we are introduced to Jessica, and I call her pretentious because, geez, I just said I 3 times in a row. It's been such this 6 hours, man. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
We're getting slap happy at this point.
We're talking too long. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Jessica, she in the very beginning, we see her with these 2 other boys, and she's just mean-spirited. She thinks she's on her high horse. She's a smart businesswoman, like she knows how to make money and take advantage of people's generosity and such. And so she thinks like once she enters this world, she's high and mighty on her golden throne, and she's ready to make money off these people. And you see her scheming with this lemonade stand, which you think is so ridiculous, but it happens, and she pays the price for it. But at first, Jessica is pretty thrilled by how well she's doing. The money piles up quickly because this lemonade product, for whatever reason, is like the people in this town are utterly obsessed with it, like drugs, and they just keep coming back and they're begging for the lemonade. And feeding her greedy side, she starts to upscale the prices a bunch, and the people just keep demanding more and more, and they're spending like 10 times more than what it's actually worth. And I guess that is kind of fair, supply and demand. But she was advised against doing this by Carl before. He did not want her swindling anybody, and that's what she's doing. And even worse yet, she creates more supply by watering down the product. The people don't seem to notice the difference, but still, it's not exactly right. And she just keeps going farther and farther, raising the prices, watering it down. And the little girl next to her there, she's not into this at all. She doesn't like what she's doing. It's pretty disgraceful to her. And eventually her greed spirals out of control. And the prize she earns for all her hard work is actually a horrifying curse. She transforms into a pig. I got a picture here. There you go. That look familiar? Yeah. And there's Mr. Carl. Look how freaky he is. She turns into a pig, and the once fun lemonade business turns into a nightmare, showing that Carlsville rewards selfishness with humiliation and punishment. By the end, Jessica narrowly escaped after undergoing a humbling ritual. The story's not over yet, though. 2 poor neighbors pick up the diorama left out in the trash later on. And this is when we move kind of quickly into the second part, because she does eventually escape. She goes to one of the payphones as the pig lady, and her brother answers the phone from like the real world, and she escapes. And she's not a pig anymore. But this was a humbling ritual for her because she was so greedy and so selfish most of the time, and this was it changed her character. She was awful in the beginning of the episode, and after this she becomes much more likable. So I respect R.L. Stine for giving us a character that can go through this transformation, because I think a lot of us end up going through that in our in our life where we think we're all that great, and we just get humbled. It's just part of life. It's good to be humble. I don't think there are any more pictures. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts about this first part, Ty? Do you remember this?
Yeah, I remember this. I mean, the pig is great. Like, looks great for 90s, early 2000s. Freaky. Yeah, I mean, this episode is just. This is one of the things I watched like most recent, so it's pretty fresh. But yeah, I mean, it's just like it really is a good show of like, what happens when you take advantage of people and get greedy and all that kind of stuff. It like kind of just shows like be pure, be true as you can, because bad things happen to people who aren't like kind to others and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's good. I mean, the dude on the right, he looks like I'm gonna say it for the third time. Predatory energy.
Yeah. Look at him.
Freaky.
By the third part, he is like absolute freak mode, and you'll see why. So let's. Do I have 3 of these? I guess we can.
Should we rank them? Let's go. I don't even know how.
Let's just rank them one at a time, just so I can like have a. I gotta like let you talk for a little bit. I'm losing it here. So here we go. We'll rank these. Okay. 7.5 out of 10. That's what I gave it. What do you want?
7.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
No, it's good. It's good.
Is it freaky good or is it?
It's freaky good. It's freaky good. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's on par with the Pride of what's his face?
Pride of Chucky or Living Dummy.
I almost did it too.
Oh my gosh. All right. Here we go.
So this is
next
part 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you talk about this one? This is a good one. Thanks.
I'll do the next 2 parts. All right. Chillogy part 2. So in this episode, Matthew Erickson, a young baseball enthusiast, finds himself again transported into the eerie miniature town of Carlsville. After a disappointing strikeout in his real-life game, he touched the model town's baseball field and is magically sucked into it. There, he meets Carl, the sinister ruler of Carlsville, who forces him to participate in a surreal and dangerous baseball game where he is the only player with... only player with an audience of invisible guests. It's freaky as hell. It's one of my favorite segments in Float. What? Stop. What happened here, Jackson?
Wait, did I do something?
Never mind. During the game, not a single rule was followed correctly. Bases float and hurtle far away from Matthew as he runs them. Bases disappear. New monsters won't let him touch bases, and evil, horrifying baseball creatures attempt to eat him alive before scoring at home base. Once he makes it, he transports back to the real world, relieved to escape, making plans to destroy it. His little brother gets pulled in for another episode. Totally different from the first one, but it's a similar idea. But this kid didn't do anything. He was
cool. He was nice.
He didn't. That's the thing about this episode. It's like the first one, she deserved what she got. This one, like, he just struck out in a baseball game. Like, it's not his. I mean, yeah, but that's not anything to be like shamed for. So, I mean, this one's okay. It doesn't feel as on point.
I love this one. Baseball, the evil baseball is so iconic. I love this thing. I think like, yeah, why was he sucked into this? It didn't seem like he wasn't a bad kid, as you say. Yeah, I think I like this one a lot. I think he's a good kid. He's a good main character. This wasn't like one of those moments where, yeah, like there's a life lesson, but he's a relatable, developing person. And you know what? Yeah, there's nothing to be ashamed of. He's sick of like underperforming to the likes of those around him. I mean, we've all been there and done that. And I think the lesson is like sometimes some things we're just not as good at. Some things we're better at. Some things we're not as good at. And, we should focus on what we're better at instead of wasting our time with something that we won't be any better at. And I think I kind of felt that with him. And this is like, so the way I write these is I write it for me because I see it in my head and I just write, I fill in the gaps. So sorry you read that the way it was because it doesn't really make sense unless it's me reading it, I guess.
My brain is also completely fried, so I was
yeah,
unable to read certain things.
So what happened? Yeah, so the ref here, he is now the ref, Carl. He's back again. He's really tormenting the poor kid there, and the kid, gosh, my brain's so dead right now too. It's like nothing is working well. It's like he's playing the game decently here too, but it starts to get really interesting when monsters start showing up. The goal, like he said, the base is moving all over the place, and there's other monster players that come into play, and they're really scary in this environment. The environment here is really interesting too. There is nobody's there, but in the pews or the bleachers, there is an invisible audience, and they're cheering and they're rattling the bleachers in this dark room. The kid's alone. He has this strange ref. There's these monsters playing baseball with him, and this disgusting evil baseball that's trying to bite him. I mean, there were so many interesting skews here at play that made for a really exciting scene that lasted quite a bit of time. I thought we spent the perfect amount of time here. Enjoyed his character, and yeah, that's why I ranked this so highly. I really enjoyed this episode. I give this an 85%. I loved it. I think this is another one of the more iconic episodes in my opinion. So let's rank that real quick.
Yeah, 80's fine. 85, 80.
Well, what do we put the last one as? Nah, it's not. Is it on par with Tragic Triumph? I don't know.
What's in Tragic Triumph?
Huh?
Don't go into
I think Freaky Good. I think Freaky Good.
That means that it's on par with the first.
Yes. I think it's as good.
Okay.
Maybe a little better, but I don't think it's Tragic Triumph yet. Even though I love it, I changed my mind. Okay, so we got one more Chillogy. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it is weird. Why is it called Chillogy? I wonder how they did the teeth on / in the baseball. Yeah, it's cool. I love that effect. And yeah, it wasn't a mask she put on, but she was like a pig person. I don't know. Oh boy. All right. Let's see. Next up, Chillogy Part 3. This one, this has some of the weirdest people. This is gross. This is a gross episode. This poor little boy. So thankfully the kid from the last one, the kid from the last one, he thankfully escapes the board game or the diorama. And then of course now the littlest kid is sucked into it because I don't know, he got mail that said he won a prize, and he goes up there and he messes with the board game or the diorama. I said it again. And when he enters, he's kind of like paraded around. Carl is treating him like he's a king. And Jessica and Matthew, the two from earlier, they go into the diorama themselves because they're trying to save him. They know what's at risk. And what's terrible is Carl eventually leads this little boy into, his name's Todd, leads him into this room where he's intending on turning him into a plastic figurine like these other creepy plastic people. And it's at this point where it is now absolutely apparent what Carl's deal is. He takes a lot of pleasure in tormenting young ones. And he's doing all of this, and while doing so, he's promising young Todd forever citizenship in Carlsville if he turns into a plastic person. And it's pretty disgusting, these plastic people. They're one of the more eerie villains or eerie species in the series. Really freaky. I think I have a picture of them. Yeah, look at them on the left. Oh my gosh. They are horrifying. They still shake me to this day. I'd like to see more plastic people in like horror movies now. I think there's a lot of potential there. It's so eerie in this toy world. Now, eventually, Matt and Jess they find the Plasto Blaster machine and they destroy it, so Todd doesn't get turned into a plastic person. And all the townspeople are cornering them, all the plastic people. And thankfully for them, their mother, Matthew's mother, is vacuuming in the same room, and she's vacuuming up the diorama, like it's dusty and stuff. And she thankfully vacuums up the entire town, and that kind of saves the kids, and they're able to escape. But Carl is actually still alive, and he comes out of the vacuum later on. This is the weakest of the trilogy. It's fun to see like a 3-part series like this, but this one doesn't stand nearly as close as those. Plastic people are nightmare fuel, really freaky. I remember they gave me nightmares when I was young, but it's mid, anticlimactic, and really stale. You have any thoughts about these, Ty?
I'm on the same boat as you. I think that like it's just compared to the other two, it's weaker. The plastic people are a really good addition, though. I like those. Yeah, I mean, who's this girl? This woman? I don't remember her.
I don't remember her either. I don't know. She's probably plastic or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh wow, we're at the end of season 3 in this next episode. That'll be good. So let's rank this. Maybe you could. Well, I'll do the next one. If you could do the next one after that, that would be appreciated. I'm having a hard time breathing right now. I've been talking so much. Yeah. Okay.
My tongue earlier. My tongue hurts.
Oh, poor baby. Suck on some ice. Sit on a pin.
Right.
All right. So I gave this mid. I think it's mid. 5 out of 10. All right. This next one is really dog. Hate to say it. Oh, we lost Mega Spidey, man. Good seeing you, buddy. All the best, Brawler and Critic. This was a fun watch. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. All right, next up. Season 3. Last episode of Season 3. Season 3, episode 22. This is another one of those just spooky tales. And it has a really tragic real-life story that I'll talk about afterwards. It's really sad. Especially because, unfortunately, this episode's really bad. But, yeah, just quickly, not much to talk about here. Story follows Becca and Benji as they go on a school field trip. And they discover that their instructor, Mr. Blankenship, is doing creepy experiments on animals as he attempts to splice DNA to create animal hybrids. Eventually, the children find hints suggesting that someone is infatuated with snakes. It's probably him. And soon, Blankenship reveals that he is a snake himself as he transforms into a cute little one on the ground. Eventually, the kids do escape his clutches, which is not like any clutches at all because he's literally just a snake. He can't do anything. And after they escape, they go home on a bus, and then you see him on the bus as a fly. Like, who comes up with this, right? I mean, what I just described you isn't like dumbed down version. It's I don't know. I don't think I don't know what was going through R.L. Stine's head when he made this story, but yeah, definitely a very strange one. Nothing happened the whole episode. Really, I mean, the guy didn't. I don't even think the antagonist, Mr. Blankenship, did anything wrong. He was creepy, I guess. That was about it. We don't see him do anything to animals. I guess, like the experiments, he was an animal hybrid, so I don't exactly know what his deal was. It just wasn't. This sucked. It was terrible. The story was terrible. There was no stakes at all. The kids just went in and out of these, dangerous situations with an unknown force, without any weight or peril. Everything was just fine all the time. It was pretty much just a walk through the forest. That's all I got to say. Not compelling mystery. It's dull reveal in the end. No build up to the revelation. So what ended up happening at the end was the main actress here in this picture died. Her name was Michelle, and she died months before the episode released. She died of meningitis, so that's a shame. Yeah, I think I have a picture. Oh yeah, and he was also. I think that she also found this weird lizard rabbit somewhere in the forest. But yeah, there it is. It's a real shame. Poor girl. Do you have any comments on this, Ty?
It's really bad. It's just not good. And with all of the things all of the different episodes we've had with like scientists and experiments and splicing and all that stuff, this one is just super weak in comparison.
Yeah, let's rate it. So there it is on the bottom. I'm giving it a dead.
Yeah.
You think it's vomit? It could be vomit.
I think it's vomit. It's better. It's better than that dumb baby.
You're right. That's bottom of the barrel. It's like well, okay. If that's the case, then is the barking ghost dead? It's got to be. It's still dead. All of these are dead.
Yeah,
the baby is the worst.
The baby's the worst. We could. I don't know.
I think if we put the lizard one here, then I think barking dog needs to go up.
Okay. Well, that's
yeah. It's like dead is like insulting. Like it makes you mad.
This one doesn't. This one does kind of make me mad. All right, it's a
dead. Yeah. Okay, good.
So stupid.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, we're losing. Help, Ty. Help. I need help. Yeah, real quick. Gen X Man's here. What's up? Oh, Gen X Man. You think you're extremely tired? Gen X Man says, extremely tired. Comments may be odd. Yeah. You listen to us. Finished a mighty mission. Good for you. What was your mission? Tell us, my friend. All right, next up. Now we're on season 4. You want to start us off? Yeah. 4, How I Got My Shrunken Head, part 1 and part 2.
All right, How I Got My Shrunken Head. So this starts with our character Mark, and Mark received a strange package from his grandma, who is a scientist that works on some like far away island that's not close to anything. It's called Balladora. So inside the gift that he received is a shrunken head that looks kind of like maybe some sort of magic or voodoo or some sort of thing like that. Soon after, he's invited to visit her jungle, visit the island that she's on with this head that he has in his possession. And when he arrives, he realizes that before he got there, his aunt and other colleagues of hers have gone missing. So, and apparently her colleagues, Dr. Halling and his daughter, Corrine, are acting suspiciously about the disappearance. So Mark learns that the Shrunken Head actually holds mysterious powers and begins to experience jungle visions and hear voices calling his name. After confiding in Corrine, he discovers that Hawking family are evil scientists that are hunting for his aunt. Eventually, they catch up to Mark after he finds his aunt and nearly turns him into a shrunken head by threatening his aunt to reveal the secrets of jungle magic. Before his potential death, he recollects what magic was inside him all along from a past encounter he had with his aunt. So he had this all along. He had already had it, like we saw it in the Blob one. They think that the item that they have is the magical item, but in reality, there's no magic in the item. They have magic. It's just the way that they kind of use it. Let's see. With his new revelation, he speaks the magic words and breaks from his bondage and inadvertently sends the Hawkins family into the shrinking vat. The episode cleverly concludes with Mark telling his mother's boyfriend the whole story, echoing words, "This is how I got my shrunken head." It's a pretty good plot. Clear twist. The scientist's daughter played the innocent girl card well. Obviously, he was able to confide in her, and then she just went straight to her dad and told him everything. Establishing trust but turn against the kids. Kind of. That's all I gotta say.
What'd you say?
Are you gonna choke over there?
No, I like listening to how uninterested you are in this episode.
I don't like this episode. I never did.
It's all right. It's not that bad. I think
yeah, I should probably try to adjust my demeanor, but we're almost 7 hours into this.
Yeah,
no. I'm just reading.
I don't blame you. Yeah, it's all right. I'm surprised I gave it a pretty high level. I think I like the ending, how the family, the evil family, got turned really tiny in the end, and he has to keep them in his terrarium until he's 16 years old. He's probably like 13 here, maybe 12.
Right.
I mean, these guys, the family that were doing the that were trying to hunt after his Aunt Benna, they were evil. They were pure evil. I mean, they possessed. There was some camp hands that were there trying to help with the cause. Do I have a picture of them? No. That were just like workers, and they did these freaky experiments on them, and they became zombies, like zombies, just walking around doing their bidding, and they did that on purpose. They were pretty evil, and even the little girl here, like you said, I mean, she plays the good guy at first. I thought she was good, and then it was a good old switcheroo, and it turns out she was just leading her family right to him, and I thought that was pretty clever.
Yeah.
And then I liked seeing him. I liked seeing him. Gosh, man, my brain's just dead. I liked seeing him doing his powers.
God,
I know it's bad. I like. Oh, I like seeing him. I like seeing him float around and get out of the Shrunken Head vat. There you go.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yes. There you go. Great. I spit it out. I don't think I have too much else to say.
Yeah.
The Shrunken Head was okay. I don't know why he didn't just destroy it in the beginning. I mean, this thing looked like it was trying to kill him. It's obviously not.
Keep that.
It's not friendly. Yeah, but it ended up being a very useful device, so I guess it's a good thing he kept it. This is another case where, I mean, look, the Shrunken Head looks literally nothing like the image. I like the image way better, but I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I guess Shrunken Heads really do look like the one we see on the left. Do you know what the story of Shrunken Heads is? Is it a real head, or is it like? Is there like a real?
Yeah.
You know,
there's some background. Like I kind of touched on it in the beginning, kind of like a voodoo-esque thing. I think in like places like New Orleans and like Africa and certain places where like that stuff is like really prevalent. I think it's a thing where like a witch or a witch doctor or someone would like, if you've done something bad, they'll shrink your head. Like they'll put a spell on you that shrinks your head. But I've also heard that it's like after someone dies, you shrink it and then you can like hold on to it for like safekeeping, like a keepsake, like almost like urn of ashes or something. But yeah, they're freaking weird, and they're all known to have like weird powers or like voodoo powers or like something like that.
True.
They're weird though.
Yeah, they're gross. So like they are actual heads?
Yeah, they like, I think they like cut the head off and then like put it in like, it's like, this is
maybe
gonna sound
dry
gross.
It out or something.
It's like pickling. Like, you know how you like pickle a cucumber? Like you're pickling this person's head and like shrinking it because it's like all of the moisture. It's like you're basically making sure that it doesn't decay or rot or anything like that.
Okay. Huh. Nice. Really cute story.
I know, it's super cool.
I like what Gen X-Man says here. So, yeah, girl was a big help getting boy out of the quicksand. That is true. I think she was only merciful because she wanted him to lead the family to Aunt Benna, though. Yeah. Strange how Boy's mom had no concern about a shrunken head in his room. Yeah, for real. Yeah, the actress dying in real life is crazy and ironic. Yeah, I mean, real shame. I haven't heard of many other of these actors dying, especially at a young age. So it's a shame. Let's rank it. Oh, all right. Here we go. What did I say? I'll give this one a. I know. Don't. I changed my mind. It's mid. It's mid. What do you think? Mid
yeah, I said 60, so that works. Mid's fine.
All right. Oh, that's a two-parter too.
Yeah, it is. We're down to our last 3 episodes.
Nice. Oh boy.
Wait, no, 4.
All right, I'll read the next one. All right, here we go. Thanks to everyone
those are
sticking around.
Deep Trouble. Those are 2. Yeah, we got 3 more.
Let us know in the comments if you're watching this in replay. If you made it all the way till the end, that'd be great.
It'd be amazing.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. You can tell we're really loopy now.
Do you want me to do this one?
Oh no, it's all right. I'll do it. I like this one. Maybe you could do the next one.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'll do the next 2. If you could do the last one, that'd be good. Oh, I just gotta find the right one here. So we're season 4. All right. Okay.
Ghost Next Door.
Ghost Next Door. I liked these. This is the best one of the 4th season. It's weird how there wasn't very many episodes in the 4th season. Only I think 8 of them. So yeah, all 2-parters. Ghost Next Door, part 1 and part 2. It has a really great message at the end. So, but unfortunately, most of it's pretty boring. So we follow Hannah. She meets a strange new neighbor, Danny Anderson, who seems to appear out of nowhere. His house looks abandoned, and odd things happen when he's around. Convinced Danny's a ghost, Hannah investigates, only to discover the shocking truth. She's the one who's actually dead, having perished in a fire years ago. She had no idea, and for whatever reason, I guess she was kind of locked in the memories she had in this house, and she doesn't know where her parents are or anything, and she's been alone. And I guess when she understands that she's the ghost, the house that she grew up in is withered and decayed. It's not as beautiful as it once was, which is pretty sad to see. Things start to get really strange when a dark spirit tries to take Danny into the afterlife. There's this evil dark spirit that's prowling around Danny, and he's actually pretty freaky. It's this black blob there on the right. It's like a shadowy figure that's following him around, and it's later found out that I think he wants Danny's body so he can be like an actual ghost, or it's like he wants his body so he can live again. It's strange. Once Hannah realizes that she's a ghost, she kind of wrestles internally about what her purpose is. Like, why is she a ghost? Why is she still here? Why isn't she went to heaven or hell, right? Why is she here in this ghost world? Because there's not really any others other than this weird black spirit thing. That's obviously very different than what she is. And what's weird is the spirit kind of wants Danny to die. He's betting on Danny's death. And I think he wants that so for whatever reason he can like possess the body, or he had some strange angle for that. But despite the evil spirit's attempts to motivate cruel acts, she searches for what matters and determines that she's actually here as a ghost to save Danny from imminent death, because he has so many occasions where he almost dies, and the spirit wants it to happen. I think there's a lot of those occasions where he coaxes those actions. And you know what? She puts herself on the line time and time again to save him. And I think like the kid has like his death has an expiration. It's like, I don't know. It's like 12 hours from when she understands, like late one evening, like 6 p.m. If he's not dead by then, the spirit will fade away, and she's able to save him long enough to pass that time. And he comes really close to dying. And there's actually a really touching moment in the final minutes of the episode when she saves him from burning alive in this burning building, and the spirit fades away. She turns around and she hears her family telling her a good job and that she's done they're proud of her. Well done, daughter. And she looks over and she sees her family and she smiles and she says goodbye to Danny as she walks away and fades into nothingness, having fulfilled her goal before she could pass on. And I actually think it was the most touching moment in all of Goosebumps, the very end there. I didn't like tear up or anything, but I think if there was a moment that could have done that, it was this. And I was really, I just like the message of this, that, we're put on the earth to do a good thing and, live for that thing, live for your purpose and embrace it. And no matter what evil intentions other people's brings, just fight through it to follow through on what you were intended to do, which is the story of what this says. But that touching ending really bumps it up a lot. It's really not that exciting of a 2-part episode, but at the end of the day, both these characters are very likable. And the spirit was an interesting antagonist. As a backdrop, he wasn't that prominent. So I really enjoyed it. Followed a lot of the same Goosebumps tropes, but I enjoyed this one. I would watch it again. What are your thoughts, Ty?
Yeah, I like this one. I think that when I watched it when I was younger, I was always kind of afraid of it for a different reason. More of just because, like you said, it is kind of real world problems. Like the beginning starts out kind of just like any other Goosebumps episode. Oh, she thinks this guy's a ghost. Turns out she's a ghost. And then it kind of transforms into like, I really feel like the second half really kind of pulls this entire thing together. Like if they had just made this a single episode and gotten rid of all this stuff and just made the trope that she's a ghost and she thinks he's a ghost, that would have made it a lot worse. But the second part with trying to take care of him and make sure he's okay and really giving herself up in order to keep him safe and keep him alive, I think is a really good message as well. So yeah, I think this is probably going to be one of those that I don't think the 2 parts are going to be in the same.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. The first part was pretty boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look at that.
Yeah, let's rank that.
All right, so let's take a look here. So we have both of these. So first part, I think the second part, that's the good part. I'd say it's solid.
I'd say it's the second part's solid. The first part's mid.
Yeah. Oh, whoops. Only one ghoul vomit. That's crazy.
We're not over yet.
There's not that many deads. I thought there'd be more. Yeah, I think that's fair. Let's do that. Okay, great. Only 2 episodes left, buddy. Almost there. Huh. All right.
2 very underwhelming episodes.
Yeah, really not a very strong finale here. Okay, almost there. Thanks for sticking in, everybody. We're getting close. All right, I want to read this one, and then if you could do the last one, finish us off. So this is dog. It's really bad. This one, hard to watch almost. How many pictures do I have for those? Okay, got 2 pictures. So Cry of the Cat, part 1 and 2, season 4, episode 5 and 6. Here we follow high school student and aspiring actress Allison Rogers. She is starring in a horror movie being filmed in her town. On her way home from the set, she accidentally runs over a strange gray cat named Rip, who belongs to a mysterious girl named Carolyn. Believing she's killed it, Allison feels pretty guilty. Not really, she acts like she's guilty, until Rip suddenly reappears alive and hissing. Not long after, Allison starts showing strange cat-like behaviors for whatever reason, like she's somewhat possessed or she's like morphing into a cat. She's landing on her feet from high falls. She's craving milk, fearing water. She's meowing a little bit. She's like cleaning herself. It's pretty weird. She turned into a freak, bro. But when she confronts Carolyn again, which is the girl whose cat died, she learns that Rip was no ordinary cat. He was experimented on by her mother, who herself was also a mutated cat, who was also mutated into a disgusting cat lady. And the weird legend of how this cat worked, Rip, was anyone that was scratched or bitten by Rip begins to mutate into a cat creature. Left for dead by the two, Allison and her friend barely escape Rip's final attempt to possess them. So I have some pictures. Yeah, the cat lady looked great. She was horrifying. I did remember that from when I was young. I don't remember anything else about this episode. It's terrible. Both parts are awful. Hate to say it. The best part is the crazy cat lady. The main actress and the guy are totally insufferable. They play privileged little brats that are little kid actors. They get everything they want in life. They think they're better than everyone. It's terrible. And that is the character, but I couldn't stand spending time with them. It was drug out. Didn't need 2 parts for this. This could have been 1 part. Just cut it all down. Give me more of the cat mom. That would be awesome. It really reminds me of Scream 3 when it's like kind of an ironic parody of a Hollywood horror movie set, because as this girl is like supposed to be playing the part in this horror movie, the Rip appears and starts tormenting her. Kind of like how Ghostface actually interfered with the real set when they were filming in Scream 3. Nevertheless, it's just disappointing conclusion of the Goosebumps series. Did not enjoy this very much at all, except for the practical effects there. So yeah, not my thing. What are your thoughts, Ty?
It sucks. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it whatsoever. I don't get how she ran the cat over and then started being like a cat, even though they said you have to be scratched by the cat. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. The only redeeming quality is the cat lady. She looks great, but everything else is really, really annoying. And yeah, these two are completely insufferable. I cannot stand either of these two. And getting to like when this is at the very end of the season, you've watched like 72 episodes, 73 episodes, and you get an episode with guys like characters like this. It's like
you can't take it anymore.
Yeah, it's just they didn't get out of here.
Oh crap! Whoa, listen to this. I got Gen X Man says here. So, fun fact: there are a total of 62 original Goosebumps books written by R.L. Stine, published between 1992 and 1996. All the stories are based on real-life events in Stine's childhood.
Told you. That's why all those sisters are so freaking evil.
That is awesome. Wow. I love him. He's so cool. Sweet. He's awesome. It's going to be awful when he passes away. All right. You want to do the last one, Ty?
We gotta rate the...
Wait. Oh, my bad. Yeah.
I'll do the last one.
I can just do the last one, unless, because my notes are pretty jumbled. Unless you know it well enough, or you could just do it mostly on memory. If not, I could just do it.
You just want to do it. I'm really not.
Okay, that's fine. I can do one more. Oh, okay. Both of these are dead.
That's very fair.
It's not ghoul vomit. These next two might be ghoul vomit. We're hitting on the home stretch, everybody. Rebel Rose, have you been here this whole time? It's good to see you back. Oh, you lied. Gen X Man, you liar. Why? I like that story. I'm glad. I mean, wouldn't it be terrible if this poor kid had to endure all this awfulness his whole life?
Right.
I imagine a good amount of these could be inspired by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense. That was a bit of a stretch. Okay, let's go on to
last one,
everybody. 7 hours, 5 minutes in. We're going a lot faster than I thought. I thought we would be over 8 hours. So
I thought so too.
So this is good. And we've talked about everything. Oh, look at that. She says, we've been on the whole time while I've been writing. I appreciate that, Rebel Rose. Thank you very much. Hopefully we didn't distract your writing. What are you writing? That's cool. So, Season 4, Episodes 7 and 8, the conclusion to R.L. Stine's Goosebumps. The infamous series ends with a dud, unfortunately. Deep trouble. These were dookie episodes. They're instant pass. So we follow Billy and Sheena. Both of them are visiting their uncle, the biologist, when they discover a variety of strange abnormalities by the beach. It turns out their uncle Deep, I guess his last name's Deep, crafted a mutation formula by accident that enlarges the subjects it touches and mutates them into something much worse. The villain of the story is an unlikely young man, however. Ritter. Oh yeah, the villain of the story is an unlikely young man. However, it's this guy named Ritter. He's Deep's assistant. Behind the scenes, he has been testing the formula on Deep's helpers, turning them into disgusting fish-human hybrids on a distant island offshore. It is there that the trio ends up trapped, nearly falling to the demise of massive animals and fish-human hybrids. With little chance left for survival, they give Ritter up for their own lives, and he is later seen mutated as a fish man on display. Yeah, episodes were super boring. None of the characters were particularly interesting or likable. I liked seeing like these massive animals as like dangerous foes that are threatening the safety of the children on the island. I'd like to see more movies, like another new scary movie where it's just big animals. Why not? Why not get giant crabs and giant iguanas and stuff? I guess Land of the Lost was the last movie to do that a long time ago. It dragged on far too long. It was not a thrill as much as it tried to be. Yeah, I think this was like the first time I've noticed them using the same like costumes as before in the very end, which is right here. Like you literally see the fish man there. Actually, you see literally it's the fish man right there, and right behind him, the demon looking thing. They were both in the same episode. I think it's Shocker on Shock Street.
Yeah,
they were both on that one.
Shocker and the Sharks.
Yeah. Was not a fan of either of these. Pretty boring. Didn't care about any of the characters. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. I did enjoy watching this fish blow up like this. Like that was cool, but that lasts for like a second. So yeah, these two main characters, didn't much care for them. They weren't particularly interesting or likable. That's all I got to say. You got any final thoughts, Ty?
This episode's underwhelming as the finale for Goosebumps. I don't know why they decided to do it. It's just weak. It's not bad per se. It's just really weak. There's not a lot of, it's probably like, it's not unique. Like, I feel like all these have been pretty unique and this one isn't. So yeah, that's it. I wouldn't say it's horrible, but it's not good anyways.
Rebel says she liked the she liked the book, but not the episode. So interesting. Like, you can only show so much in an episode, right? The book, everything could be larger than life. So I understand that. Let's rate it. Last one.
I think this could go and ghoul vomit.
Yeah, they're ghoul vomit. They're better than the last few. It's not insultingly bad.
They're just, yeah.
Wow, there it is, people. That's it. We got
our tier list.
This is the tier list. Look at that. Wow, what a beautiful list.
Oh my gosh.
This is wow. This is awesome. This is big. There's not that many bad episodes, really.
No.
I mean, maybe a third of them. No, like a quarter of them, maybe. Like mid-monster does not mean it's bad.
No.
Goose Flops isn't bad, but it's borderline bad. Yeah, it's underwhelming, and then Born and Beware below is bad.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. Good job, everybody. I'm glad we did it. Let's real quick. I just want to say a few things before we finish up here. Oh, good. Megan liked this. Hey, Megan. The monster makeup was so good for this episode. Let's look at that one more time. I don't like this boy on the right. I don't know. That's kind of gross. I guess
that's nasty.
Is that good? Do you think that's good, Ty? You like that?
Freaky.
I mean, it looks good, I guess.
Freaky.
I don't know. He's a little freaky, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah. Yep. Gen X Man says, cool, you had a good distribution of scores. Thanks. Yeah, we did it, Rebel. We did it. I'm so happy. Now, I just want to talk real quickly about some general observations I have about Goosebumps, because I think watching all of these episodes, there's a few things that I just wanted to say real quick. So, the horror, this is just a few things that I caught on overall about Goosebumps as a series. One, the horror hits close to home pretty much every time. Usually a close friend, a family member, or mostly the parents are involved with the issue. Either they're completely indifferent, they're part of the problem, or they are, a contributing factor. Another commonality that we find is that parents, they pretty much every time disregard the horrors that the kids witness and experience. I mean, 9 times out of 10, the parents never believe the children and they pass it off like it's their imagination. A lot of the times here, especially with all of the episodes, I'd say 50% and below, it's pretty flat buildup with an intense final act full of reveals. Even the worst episodes have great reveals towards the end. And I think really pack in some great data the last 10 minutes. Well, last like maybe 6 minutes. Um, it's kind of funny. Another thing is old people are evil a lot of the time. Old people and adults and kids aren't ever the bad guys. They're never the bad guys, really. Unless they're a bully, but they're not. The bullies aren't even ever really the bad guys themselves either. There's only been a few occasions where the children are bad. Let's see. Something I found that with poor visual quality across the map, you can find yourself still immersed because the music, that's something that's so silent about a lot of these episodes, is they have great scores, really great scores that just silently add an extra volume of dimension to each setting we're in that differentiates per episode. And us talking about it just can't do that justice. So I wanted to mention that. And I paid close attention to this figure while I was watching things because I found myself engrossed in a lot of these episodes, even if it didn't look the best. I mean, it's kind of VHS quality most of the time, and it was cheap, as we've been talking about. But I think the music was definitely undervalued. It added a lot of weight to each one of these settings, creating a immersive atmosphere. Another thing is kids pretty much always fall when they're running away, always. And this is the truth of the matter. Boys and girls, like young boys and girls, they aren't interested in being friends with each other like they are in Goosebumps. Gosh, every episode, it's a young boy and a young girl and they're friends. No, that's not how it works. It just doesn't. I mean, maybe it does under rare circumstances. Maybe 1 out of every 15 boys has a best friend that's a girl at that age. But no, that's not. This is like the case for every single episode, and they do that so they can apply to both boys and girls, right? And that's fine. Or yeah, and I think it's cute and it's sweet, but it really doesn't. It's not accurate. Did you have any final remarks on general observations you made, Ty?
Yeah, I have a couple. I think first of all, the just general takeaways, like all of the monster magic that they did, it's all great. Like,
yeah,
especially for the time period, and this all being late 90s, maybe early 2000s, but mostly late 90s. Like, they did a really good job with makeup, with practical effects, with sound effects, with all that kind of stuff. And that's something that can be said for all of these, even if the story isn't good. I think pretty much every single one we talked about tonight, even if the story sucked, there was at least one redeeming factor. And most of the time it was the antagonist or the monster or some sort of scary element.
Good point.
So there's that. Also, just reiterating exactly what you said, can parents just trust their damn kids? Unless you don't have a reason to trust them, just trust your kid. If they tell you something's wrong, don't take that with a grain of salt unless you know that it's stupid. So that's just really bothersome to me. And and then the final thing that I have is just the kid acting. None of it's good.
Hey, there's some good ones.
Well, you know what I mean? None of it's great, but it doesn't matter. You could some of these episodes could have the worst acting in the entire world, and yet the episode's still good. Whereas nowadays, the movie or the show depends on the actor.
True.
You see all these Marvel shows and movies that are coming out, and the actors cannot. Their discourse is stupid and they're cringy and corny and all that kind of stuff, and it ruins whatever you're watching. I don't think that even is possible here because it's just little kids. They're little. It's for younger kids, and yet older people can still watch it. And I think that's a super huge sweet spot with this show that I don't really think most shows after the early 2000s were really able to hit.
They're trying so hard now too, you know? I mean, I think they like if something wasn't perfect back then, they just let it slide. And I don't think kids would even notice the difference. I don't think they care if it looks the best. I don't think they care if it's got name actors, young actors that are names. Yeah, and the quality's fine. I think it's part of the allure. That's something I love about Goosebumps. And I like, you know what? There's something about like maybe just regular children acting or like poor child acting, you could call it either, that makes it more authentic. Like it's like you're watching kids just in this environment, really just taking it in. Because I mean, I don't really know how a kid's going to react to all of this might just be as accurate as it gets. You know, kids are interesting emotionally wise, right? So yeah, those are some great points. I didn't think about some of those. I like that you said there are redeeming qualities in pretty much all these episodes. There's like a creature or a monster or a character that does make up for some of the shortcomings. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it, everybody. We ranked all 74 episodes of R.L. Stine's Goosebumps. I want to give him credit. This guy's awesome. He's from Columbus, Ohio, so not far. We're in the Ohio area as well. And yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be in Columbus in like 2 weeks or something, or maybe next weekend. And he's signing books and he's doing like a speech at a library. And I heard, because I was interested in buying tickets, and I totally forgot the morning of, disappointingly enough, but tickets for this event sold out in less than a minute, just instant, gone. And I guess only half the tickets were for a book signing, and they just sold out instantly. So real disappointing I didn't get the chance to talk to him right afterwards, because would have been perfect watching all 74 episodes. Like that would have been awesome. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't even the intention, but yeah, I mean, really a creative genius. You know, there's so many more books and stories he's written that have not been adapted into episodes. So I'd be real curious to see the series continue, which it is doing, but it's Disney, so I don't trust it at all. But yeah, really happy with what we got to do here. It was a real privilege watching all these episodes. Thank you, Ty, for joining me. It was not easy watching all of these. It was a big task, and you did a great job. I appreciated you jumping on here and talking with me for almost 8 hours. And for everybody that's not familiar with his channel, check out the Particular Critic X. He's new on YouTube, and he's going to be making some content soon. I like having him on my show on Tuesdays too, of course. So be sure to check him out. I got his link in the description below. If you want to sub, that'd be awesome. Also, please give us a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel, Box Office Brawler. Greatly appreciate it. Share this with anybody that loves Goosebumps and might want to hear our rankings and relive some great memories. That would be great. Let me know in the comments below if you got all the way through till the end. That would be awesome. I know Rebel Rose said she did. We appreciate you, Rebel. And yeah, we just appreciate you guys watching and supporting us, and we'll see you guys next time. Oh, also, real quick, Tuesday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We've got a great group, great panel talking about Night of the Living Dead 1968. So please be sure to join us with that, the black and white zombie classic. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, we'll see you guys later.
What kind of person are you? Are you the kind that sees signs, sees miracles? Or do you believe that people just get lucky?